Welcome one and all to the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. I am very happy to say that joining me this evening is the one and only BBZ. How are we doing this evening, my man?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm pretty good, and I'm pretty pumped to for us to get into this comp, man, and delve into that mind of yours. Of course, for for those who don't know, first of all, how do you not know? But we have got one of the premier poker coaches in the world with us this evening to break down some of this action. So I'm sure we're all going to learn a lot over the next few hours watching these guys battle out. And I mean, you must enjoy a lot of these tournaments, especially kind of these knockout formats. There's so much more going on, right, than a regular tournament.
That's exactly right. Yeah, they're really interesting formats. There's still a lot to be discovered about exactly how they work in certain situations, and there's just a lot more variables to consider. So you have really interesting decisions that are complex, to say the least, and it should make for a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, it certainly should. There we go. 8 max of event. Everyone's starting with 100k, 15-minute blinds, but we are coming into this one on day 2, and in fact, a little bit into play of day 2. This one's going to run a little while, as you'd expect. 400,000 guarantee. It looks like there was the smidge of overlay, so we're near enough on the guarantee, but a tiny bit of added value for those in the mix. And like I said, this one does play again out to completion this evening. So I guess get the coffee on. I just got the coffee on. I got the coffee on myself just now. So there we go. That was a good.
I didn't know if you were going to say anything or not, but yes.
Yeah,
sure looks good though. You look good. You look sharp.
There we go. Thank you. The eagle eye would have seen that countdown get to 0, and then I poured coffee on myself. So there we go. 25k up top, and well, I guess close to double that with the bounties. Would you say?
Yeah, it's about right. Yeah, I would say definitely more like 50,000 to first.
Yeah, so a lot of money on the line, and well, let's just get straight into it. Real names, of course. This is the PPC Malta.
So this is day 2, right? How many do we see? Okay, so we see at the bottom.
Yeah.
79 players left.
Yep, 79 left. I think the payouts doesn't. Yeah, the payouts there, I think, are a little off. I think it's just a misstep. It's 464 currently. I was going to say it's a 320. So 464 plus bounties is what everyone's locked up at the moment. First prize at 25k. But of course, pay jump's not so big right now. And come into it, yeah, 17 and a half, 35k.
Okay.
So we got some big stacks here.
Yep. I expect this to fold the small blind here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, blind and blind, and I guess there are options here when it does come blind on blind, right? With the 2 players holding an ace.
Yeah, we could see fireworks. We could see stacks go in. There are a few ways that we could end up seeing stacks in the middle here. And see what Oliver does.
Yeah, when it comes to these sort of scenarios, you're 20 bigs deep, blind on blind. You're obviously a clear covering stack. How do you approach the situations? Like, how many hands are we limping? How many do we just start to get to open raise quite often against 20?
Yeah, so I mean, like in this situation, there's definitely going to be a shoving range on the part of the small blind, and there's going to be a raising range, and there's going to be a limping range. So the small blind's got, all options are open. I would say that with ace-7 suited, shoving's probably out, and so it's going to be one of the other two. And I would have probably like to see the big blind jam, and unfortunately get snapped off. So it's nice that the big blind here got that check back. Still live.
Still alive indeed, but not out in the woods just yet. Both players making a pair.
It's a big hand to a small blind. Oliver's pretty handsome right now.
Yeah, picking up. Flush draw on the turn. I guess Giovanni, stab flop 2 needs a little bit of protection, but I guess now just wants to get the showdown.
Yeah, probably checking back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a way to start. That's a way to start. So I don't mind this by Oliver. I also don't mind actually checking. I think Giovanni's got a 2-bet now. Unfortunately, I put the raise in. Yeah, and then we're obviously going to see Oliver jam.
Wow, this is brutal.
This is sick. What a run out for the first hand.
Yeah, Oliver not believing his
and
luck.
Giovanni's got a thinking spot for sure, because now your hand has been reduced to mostly a bluff catcher that doesn't really block much. I don't think that. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a disciplined fold, for sure. That's a disciplined fold. But Giovanni's hand was for sure, like 100% was reduced to a bluff catcher with no blocking effects that are. I mean, like you block boats, but they're not it's not that meaningful. So it was a big fold though. So good job, Giovanni. I think it was a really impressive fold there.
Strong fold indeed. Popping up, getting away from it. There we go. And well, more action perhaps. Eugenio, ace king suited. Matson, king 10 suited, and Angelo in the big with a pocket pair. Yeah, that was a spicy one to get us going with, guys. Welcome one and all.
Pretty incredible, like first hand for sure.
All of you viewing, we do have, like I say, a long one ahead of us this evening, and of course, we're going to give away as much money as we can to you guys watching in the form of those lovely little channel points you can now redeem for tickets right here on Party. I see some of you getting stuck into that right now. You can do it once a day, don't forget, guys. I see Sparky, Rui getting in the mix, Mavi all redeeming tickets. So, guys, keep at it. Have a go. Money for nothing. Jamie popping up with this Queen Jack. Eugenio with the 3-bet, and I guess this kind of kills his hand.
Yes, I don't see any way that anything else happens.
D- says, make it rain Party. We are. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, if you click the bottom left of the chat, of course, the channel points button, our new promotion, you can redeem those channel points for party poker tickets. So anything from a $2.20 up to a $22 ticket, have a go. Use those channel points wisely and get yourselves in action on Party. I mean, Jordan, it's pretty rare we have to pay people to listen to you talk about poker, right? I mean, it's usually
the works the other way. Usually works the other way, but good for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good deal, guys. It's a pretty good deal.
This should probably fold to the small blind. The button might try to do something, but I don't think there are any real viable options. So I expect this to fold to the small blind.
Very, very short now, Giovanni, having made that good fold. The unfortunate run out, the most unfortunate run out.
It was a really disciplined fold. It was a really impressive fold, to be honest with you. Especially the timing, too. It was pretty fast.
Yeah. I like... it's funny because we see these spots and I'm just... It is a good fold, obviously a good fold, but I want to see a bluff in these spots on occasion. I want to be doing these streams when you see someone just...
Take the blocker and just jam it.
Right. I'm trying to think what combo of... has the lone ace of clubs. It's got that way.
It's a difficult. Yeah, I don't think it's going to end up being the ace of clubs. It's going to be difficult to bet the flop and have, like, there's going to be some variations that bet the flop. There's not going to be that many that bet the flop and check the turn when the club feel like it doesn't feel like it's going to be a difficult spot to bluff. You're going to have to bluff with something else.
Yeah.
So here we have small blind limps, which I think is pretty standard. Checks the flop, pretty standard. Check call. Looks pretty good. I think the 9-7 stab is reasonable. This is a type of hand that I think would mix. It's not going to be pure bet. It's not going to be pure check. We're going to see a lot of barreling now, though. So we're going to see a lot of betting twice here.
Big turn card for the 9-7.
Yeah.
Hence the big bet. 140 into 175. All right, nice Lampo in the chat. Thank you. Honestly, the channel points tickets will make me sit here and watch the streams for a long period of time. Didn't expect to learn as much as I did over the last few sessions. That's what we like to hear. And you're going to learn a lot more this evening as well, because we have one of the greats. It's one thing to be a. There's lots of good poker players in the world, but it's another thing. You know, it's better to teach, it's better to explain. It's a big leap, guys.
It's different. It's different. I got a lot of friends who are really good players. When I ask them what they're thinking, they tell me, you know, I just did it, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. The world is full of those.
Yeah. So in this format, we might just see open shoving from the King Jack suited. Wouldn't surprise me. It can be somewhat difficult to enter the pot a different way here for Simon. That's fine. It's just really it's just difficult to like play against the 3-bet strategies when you have this type of hand, because you're gonna have pretty solid equity when people cover you and they put you in. They put you with like deuces and ace-2 offsuit and things. It's a difficult hand to play. So oftentimes this hand at this stack depth might just jam to enter the pot, but it's not bad.
Yeah, certainly makes sense. And again, guys, joining us, I know lots of you are regulars, but for those who aren't, pardon me, obviously we won't be able to display the bounty information until quite a lot later into this event. So we kind of just got to roll with it a little bit here. This is a bounty event. There's going to be some disparity between the bounties on certain players' heads. So if we see something quite funky, it might be because they've either got a very small, very big bounty. You never quite know. But in general, we're just never going to see some more all-ins. And Hux in the chat made it to the Irish Open main event. Nice, congrats. Well done on the sat. And we are going to be showing that on this channel, of course. The Irish Open coming up in well, just a couple of weeks now. But first, we got this PPC Malta to get out of the way. We got one more online stream, I believe, and then we're transitioning to the live portion of the event. I mean, you like this kind of system, a mix of online live for the same tournament. People can play day ones online.
I do. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I think it's interesting. I think anything that's just creative and trying like different ways of getting the two audiences to kind of interact together is great. So I think in this situation, I like seeing Jamie raise it up a little bit more in the KO type formats, but limping's still fine. You also see like a lot more raising from the small blind in like any kind of ICM adjusted like payout type scenario where you're the covering stack. You start to raise quite a bit more. So you've got the kind of the duo going where you've got you cover and you've got the KO. So it can make a lot of sense to raise a hand like what Jamie's got there. But limping's not bad. So it's a totally viable play.
Yeah, he's gone. But yeah, that makes sense. You want to bet to chunk. A big stack, you got a hand, you want to bet to knock people out. It's the idea.
Uh-oh.
That's a fun one. It's a fun one when you're holding sixes.
Yeah, we could see a hero call from Jamie here. I think it would make sense. Could see a fold too. But I think that these are the right suits to call with. Yeah, it's fine. It's close. Hands are not worth much money, so folding's good.
Yeah, and I see Gamal asking for the PPC Malta free roll password. Of course, we have our free roll as always whilst we're on air, but yeah, the password has not yet appeared. And I do not know what it is. And in fact, looking at the lobby, no one knows what it is because no one's registered yet. So as soon as I find out, I'll let you guys know and we'll pop it up on the screen here. We're trying. Just use the channel points for now, guys. We're giving it away, but there will, of course, be that free roll. Free roll, incidentally, will... I'm not sure what we're giving away, actually, in the free roll today. I'll find out. That's an edit again with, as you said, that kind of awkward spot, 20 bigs and a bounty.
Yeah, it is awkward.
This hand a lot easier just to play as the raise rate
position as well. Yeah. Expect to see Bruno call, but it depends on the size of Simon's bounty.
Yeah,
so I guess it's big enough.
It's fun. We can work out the size of the bounty by the way it's played.
Sometimes.
Yeah. But I mean, that's just great itself for those guys watching. You know, like the adjustment that's made there. Obviously, we can make the assumption that big bounty, you try and play for all of it.
That's right.
Wow, Eugenio with Ace King once more, whilst Jamie is once again holding Queen Jack. We're going to see a raising a 3-bet between these two once again.
Yeah, I might see a call from Jamie this time.
Right, cut off the button.
Yeah, it's closer. I mean, it's, cut off the button plus covering with the KO, so you could talk yourself into it.
It sounds like a man who's talked himself into a few loose peels in his time.
That's exactly right.
Can't win when you fold, eh?
That's the truth. It's a good way to lose a lot of money, though.
Yeah. Hey, at least you didn't get bluffed.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
See what happens. Not my favorite hand to 4-bet Queen Jack offsuit, but I mean, I could see there's worse things.
All right.
Let's see what Jamie does. Simon's out. Simon can't cold 4. Simon can't do anything. Simon's out.
Yeah, it's an optimistic situation.
And Jamie can just fold too. It's totally reasonable to just fold, but I thought that might happen. I thought we might see the peel.
All right. And a rather uncooperative 7-7-3 board.
That's quite good for the in-position player. Expect to see the bet and the check fold. Not going to be fireworks here.
No.
Nothing for Jamie to do. Not enough.
Frustration. Peel with the queen jack. There's lots of good things that can happen. That's not one
right.
of them.
That's not one of them. Yeah.
Give the man a 10-8 flop one time, you know? Let him play.
There you go. That's right. EP just takes us down, I think, with the jam.
All right. 11 bigs. So I guess, again, the adjustment you'd make in these kind of spots is open jamming just when you're a little bit deeper than you might in a regular tournament. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there's going to be a bit more. There's going to be a bit more shoving, but there's also going to be tighter range play just in general. So sometimes, like for example, if you have anything that's kind of in range of being 3-bet shoved on, to be honest with you, you're going to have to adopt a more blocker-oriented opening strategy because people are going to have a stronger incentive to shove on you when they can take your bounty, and you're going to get less folds. That's just the reality of the situation. If you min raise, the big blind's going to call with a wider range. The small blind's going to call with a wider range if they cover you, right? The button's going to call with a wider range. And so when you're the stack that's covered, you might play a more aggressive all-in strategy, but it's going to be a tighter raise first in overall because it's hard. It's more difficult to enter the pot because you're going to get more action. Most of the money in the game comes from when everyone folds. And so if you decrease the frequency that everyone else folds, then that's not usually a good sign for the weaker parts of the range. So you're going to just be folding a little bit more.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Guys, passwords on screen. Play for free. Please do head on over to Party. Free roll. It kicks off in 40 minutes. And then you've got about an hour of late reg, so plenty of time to get in the mix. We're giving away 53 tickets to this PPC Malta online series. So please do come and join in. Like I said,
Oops, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, definitely expect to see Bruno playing here. Could be 3-bet, could be call. Could go either way. We see the 3-bet. This is a spot where I play the hand both ways. A lot of flexibility when you cover.
Right. A lot of fun when you cover.
Exactly, it's a lot more fun. That's right. Anything but folding's good. And this is a hand that's kind of interesting. I probably expected to fold, but yeah.
Yeah, we can see. Well, there's the 4 stacks sat there, isn't it? Right from Dalton to Bruno. Potential fireworks. All pretty deep stack with like 79 left.
We should see this one folding to the small blind. Maybe Bruno could open. Bruno might be able to like talk himself into it, covering everyone. It's not that far off of the bottom of the range, and covering everyone, trying to bounty hunt and things like that. You could have pulled it off, but so it's a good fold. Giovanni might just fold too. It's a tough spot for Giovanni.
Right, I guess.
Yeah, limping's just difficult because you get jammed on so much with the KO. So, and then folding's also difficult because you're getting great odds. It's a tough spot for Giovanni to play. Yeah, that's fine. I like that.
For sure, certainly is. And yeah, I was just looking at average at this point is just under 1.7 million. So yeah, we got some chips here. 5 of them above average, 1 empty seat, 2 shorties. I guess it works quite heavily against you. I guess if you're one of these stacks like Dalton, who's should be, on most tables would be one of the biggest stacks, chance to take out some players, but happens to be drawn here and.
It's the wrong table.
Yeah.
It's difficult having a player directly to your left who covers you, and then a couple seats over, someone who covers you again, covers everyone. Not super easy. Expect Oliver to open it up. Dalton to play in some way. Both plays will be fine. Callin's probably the higher frequency one.
I get to play in some way. And here we do. We do come along with a call.
Jamie's probably going to come in as well. It's the type of hand you like in this type of situation.
Right. Right. This. Well, here we go. I was about to say this is a example of when it's not, but it's pretty rare. The small blind's going to have a better 5 or 6 than you, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But then you get both, so it's all good.
Yeah. Easy game.
That's right.
Right, and
I actually like to see Jamie call here as opposed to raise. It's difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult not to raise. But I do prefer to see more of a call there than a raise.
What do we make of the one blind lead into this spot?
It's very. I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna say very common, but it's there's more one big blind out of position betting in a number of different players' strategies. So it's something you have to kind of figure out how to deal with. I don't really dislike it, but it's not. It's not. I don't. My understanding is that it's not great in this situation, but I could be wrong. I like seeing Jamie barrel. 4 still a green light. You obviously don't like to see the 7-8 fill, but you just keep going. I think I would have preferred to see larger bet, but I don't mind this.
A larger bet here to give ourselves just option checking back some rivers. Is that?
I mean, I think once we two bet the flop, I think we're going to be, for the most part, having a fairly polarized barreling range of like really strong hands or bluffs. We're not going to really have value protection bets that are going to raise the flop and barrel down. So with that type of range, I probably would have been betting larger more often.
Well, Jamie gets it done nonetheless. Daughter not continuing with
That's
that 5,
right.
and we've got some potential here with Simon on the short stack.
Yeah, this is a tough hand to play again. Could just see it go in. Wouldn't hate it. You could see a min raise. You could see a limp. Yeah, that's a totally acceptable way to play this hand. It's unfortunate that they're going to walk right into Jamie.
Right, you think you get a spin. If we're making the assumption that Simon's bounty may be on the larger side, having seen Bruno 3-bet jam, you think good chance of getting looked up by worse, especially from the blinds. But in this case,
all the jacks are live though. All the jacks are live.
There we go. There we
seen any missing jacks. All the queens are live too, which is unfortunate, but
there's some positivity in Simon's direction. Can he get there? He needs to get there. Jamie having a great start to this table. Great start to our stream. Will it continue? Well,
take a 5. Good game, Simon.
No, chop, right?
Oh, it's a split. I misread the board. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, I think you're in the same place as me. You wanted to see the 5 come to make it split that way.
I did.
The more dramatic manner.
You don't see trip scores very often. You know what I mean? They don't come down very often.
You don't.
I'll make the mistake, and that's okay. I'll live with it.
It's all right. We're just going to put it down to you must have been playing a lot of Omaha recently. That's what it is.
There you go.
Oh, Simon again. 2 10s.
Yeah. Might come in the same way. This is more acceptable to min raise or something, but jamming's still good. The action's probably there. Yep.
Okay. And Bruno in the big king queen.
I think we get a call from Bruno. Again, we can't really see the KOs, but based on what we've seen so far with the ace-9 suited earlier, I do think we get the flick in from Bruno.
Right. Yeah, I think that assumption seems pretty reasonable, as you say, given the 3-bet jam. Will be a million plus flip.
It's close though. It's still gonna be close. It's not like I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah.
Could have gone either way. I'm rooting for action.
There we go. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Speaking of action, guys, welcome all of you who have just recently joined us on stream. This is the PPC Malta Knockout Championship Day 2. We're playing down to completion. And we have, some action to begin with this evening. And, if you have just joined us, click that channel points button. Get redeeming tickets. I see Mad Madge is in the house. Welcome. Good evening to yourself. And I've seen Madge being Madge redeeming a $22 ticket because that's how she rolls. She's got all the points. Dalton, ace jack of diamonds, but not a lot out there to take him on with.
I think this is just going to be raise and take it.
The raise and take. Let's see.
There's crazier things than calling with the queen 2 off in the big, but I think we're going to see folds.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. Guys, free roll as well. As always, when we're on stream, we have the free roll this evening. The PPC Malta online free roll is the name of the game. Head on over to Party, have a little search. You'll find it. We get underway in, well, exactly 30 minutes from now, giving away 53 tickets.
So I'd say this is too deep now. Don't want to see the ace 10 jam. I think I want to see ace 10 min raise.
Yeah, join the table with that ace 10. Lee McShane saying, there's me logging in thinking this was the final table. The final table will be this evening, my friend. We are playing down to the finish, but you've got a little while to wait.
So I don't hate the ace 10 fold with so many stacks that cover behind. Like I said, you do want to enter the pot a little bit tighter, but it is a little bit it is definitely a little bit tight. So, but it's fine. It's like it's just on the tight side.
And would you take into account the size of your bounty much in opening?
I would actually, yeah.
These small 100%. Spots.
Yeah. So the bigger Vogelhuber's bounty, I have no idea how to pronounce that name.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, the bigger it is, the more I'd fold. That's correct. Yeah. They're just going to get 3-bet too much. It's going to be more difficult to steal the pot. Essentially, the more money that's on your head, the more incentive the opponents have to play, the less the probability is that you run it through.
Giovanni in the big 8-9 suited. Things are getting bleak. Don't get a chance to play this one, assumes, against Bruno's open.
I agree, yeah. Looks like Bruno's raising and looks like Giovanni's calling.
And Giovanni, fresh off that great fold we saw on the very first hand of the stream. We've introduced his raise folding correctly. See if we can get something going. Guys, of course, this week we begin the live portion of this very same event. So for those of you itching for some live poker action, not long to wait now. Because we have tonight to completion, of course. And then here we go. In fact, yeah, Thursday we have the high roller from Cyprus. On Thursday and Friday. We're covering day 1. We'll pick it up again on day 2. Crown champion in the high roller. We also have main event coverage on Sunday and Monday, and we still have a to be confirmed event on the Saturday as well. So we're gonna have 5 days straight as things look from Thursday of a live action from Malta. It should be fun. It's been a little while for you guys on this channel for live poker. Million Cyprus was the last one. A good 6 months ago now. Jamie, ace king. I know you, man. I mean, I know you're obviously, you know, you online gurus. You get used to looking at these online tables, but there's something beautiful about when we're watching poker and we just see people squirm in their seats. You see the reactions.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's definitely missing. But we get hands faster. We do get hands a lot faster.
We do. It's true. Oh.
There's trade-offs.
There are indeed. Yeah, and you don't get the same unnecessary tanking for some reason online. You know, well, it's just...
That's true too. Yeah, the time bank thing is efficient.
You just get on with it.
Expect to see a big blind call. Not gonna be much fun, but I expect to be seeing the big blind flick it in. especially with Jamie covering the table. The range could be almost covering the table. Bruno covers Jamie.
Right.
But there's some wide range KO incentive. So I would have flicked that in. The 10-3 suited, I wouldn't have folded. But, maybe we're close to a pay jump. 71 left. Next payout is, I think it was right now, right? So we're probably pretty far away from a payout.
Yeah, maybe. Let's look here.
It looks like the next payout was
71 was the next pay jump. Yeah.
So there's 71 left. So it looks like we've got to get.
Right.
Looks like there was no money jump. So if there's no money jump there, I would have flipped in the 10-3 suited.
Nice. Yeah. It's
But it is close. So if, go ahead.
Yeah, no, just saying it's amazing. How much these tiny little things. If there's a pay jump of a third of a bar, and suddenly it affects quite heavily whether we might play a hand like that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's 72 left and 71 is a jump, and you have 19 big blinds, 10-3 suited is not worth much money. But if you play it, like, there's a decent chance you have to call a jam at some point. So on a direct money jump, it's probably not this. You can probably fold some of the hands at the bottom of the range. Safely.
All right. Gino, ace queen. Going up. Well, minimal interest with those behind.
Yeah, those look like clean folds. This one should be played. King 7. Gonna see a check fold.
10-9-4.
Expecting position to bet.
All right, straight bullets. Why can't we see the size of the player's bounty? Yes, unfortunately, I won't be able to see them until we get towards the final table. So you have to forgive us for that. Obviously, we know it's important, but thankfully, at least we'll have it for the final where it's most important. But yeah, you have to just forgive us for the limitations of the software we currently have. It is in the pipeline to be fixed.
Party's come a long way with the software, so.
Yeah, I think
a tremendous job.
Yeah, and on that point, I mean, it's frustrating for those of you who regularly watch the stream, and it's very frustrating for us who do these a lot. But quite rightly, the priority is improving the playability of the site rather than this replay for us. So obviously, it's something that's on the list, but you can understand why it's the functionality and the playability of the site is more important. So we have to just suffer a little bit, guys. But
expect to see a 3-bet here.
Yeah.
Although Oliver could flat, there's that would be acceptable. Okay, that's
all right.
Fair. Nice.
Flat to lay a little bit
fine.
of a trap for these behind.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's going to get a lot of action, and with this kind of a stack distribution, it's actually really clever to flat. It's a really intelligent thing to do. If Oliver covered Bruno by a considerable amount, it would be less acceptable. But with Bruno covering Oliver, it can get quite attractive to flat deep in tournaments where there's only one person who can bust you, and so you don't necessarily want to play huge pots against that player unless you really have it. So you can play a more polarized strategy where you 3-bet more with like aces and kings and queens, and 3-bet a little bit less with even hands like this.
Right.
So,
well, unfortunately for Oliver, he's missed this flop. Bruno pairing the 9 and Vogelhuber with bottom pair backdoor diamonds. And expect this is going to check through.
yeah, you could see Vogelhuber with a stab. That would be like not totally unreasonable, but it's difficult with this stack size. It'd probably be like one big blind with this stack size. So this is like the type of hand that's unlikely to win at showdown if you take your pair of 7s to showdown.
Right.
And so like reopening, protection betting, trying to see if you can steal it. Like, it's not the worst.
Right, and this one, King rolls off on the turn.
Yeah,
Chin for Oliver, right? And a hand that we're a card that we're pretty sure that someone's going to have hit in this pot. I mean,
yeah,
with 4 a raised hand. Bet from Oliver, and yeah, Vogelhuber. There we go with the diamonds to go with that pair. But I mean, 7 high flush draw. It's not something we're wild about, is it? If this goes multi-way,
you expect the other 2 players to fold once it goes bet and call, but it's still, you're right. But it's a very strong hand on the turn. So we're Vogelhuber's jumping. It's an interesting turn card, but the emotion's got to be kind of positive when you see the diamond. Ouch. Yeah. Expect to see a bet from Oliver. and a fold from, yeah. I don't expect to see a call here. This would be quite heroic.
Yeah, that would be something. Just, yeah. I don't know what hand we could beat, but... All right, worked out for Oliver with the flat. I like it. Makes sense against a bigger stack. Let Simmons in. All right. Well, enough of those guys. We'll switch it up.
There we go.
See what's going on over here. Vincent with a mountain of chips, 6 million. Kaio and Yanis pretty short. And the rest reasonable.
Expecting to see Vincent open. Expecting to see Vincent get some action. See Raphael play this button here.
King 5 suited, 50 bigs.
Yeah. I don't expect to see a fold. Some people are too tight in these situations, and we might see a fold. That's okay. And I expect the big blind to call now, for the most part. This is a cool hand to 3-bet with, but it's a bit intimidating when someone covers you. So very often you won't see people 3-bet with these hands, even though they frequently should.
Right, is that something that obviously you'd be more inclined to 3-bet with it, obviously in a non-knockout event? That's
exactly right. Yeah, it's not quite as good, and you could make really clean arguments around adopting a more linear, so like Queen Jack suited type of 3-bet strategy. That's the big blind here. But ordinarily, this would be a pretty decent hand to 3-bet. Check fold there is pretty standard.
Yep, no love from the board. These guys are battling out for the 25k first prize together with all the bounties secured along the way. So, I'm reckoning maybe nearer the 50k mark come the end of the tournament. I'm going to go with Zarbo. I'm not sure on this name, I'm afraid. I have to...
We'll go with that.
Yeah, let's just go with that.
Expecting a big blind call again. Although next payout 68. 68 left.
All right, 6-side board. A board that hits the big blind far more than this opener in this case. That is the truth. And for that reason, so I've been checking back. King High Kaio still with top pair on the full turn.
I think the check back was good. And I think the turn bet's probably too small, although it's probably, I mean, it's probably fine. We can probably lead the whole range there, so which is probably what the big blind wants to do. I'd probably go a little bigger, but it's all right.
Pedersen with 2 8s in the big and Swifty success. Poker, all right, Swifty. Good evening. How are you doing? We're doing just fine. I currently do not know if I'm going to bet the Irish Open. There's the truth. I haven't actually. Man, I don't know. I feel like I'm like a lot of people. I've just got in the habit of doing not a lot of traveling, I guess, for poker. So I think I should get myself over there for the Irish Open, guys. It's going to be a fun one. It always is a fun one. And a lot of value to be had.
I think we're about to see fireworks. I think we're going to see 2 stacks going in the middle.
2 similar stacks, but it's Pedersen who will be taking a shot at a bounty.
There we go.
Well, that's the easy way to do it, right?
Fold.
How happy are you in Kaio's seat when you see this as a flip, when you get called, when you've ripped the ace-9 off?
Yeah.
It's like...
I mean, they're both going to be disappointed. Both of them expect to be ahead.
Right. All right, Pedersen with the hold. Easy game. 2 million chips and a bounty.
Going to be raise and take it for 10s, I think.
Yeah, Giuliano, I know. I should definitely come. In fact, I should come. Just, yeah, it's crept up on me, I guess. Irish Open, like I say, one of the best events you can ever hope to get yourself to. Plenty of ways to qualify as well, of course. Please do head on over to Party, have a look. We have the Irish Open tab. Give it a click, have a look at the satellites. 1K main event will be a good one. Yeah, satellites from many a level in terms of buy-ins. In fact, the lowest one I see at the moment is a €4.40 you can get in full at the moment. So please do have a look.
All right, so we did get the peel from the 9-6 off. Totally fine. Thought it might fold. Expect to see the c-bet from Rafael. Expect to see Zabo call.
Yeah, that 9-6 isn't done just yet. Pair and some back doors. All right. That's a fun one. Set for Rafael. Gutter, I was about to say we could see a lead in this kind of card, right? And here it is.
Yeah, I'd probably advise against leading this card, but it's all right.
Because Rafael has all those Broadway combinations, is that?
That's right. Yeah, the 10s. So you're really trying to find like meaningful, kind of asymmetric advantages when you lead. So normally, like the way that I try to help people think about it is when you're playing the game, if you're calling, you're basically acknowledging that you're playing defense, and there will be good reasons for playing defense. And so to switch from playing defense to playing offense, you're going to need equally good reasons. And the 10 completes 9-7, but it gives the opponent a lot of straight draws. It gives the opponent hands like pocket 10s, for example. It's just not good enough. It doesn't. It's not enough to start going on offense yet. So I would normally advise against leading there for the most part.
So not to fall into the trick, because when I saw that just not in full concentration, see the turn roll off there, we pick up a gut shot to go with our pair. Our pair's pretty vulnerable, and my initial instinct is, oh, this is a spot we could bet. But then you've got to take into the to the fact that obviously the opener is also obviously going to improve a lot on this card.
Exactly, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's just not good enough just for you. So if it completed straights the other direction, if it was a low card that was completing straights, that would be kind of a different story. Right. But when it's more of a Broadway card that completes straights, it's not going to be quite so good for the big one.
Rafael popping this up. Yanis ripping it in with 2 jacks from the big, and surely this time we will see King Queen in a race.
Another close one.
Oh, there we go. I thought we might, but
I thought so, but it's okay. It's close.
Again, I guess bounty size is always important.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. If it's really modest, it's going to be doing a lot of folding.
Welcome, one and all. It's great to have you all with us. We got a long one ahead. Get settled in. Get enjoying. Let's play this down. Let's crown a winner of the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. Last of our online streams from this series. All right, Pedersen back at it, 2 7s. Guys, free roll starts in 12 minutes, 11 minutes, in fact, over on Party. Password is play for free. We're giving away 53 tickets. And right now, there's only 149 of you registered, which makes me think that's pretty good value. 1 in 3 getting a ticket as things stand. Of course, I know, guys, there'll be more of you than that. There will be an hour of late reg as well, so if you can't register just yet, don't fret. But as things stand, pretty good value. Vincent popping an open-ender, defending this Jack-9 against Pedersen's open.
Expect to see another C-bet. This time expecting to see potentially some more aggressive action from Vincent. So that seems normal. Might see a check raise here from Vincent. Could see a call. Both plays are reasonable. Vincent's obviously got the incentive to try to play bigger pots.
Right.
So we do make the call, though.
Make the call, make the nuts.
So again, this is probably not the card that I'd be leading. I'd probably be checking. But it can work a little bit differently when you cover, like, it's usually really dense ICM situations. I don't know if this would qualify. I don't think it would. But if you're on the final table or something, oftentimes the big blind, like the big stack, can almost do whatever it wants. So, and like lots of plays that look quirky end up being really good. So.
In this instance, what it does is it lists a fold for Vincent, but hey, he continues the march. Got 6.5 million in chips.
It's a lot of chips.
There's a lot of chips.
Zabo's probably going to raise. Everyone else is probably going to fold. Raphael may flick it in, especially if it's a min raise. Raphael does cover Zabo, so I think it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's interesting that's obviously the point you're making out. Big blind gets to, the big stack gets to mess around quite a lot in those kind of spots. But
they do, yeah. There's a lot of leading and basically just applying pressure, and people are really comfortable with the idea of doing it before the flop, but they're much less comfortable with the idea of doing it after the flop. But the same rationale still applies. So,
yeah, I guess that's just you're saying about the comfort level. I guess that's just down to experience, right? Like there's so many more unique situations, I guess, post flop.
Yeah.
A little bit easier to learn the pre-flop game, one assumes.
The KOs also make things way more complicated, which is, that's a part of the fun.
Right. What's going to be the next, that's the next thing? Once everyone figures out KO, what are we going to do next?
I don't know, but...
How are we going to mix it up?
Yeah, we get surprised, so I'm sure there's going to be something.
It gets too easy for you guys. We got to throw a spanner.
I don't know about that. It's definitely not easy. Definitely expect the big blind to be playing this one. Probably by calling.
We'll grab King Jack, yeah.
You could see a 3-bet, but I don't think we've seen one 3-bet bluff yet. So I could be wrong about that. I think we've seen maybe some rejams, but I don't think we've seen any
No, you're right.
really creative plays. So I'm expecting to see the trend continue. Expecting to see the call.
Hello.
It's gonna be an
interesting follow-up.
It is, yeah. Expect to see a bet. Expect to see a call. I don't expect to see a raise very often here, but it could happen. This is a board texture where when you check raise and then you get jammed on, it's a lot of equity to just say goodbye to. So I expect to mostly see the call here. If we does get raised, I expect it to get jammed on.
Right.
So. Don't think you want to do that for the viewers. I don't think you guys want to do that.
Wow.
2 overcards and a gut shot's just too strong of a hand to fold against half pot.
Right. That's pretty wild. Very confusing. Alan asking in the chat about delay. Yes, of course, we are on a delay of about 20 minutes here behind the action taking place for obvious reasons. For those who are perhaps tuning in for the first time, we are streaming an event that's taking place right now on Party. So a delay is, of course, necessary. Otherwise, this game will get a little easy for the guys on this table. Well, I guess it'll get a little hard.
It'd be really tricky, actually, if everybody could see everybody's cards.
Right. And you got to wonder who's tuned into the stream and who isn't. That'd be quite fun if you're the guy who's not tuned in. That'd make it difficult.
I think what ends up happening is the game gets boring and you just end up shoving all in pre-flop all the time, which is something that I think people don't think about. But I think that's what happens. Is you just I have the best. You see everyone's hand. You know you have the best hand. You just jam.
Yeah. Then Yeah, it's funny if everyone can see everyone's hands. I mean, it reminds me of those. You get those really quirky situations that sometimes happen in live poker, where like one player's accidentally exposed their hand, and then it's like the other player now has a really weird spot where they, there's some spots where they can run a big bluff, and then it's or they got to try and eke value out.
It's a weird game when that happens. I've been in some of those spots.
Yeah. There's like a famous one I'm trying to think from like a long time ago. I think it was like an EPT or something where someone had exposed their hand and ends up making like a house, and then the other person tries to bluff them or something. It's just car crash. They just they get a full double up. It's like
I didn't see that one, but that sounds interesting for sure.
Yeah, I have to try and
sounds like good entertainment to watch.
Yeah, I have to try and remember the details of that one and try and find it. I know someone far more, someone with a far stronger memory than me in the chat, no doubt, will be able to figure that out. But I seem to remember there's a hand with someone's got 2 9s or something, or something wild like that happens anyway. And it's just, yeah.
That looked pretty tight. I think that the deuces could have played, but I think folding is going to be a high frequency play. I think calling's going to be a low frequency play, and the king queen suited I think is going to mix the call. I don't think it's going to be pure call, but I mean, those hands could have been played, but this game's just running a little tight. We're seeing the play a little bit tight.
Right, with 63 left, big money on the line. Maybe some taking the more cautious approach.
Yeah, expect to see Raphael open. Could see a 3-bet here from the small blind. Could see a flat. Both plays are good.
Yeah, you to ace 10.
There's a lot more liberty. It's just much easier. Yeah. So this is the lightest 3-bet we've seen. It's much easier psychologically when you cover the opponent. And they have to deal. That they have to deal with the fact that you could be 3-bet calling with a wider range, and you don't have to worry about them expanding because they cover you. So it's much easier to be wide. Right.
You just get that. You get the implied looser calling range of the 4-bet, right? You just
exactly, yeah. That kind of like helps you posture up a little bit. So
okay. Poker's equivalent of Dutch courage. I like it. No, the hand's not necessarily incorporating here either, guys. My free roll table just popped up, which means it's nearly time. Go get registered, please. We are giving it away. Answer the button. King 8 offsuit.
Expect to open.
Covers behind.
Yeah, pure. Don't think they should mix to fold. That's good. Small blind's in an interesting spot. Big blind's not. Big blind will just fold.
Big blind's got an easy one.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Carlos in the chat talking of a Tony G hand like that, where he accidentally flips his pocket pair up and ends up making a set. I do remember that one as well. I can vaguely remember that one. But there are some weird things can happen when we haven't got to worry about it online. It's hard to expose your hand by accident or bet out a turn or
that's right.
Misunderstand the
game's easier to play.
Yeah.
I like the open with the king 9 suited. I think everybody else just folds.
Having said that, though, we get the misclick online.
We do get misclicks. That's true. That's fair.
They make the game quite interesting at times.
I've done lots of that too. Lots of misclicking. Okay, so we did see the call. It's difficult to play the 5-3 offsuit, I think, when you get shorter and your opponent covers you. It's like one of those things also that it's harder to bluff, so it's harder to turn a profit with a hand like this. So I expect you to see it fold, but yeah.
Oh, we're going to see it fold now because he
That's right.
Queen 9-7.
Some serious heroism to do something else.
Hey, we just talked about misclicks. You never know. You could end up seeing a turn card. All right, we won't. And that hand will bring about the end of the first hour of our stream. So, guys, please don't go too far. The both of us will be back in 5 minutes. More of this PPC Malta Knockout Championship.
Can he get away? All of you watching at home, ask yourself the question. Could you get away? I don't think I could. We do get a call. We are going to see a river here. 4 outs remain for Vadim L to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a queen and only a queen, or we will see Vadim S double through. Oh my god, it's a queen! Unbelievable. 9% going to the river. Bam. Smashes the queen to stay alive in the tournament. Gonna double up to around 90,000. Can you believe that?
Here we go. Great shape for the double up. Get back to 1.9 million chips. Jack 8-5 Vahe. Well, not hanging around to watch. He is going for a smoke. Well, that's a new one on me. Vahe runs out to the balcony area, I assume for a cigarette. And Vahe gets the double when he's not even in the room. That is a new one. He's up to 1.9 million in chips. It looks like already that was our final hand of the first 2 hours. Interesting. Saw him just out of nowhere with 7-3. Well, is Maxim going to take the bait? That's exactly what's happening. He's laid the trap. Totally snapping, and Maxim needs to find a 4. Well, he will be eliminated here at the WPT Russia. And that's exactly what he's done on the 994 flop. Of course, an ace or queen. Still outs for Anatolia. That's what spiked. Just a 4 again for Maxim will do it. And that's that. Spiked a 4, but it's no good. Maxim hits the rail. Anatolia back to 1.7 million, where he was when we joined this feature table.
Alexander has a flush. The worst possible card for Ilya. Making trip 6s. I don't think he can get a wave here. You make trips on the river. Alexander's going to bet 20K. I can't think of a worse river. Did Ilya just raise? To 43,000. Alexander calls. The flush is good. Ilya going for a very thin raise, and we can see Alexander with the flush. Gonna take down a huge pot there. 115,000 in the middle.
Don't see Matas folding. Made a very weak bet on the river. Having called pre, check call turn. Doesn't really have a whole host of strong hands. I mean, you can have the big hands like a flush, but does he bet 25,000 of them on the river? I'm not so sure. I think if you weak lead the river, you've just got a call here with a hand as strong as a set. You can have perhaps some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe go that way. No, okay. Matas does give it up. Nice play, Dimitri. Using that 10, running a big bluff. All right, welcome back, guys, to the PPC Malta Online Knockout Championship. Myself and Jordan, aka BBZ, calling the action as we, well, delve deeper into this day 2 here on Party and heading towards perhaps some more fun and some bigger decisions on the line.
So far, it's been pretty interesting. We've seen some people going broke for sure. We've seen some people running it, so it's been good. It's not exactly the flop for queens, though, so I don't think that's going to happen here.
That is not the flop for queens. Yeah, fresh table as we join the action. Speaking of action, guys, free roll underway now, of course. Please do head on over. PPC Malta Online Free Roll is the name of the tournament. 53 tickets being given out there. You guys to get your little hands on. And of course, regular viewers will now be able to exchange your channel points for tickets on Party as well. So please do click the channel points button. Have a little look-see. Anything from a $2.20 up to a $22 ticket. Use those points wisely. All right.
Expect to see the button play. Probably with a call, but that's another way to go. Totally fine.
Zhao is indeed going for it, isn't he?
Happy to see the aggression. Makes things interesting. Expect to see the call from George. Don't think his hand's going to fold. It's a bit of a wide open, but yeah, don't think that hand's supposed to fold there.
Fold it does. Yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome. This is the knockout event 320. We're playing for, well, you see first prize in the bottom right of the screen there, 25k, but plus bounties. It's going to be a little closer to 50. Yes.
Ace King open. Expect
All right.
Big blind call.
A second go for 10-3 from the big blind. Let's see.
I'm playing it both in both spots.
What we learned today is the man likes his 10-3 suited. So
There you go.
Well, both
They
times
might
they
know something I don't
disappoint you. What are they like?
They must know something I don't know. Yeah, check my 10-3 suited plays.
I don't know. I think we're probably doing all right. For guys who do want to check it out, please do head on over to bbzpoker.com. There we go. Let's get you a proper plug in here.
Oh, look at that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Loads of
My
options.
man
on there.
James.
There we go. There we go. I'm on a commish, guys. I'm on a commish. You can't use the channel points, but you can certainly invest very wisely in some of the bundles on there. I mean, you must obviously you must really love doing that. But how does that factor in with your own play? Do you see it as just complementing it, breaking up, playing a lot of poker with creating all this content?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I prefer to coach. I played a lot. I've played a lot. Supernova Elite 4 times is a lot of playing. So yeah, I like teaching, and it's fun to teach. And I've got a big team, and I got a lot of people that poker's like the dream for them. You know what I mean? And just trying to help them accomplish as much as I can is just really awesome. So.
I guess you get the gratification from that when you see people improve and begin to understand concepts. And
100%, yeah, seeing them win and be successful and see players that were students turn into coaches is just awesome.
Wow, yeah, that must be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So this is pretty standard. Expect to see the big blind. You can see the big blind fold this hand actually. This is that's a disciplined fold.
Vanguard of pair, eh? What's going on with these people? Folding the 10-3 suited, folding pairs.
I like to fold with the pair more than I like to fold with 10-3 suited, to be honest with you.
Amen, man, amen.
All right, so we're gonna see A6 suited open it up. We're gonna see nines. I don't know what we're gonna see nines do. This is awkward. See nines flat. Could see nines not flat. So. I'd flat, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Just covered. All important scenario. Flat it is.
Totally reasonable.
And well, Joe checking Queen 5-3, but one club. There's potential here, right?
That's right. It wouldn't be folding. There's options now. I wouldn't have folded.
Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised to see a check fold. But the bet was like a less than third, right? 120 into 390.
Yeah, it was small.
Right. Now covered by George for the next encounter.
That's right.
Jacob should be on this table, 5 million in chips. Nestled in the big blind with a really disgusting looking Queen 3. But... I can average now around 2.5 mil. So still perhaps not the deepest. There's a few knocking around that mark. G-Mac raising up that ace-9 into the chip leader. Trying to find out if that's a George McDonald I used to know in the poker world. I feel like I'm not going to find out this evening. Well, whoever it is, best of luck to them. But if it's the G-Mac I know, then good luck. Once finished 12th in the main event at the World Series, like one of the one of the worst places you can finish. If it is the same player, of course, might not be.
That's exciting and gutting at the same time.
Right? Like you kind of. Yeah, it's always a lovely result, but no one's ever going to remember it. You didn't get the joy of the far table, November 9 action or anything like that. You just
exactly.
And everyone's so ecstatic when you bust as well, right? The other 11 are like, woohoo, one more to go.
Yes, the other 11 are jumping up and down.
If I was just looking at it now, that was the Joe McKeon year, and the year that Negreanu then finished in 11th. Remember that? He was animated, to say the least. It's hard to think that was 7 years ago, but there we go.
I did just look up the correct play with that ace-6 suited because I was interested myself. And sorry if I appeared a little bit distracted for a moment there, guys.
No,
but
good.
ace-6 suited was a 75% c-bet, so it was mostly a bet. And then if we do elect to check it, it's mostly a raise at that point. And then the balance will call, so that hand can't fold. But I wanted to make sure that I was correct in my estimation. So
That's what we love, guys. That's what we love. If you're watching, look at this. He's running it for us on air. He's giving us insights.
Yeah. Wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong, man. Just want to make sure I'm not wrong.
How many times these days do you check stuff and find yourself to be wrong? How often are you still surprised these days? Oh,
it still happens. It still happens. Yeah, poker's a deep game. It's complicated. So there will be times. Usually like this. Usually I'm not wrong by much.
Right.
So the EV difference won't be so big. But I'm still wrong. I'm still wrong.
It's wild though, isn't it? You think this game
it's a big game.
The way, like.
All right, so small blind's gonna call, presumably. Big blind's probably gonna check, although we could see some raising from this hand. Wouldn't be the worst. I expect it to mostly check though. Big blind's gonna bet.
Yeah. Four gets it. See, this is it. The guys know the 10-4 suited, superior to the 10-3 suited.
There we go. They know. They know.
It rocks up with top pair for fun.
Totally reasonable by the small blind.
Not done yet.
No.
I guess the 8's probably one of the better cards, right? None of the
it is a good card. Yeah. Yeah. It's difficult for that to improve. That's going to be like one of like the gin cards for the small blind to fold. It's like some 8 high hand or some hand, so yeah.
Yeah, really hard for them.
It's a really big bet though from pair fours. It was pretty large size, but it's not bad.
Now gets the aces to follow it up. Haggish Tabish says, "Nice to see a real player commentating tonight and not Henry. He was never a player." Well, you guys bully Henry all you want, but I'm going to stick up for him. But I'm happy to say Henry will be along a little later this evening, of course, much like the other night. Such a long stream. We're going to divvy up the duties a little bit, so he'll be here in a little while. But for now, yeah, we got an expert in, man. We got an expert.
I'm happy to do my part, so I'm just happy to be here.
All right, this could be some fun. Ace Jack be the aces.
That's right. Pedro should fold. I'm just gonna go with Jacob. Jacob's gonna
get
open it up.
I feel like potential pain incoming.
Oh, yeah, definitely gonna see the 3-bet. Although, I mean, like, you can see some trapping with trying to get the big blind to just jam it in, because the big blind's KO, especially if it's big, it might be more important. So if the big blind's KO is big enough, you could see the incentives change for Alex, where it really becomes quite important to try to get Samuel involved. But obviously the 3-bet's very standard. I think this hand's going to be difficult to fold for the in-position player.
Right, so do you think that with that being the case, that weights the small blind 3-bets to be a little bit lighter? I mean, obviously this case in point, they 3-bet with the aces, but...
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it depends on just how big Samuel's Samuel's KO is. But yes, that'd be a good observation. But it's also not as easy. Well, we've talked about this already. It's not as easy to 3-bet the player that covers you. So you've got these kind of offsetting factors.
Here we go. 996 flop. Alex slips it on over as the 3-better. Here we go. All right, we're seeing some funky stuff. Check raise gets the business done. The check raise with specifically aces is one of the other pairs is that a little surprising? Or?
Yeah, it's probably the ace. It's probably the overpair that wants to call the most. So if you elected to check kings or queens, those would want to check raise a little bit more. Aces would probably, it needs the least protection. So it's got the least incentive from that perspective to check raise. So if I had checked it, I most likely would have check called with it. But I don't think check raising's bad. I'm sure it's like a low frequency play. And betting the flop is probably like the higher frequency option. The 3-bet range is going to be quite strong if you're betting into someone who covers you.
Right.
He's going to be chasing a lot. He's going to be drawing a lot with the range. Your range, again, with the other player covering you, is just going to naturally be quite a bit stronger. Of course, we 3-bet, we got called, so we're naturally stronger, but we've got the kind of extra variable there. So even though we missed the flop with most of our range, I'd probably just bet.
Makes a lot of sense, guys. And here we go.
Samuel's
Sam.
going in.
Here we go. Just how drew it up.
In. I think Ivan's going to be jamming on top. It's going to be difficult to get out of this one.
All right. Right, all those things work again here, right? If Alex is strong on the button against someone opening off just over 20 blinds, probably gonna be a bit more 3-bet happy. So we're not so concerned against that button PL, I guess.
No, we're not.
Well, Ivan. He's gonna have a shot at this bounty. That's $1 million back if it goes wrong. 2.5 in the pot. 2.5 will be the stack pot of me. Oh,
Ouch.
The cruel way. Counterfeit that pocket pair. All right, lots of you guys redeeming those tickets. Please keep doing so. Use those channel points. Have a spin. You can do it once a day. And we'll leave exercising the option to get those $2.20 tickets. And why not? Just 2,000 points for one of those. Up to 22,000 points if you want a $22 ticket. And of course, free roll is still going off, guys, with 40 minutes left of late reg. So please come on in. PPC Malta online free roll. 53 tickets being handed out there for nothing. Pedro.
This is a tight one. It's close for the button. I'd probably fold, but it's close. It's close with a small blind. It's a tough one. That's fine.
See if James can get involved. No.
Yeah, I mean, it's
My
reasonable. Close spot. Man, we've seen the ace king a lot today.
We have.
We've seen more ace kings than ace queens. Like we've seen a lot of ace kings.
It's a pretty good situation here. Yeah, could put ace jack right behind.
Yeah, expecting that to just call, I think, for the most part. Although again, Pedro's got a big enough KO, we could definitely see the incentive shift towards 3-bet calling it off. And I think 3-bet calling it off is pretty good anyway, so I don't think it's like a big deal. So we could definitely see that. That's what I expected, though. Usually we see the more passive lines, so I'm expecting to see the call. Nobody else is going to play. We're going to get everyone else to fold, I think.
Come on, dealer, give us some excitement. All right, lots of you chucking those channel points for tickets. Keep it going. And while that is not excitement, 6, 7, 8, all spades. And we do not have a spade in play. It's kind of a fun spot. I guess Jacob is going to have a stab in position.
I like it. Go either way there. Checking's totally fine, but betting's not bad. I like to see some of these guys taking the aggressive lines, so that's good. one may be a little less interesting. I think we're going to get a bunch of folds. Cutoff's going to raise the A7 off. Big blind's going to peel. But we're not going to see no chances for 3-bets here. I don't think any chances for 3-bets.
No, this one's not making the highlight reel.
We see 2 7s on the flop. We might see the highlight reel.
Okay.
Or a 6-5-4 flop. That'd be a good one too. To get the open. I do think we're going to get the call. I don't think there's a very good chance that 7-8 offsuit's going to fold. Interesting.
Yeah, a little something for Pedro on the Jack-9 deuce. James with the ace of clubs.
Yeah, we could see a large bet here from James, which might make things harder for Pedro. If we see the small bet, it's very easy. Yeah, so against that, it's just no-brainer.
Got shot with a club.
Yeah, there are a lot of straight draws in the opponent's range, but I still think against this size we have to call. But against that size with the club, I think we have to call.
You survive. Scam Train, welcome back. I know from earlier conversations, new to the game of poker, and all good with the questions, my friend. All good with the questions. It's not a dumb question because you're new. 3-bet literally means, as someone has explained in the chat there, a re-raise. So if we look around the table here and say Ivan raises on the button here, that'd be the 2-bet. And then if Pedro were to re-raise from the small blind, that would be a 3-bet. So it's just just an easier way of saying re-raise, I guess, pre-flop. Of course, with the blind counting as the first bet in essence. So see, post-flop that will be a little bit different. A raise would be a 2-bet, but there we go. Dates back to the days of Limit Hold'em. When Limit Hold'em was the
yeah,
game.
2-betting.
People would just say, yeah, 2 bets, 3 bets. Yeah. And it came to them, yep, 3 bets. And it spilled out into this wonderful game. Just sounds cooler than re-raise. 3-bet. Yeah. All right, back with these guys. Here we are. Table with Raphael and Edison, Zabo, Vincent. Vincent up to 7.8 million in chips. All right, stuff's been going on.
King Jack offsuit's going to open. 6s is going to jam. That's my prediction.
20 effective. Zabo on less in the big. Yeah, it's a nice spot for 6s, right? Just
Yeah, you just pile. Could see the King Jack offsuit jam though. That'd be interesting. But then the 6s calls, so I think this is going to go. The 6s is finding the middle. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
In go the 6s. Out goes the Queen 7. Good luck to both. That has already happened, but both.
We can still wish him luck, my man. We can still wish him luck in the past. There he is, on the turn. One of those butchers popping up, pairing Daniel's hand up. Getting him the double up. Edison will have to wait.
Ace, queen, and eights. You're going to see ace, queen open it up with the eights jam. And the ace, queen's going to call it off.
Yeah, some action. Well, some more.
Yes, we get to see a run out. This one's going to be a bit of a race.
Some money getting handed out. This knockout event. Fun, guys. I was discussing this the other night. I like being a sicko and looking through the lobby and seeing who's kind of like made it this deep and basically won as little as possible in knockouts. I just feel like you're doing well. I can see there's someone with like 6 million chips and has got $75 so far in bounties, which feels like the game hasn't quite gone the way they'd want, albeit, you know, they got 6 million chips deep in a tournament, so it's not too bad.
Yeah. You always feel like you've done something wrong when you're that person.
Right.
Yeah, like even me, like when I'm playing, if that's me, I'm always like, did I do something backwards?
Yeah, like how have I not got any more chips than this? Any more bounties than this?
Any more bounties, yeah. So I think we're going to see Vincent snap it off. I don't think this is one of the hands that we think about much. Against a 15 big blind jam with bounties, I think we just call. That's a very good flop for our man Vincent.
It's about as good as it gets.
It was, yeah. The turn was bad, but the flop was quite nice. We're looking at a $320 tournament, I believe.
That is correct.
That's the buy.
Here's the way. As I say at the top of the show, just missed the guarantee, but not by enough that I think anyone's losing their job, guys. Everyone's safe at party. Don't worry for now.
320 buying 50,000 at first. It's pretty good. You know, 25,000 plus bounties, so pretty close to 50,000.
Yeah. It's been great value throughout this series. And of course, we're not done, even though this is the last of our online streams in this series. We're transitioning to the live felt on Thursday. We're going to have 5 days in a row of coverage from that live portion, because this is our hybrid event. A little different.
Expect to see a big blind call.
Yeah, Vincent. Looking across that 10 million chip mark, be the first to do it, at least on our screens. No, that flop's not going to help.
No. Expect to see a small bet by the button and a check fold by the big blind. Ooh, we get the check. The check's interesting. Don't hate it. The eight's not actually as bad of a board pair as some people think it is, and a big part of the reason for that is definitely gonna see Vincent check fold here. But a big part of that is the bottom of the button's opening range is actually offsuit eights. So offsuit sevens tend to be the mixes, and offsuit eights are the stable floor of the button's opening range. So when the eights paired, it's not quite as bad as if the sevens paired or if the sixes paired. It's a little nuance that people miss.
Okay. The tiny differences, eh?
That's right.
Scam Train asking about going for low field tourneys are a good choice for new players. They're asking that mean less players. Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to kind of get a bit more blend of the tournament experience, right? If you play tournaments with fewer players in, much more chances of you making it to the final table and kind of getting that enjoyment and learning to play maybe shorter handed as well. But there's also nothing wrong with playing the bigger fields because, hey, bigger fields are exciting. You can get deep, you can win a lot compared to your bind. But like I say, you're far less likely to get that experience of playing on the final table. Maybe, just developing as a player.
Both are important, I think. Both are fun.
Yeah.
Both have a role to play.
But it's fun. As long as it's fun winning, like you say, you found one there $30 guaranteed, $1 buy-in. So let's say it only attracts sort of 40 players. You know, you got much better chance of winning that, and everyone loves winning tournaments. It's a lot of fun.
Expect to see a really small bet, probably one big blind. Yep, there we go. And a fold, unfortunately. Not the flop for Raphael.
Yeah. Daniel probably got a little excited when that flop came down. Double check the bounty number.
One of the things about bigger fields is that the competition level is a little bit lower. So if you're looking specifically for games where you're maybe the competition's a little bit less stiff, you're more likely to find it in bigger fields than in smaller ones. That gets to be more and more true the higher the stakes that you play. So that's just something to keep in mind for when you're making that decision. So sometimes it won't matter and you're just happy to play, but sometimes it does matter for some people.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
I think with the KOs here, the button's going to jam that Queen 5 suited. And I don't think we're going to see calls from either player that's left, so I think this is going to be Vincent's pot. Vincent's just cleaning up.
He is. That's a lovely spot to be, isn't it? On the button, everyone folds. You've got those 10 big blind stacks behind.
That's right. Got the KOs, so even if you get called, it's not that bad. Ace Queen's gonna find the middle.
There we go.
Hopefully for Raphael, Pedersen opens. I think if Pedersen doesn't open, Raphael's gonna find the middle.
Right, it's a pretty bleak spot.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's not good for Raphael when Pedersen doesn't open. That's not good. I think we're seeing... Oh, the Jack suited sneaks in.
Hello.
I didn't handicap that one, guys.
Hello.
Okay. Well, Raphael gets saved.
Those spots are funny because you get out the Queen 7 suit on the button. You're thinking, please just everyone fold. I've got a hand I can jam. Please everyone fold. And then they don't. And then you see this and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you gotta be, because these hands are going face up. I think Plus gets in part opening the Jack 2 suited to run it against Raphael. And
right.
So, and W, because I'm not going to try to pronounce
a flat.
Oh, well, you got a flat.
Wow.
Didn't expect to see the flat.
No, that's...
I don't even know what that means.
Right, that's a little confusing when you got a hand that's strong and we're getting looked up and... Wow, interesting. I
guess I'd take a shot at this if I'm Pluskett, but... There we go. I think that's reasonable. I would have a difficult time not putting a lot of like Queen Jacks, Queen 10s, and Jack 10 suited in the small blinds range. That'd be pretty alarming. But I'd probably still jam if I was the in position player. Mostly based on the fact that I would hope that those were still the types of hands my opponent had, and that they were clubs.
They're not trapping pre with like.
Yeah, they don't need to trap, right? There's no reason to trap pre-flop, so. Yeah, I probably find the bluff on the river, but I can see why you would just give up. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Right. It just seems so funky, this hand, that you think, you know what?
Yeah.
I can't work this out. Like,
I would just bet on Queen Jack of Spades and jam, but that's
curious hand. An eyebrow raiser.
Indeed.
Fogger up. Does win the pot. Maybe should have won more.
This one might see Vincent open. I think we could see Vincent open. It's kind of a similar thought process, covering everyone, lots of chips. So we could see Vincent open, but it's pretty far down. So we could definitely see Vincent fold. I think that both plays would have been acceptable. At this point now, I think we're going to see Ewerton limp the small blind and everyone else fold. Big blinds, you're going to isolate sometimes, check sometimes. Both plays are actually good. I think a lot of people looking at 7-3 offsuit just think about checking, but raising it up and attacking is pretty good there. So Ooh, we don't even get the limp. I would definitely think the small blind needs to limp the queen 6 off. I don't think that's going to be a hand that we want to fold. Too strong.
Yeah, not surprising.
Queen 9 suited, probably going to open.
I mean, we're open
wide.
with Jack 2 suited. We're not here to fold Queen 9. Come on.
That's right. That's right. And we cover most of the, like, at this point, Vincent's in a tougher spot to attack us. So
Right.
I think I definitely prefer the Queen 9 suited here. But, you know, like, what do I know?
We go with. Yeah, I like the thing you point out there. Obviously, you know, opening under the gun. Vincent's the one who has the most incentive to play back at us, but under the gun +1, obviously going to be the hardest. So,
Yeah.
I'd have thought we'd see that Queen 9 suited open as well. Just
Deuces is pretty interesting here. That's fine. Might see a jam off the big. Might see a call. Both are reasonable.
There aren't many great boards for deuces. That's certainly not one of them, is it? 10, 9, 7.
Definitely not one of them. Could go either way here. I don't know if this player's going to check or bet. Both plays are reasonable. There's only one reasonable play now, though.
Yeah. What, raise?
Yeah. That play actually might be.
Oh.
That play actually might not be the worst, but I wouldn't have done it. But I actually think that play has a little bit of merit. I wouldn't have done it that, but it's a nice hand, and I don't think that's like something to scoff at. I think that's interesting for sure.
Yeah. All right.
It's an interesting tournament. This is fun.
Yeah, I was going to say the last few streams we've done is kind of. I don't think we've had as many surprising decisions, put it that way. We've seen some stuff today. One thing that's surprising, perhaps, is the fact that they're coming in the 320. I think in the 55 we covered the other week, and things are a little bit more straightforward, perhaps, as Vincent finds the very nice Ace Queen suit on the gun, and Pedersen with King Jack in the same suit in the small.
Just so everyone knows, I did look up the play that we just saw. Deuces is a 16% raise. That makes it an 84% fold. But when I said that, it's like not the worst thing in the world. I probably wouldn't find that, but it's not the worst play. Like, that's got some merit to it. Like, that play that's a thing. It's not a very high frequency one, but it's in there.
It's allowed.
It's allowed. Yeah. Actually, it's like up to like almost in some. If you have some suits are like up to 25%. So yeah, it's an interesting little mix you can sprinkle in sometimes. And the flop, I was correct about the flop. The flop is, you can go either way. Better check are both fine. So. But when I see really crazy things, I like to be, let me go look that up. Is that?
Yeah. That's.
I think
that's
that's
fun.
interesting. Yeah. So we got the King of Diamonds here. We could see some action.
Very interesting turn card.
Yeah, I think the other guys are out though. Vincent's going to be in a tough spot, I think. Pedersen's over it. Vincent's sandwiched, so I think this is just done. I think if Vincent wasn't sandwiched, it'd be maybe more interesting, but if the hands were reversed, maybe. But just get fold.
$5,100 lines are racing on up.
Got 10-3 suited in the big blind again.
Hey,
Playing it again. Okay.
All right.
Playing it again.
This one's getting played, man. This one is getting played, surely. Well, actually,
I don't know about that actually.
It might just be rip.
Might see a jam here. Might see a jam.
Right. Yeah.
But it might not play it actually.
I mean, it's the man who peeled a minute ago.
It is, but it's a little easier to open jam than it is to reshove, I suppose. But just jam. Oh.
Ooh. All right.
10-3 suited's finding the flop.
10-3 is going to see the flop. We got one. This is
I
yeah.
like the complete and plus good spot. I like that.
All right.
I like the check here as Vincent.
Good flop for Plescott.
That's right.
9 with the jack of clubs. That's the kicker.
Expect to see a check to the.
Check to the limper. That old saying. Yes, a little curious. Club making life a little bit easier even for Plescott. Wow, quite a big bet.
Don't think we get action.
No. 15 minutes left of late reg, guys, in that free roll. Please do jump on over to party. 53 seats to be given out. And there's only 176 players remaining in the free roll, so you've got a good chance of getting one of those tickets.
This looks like the small blind spot to me. This looks like Vincent.
Yeah. Raphael, we're just 5 blinds behind.
Let's get really wants those KOs.
Yeah, right.
Wrecking my predictions. You're wrecking my predictions, man.
Spicy, right? I mean,
Ugh.
I mean, Vincent had options there from the small, right? Given
Yeah,
the
could
button.
have done something.
Yeah.
Now Pusket's gonna be like, "What are you gonna do? I want to see. I'm interested. What are you gonna do?"
It's
This is
amazing.
just like, oh my gosh, am I really gonna fold? This guy's got the KO. That's why I got into this situation.
Yeah,
But it's like I have 6-3 offsuit.
something's gone wrong. I
Yeah.
just end up having to fold in this hand, but there we go. Maybe 6-3 is not the hand. Some think it is. There's a lesson in there somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I've got a feeling we're gonna not see what happens if this got around blind on blind, but
Yeah, I think
Daniel.
Jack's gonna open it up.
yeah. And if not, Vincent's there waiting.
That's right, and Vincent's gonna jam, and we're gonna see Raphael call. So I think it's gonna be good for. I mean, I don't know if Raphael can play this hand now. This is kind of awkward.
Should see what full grab does here. So flat the ace queen before limped another ace queen. Will they flick in another 100 to see the flop with that queen 4?
Tough spot for Raphael. You jamming or what are we doing? What do you think, James?
I think he's folding.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That seems a bit bleak. Full grab.
Poker's easier when you can see the cards.
It is. It is a lot easier, isn't it? We should do this more often.
All right, gonna see the open, the ace-4 suited, and could see the flat from Pedersen. Could see the 3-bet. Both plays are reasonable.
24 big under the gun +1 flat. Maybe induce some action behind. Here we go. Trap blade. Not going to be any use this time around though. And these tournaments are just a lot of fun, the way this breaks down.
Yeah, these KOs and like the whole format's just always really interesting. You get these big tournaments of huge KOs. Every single hand, like there's something at stake because of the KO. So it's really interesting. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I like it. Just you say you said at the top of the show. No, it's far from solved just yet. Like there's a lot of unknowns.
There's a lot more going on here for sure. This board has enough going on with it that I might still bet with the pocket queens with the top set. Ordinarily, if the board's like the more disconnected the board is, the less we want to bet top set. But with the board disconnected, it's more reasonable. But checking's still not bad, so it could go either way. Pedersen likes to bet. No action, that's reasonable as well. So.
Everyone lives to fight another day. Speaking of, guys, at free roll, you're running out of time. Head on over to party, get yourselves registered.
It's gonna be another small blind limp, I think. Big blind could ISO, big blind could check. We have seen some pretty high up small blind folds that I don't think you guys should be doing, but we do get the complete this time.
Yeah. It's just always such great value, guys. Peeking from the small.
I like the attack with the 8-4 off. It's fine.
It's funny as well, given Newton gave the walk before. That does do the limp. He gets punished nonetheless.
Indeed.
But just again, there, like obviously, just explain for guys why we like the 3-bet with hands like 8-4, these kind of garbage hands in those. Oh, not the 3-bet, pardon me, the raise.
Yeah, sure, the ISO. Yeah, so the big blind enjoys using a polarized range because a big part of what's going on is the big blind's in position. It's the only time that the big blind is in position is when the small blind limps, and we want to make sure that we take advantage of that positional advantage. If we didn't raise with a polarized range, and so by polarized I mean the top and bottom of the deck, if instead we raised with like the top and the middle, the small blind being out of position would build a pretty strong incentive to start limp jamming and basically ignoring the flop and trying to push the types of medium strength bluffs out of the big blind's range. But when the big blind adopts a more polarized posture where it's the top and the bottom of the range, if the small blind is kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the small blind calls, it's out of position. If the small blind limp shoves, it's going to fold out 7-2 offsuit and get called by aces. So you put the small blind into a little bit of a trap by raising with a polarized range. So
yeah, it's I mean, it's so good and it makes so much sense, and it's funny to see how far poker's come from the whole theory of just kind of raise with the good ones.
Sure, yeah. We're trying, like in that situation, it's almost like a fork in chess, right? Where it's like you're presenting your opponent with 2 bad options as opposed to, yeah. That's
oh, hello, Raphael, pardon me, all in and well, flopped a pair, but it's pretty bad flop considering flopped a pair. Pedersen with top pair, nut flush draw, picks up the bounty. Okay, Daniel on the button with ace-9. Oh, full grab with king-9 suits. It's interesting to see how they play this one because they've surprised us up to now. That's got ace-queen suit in the big waiting.
We might get a limp here. On the hijack. That's what I think we might see. It's not what I would do.
Yeah, I know. We
might see.
It wouldn't be surprising from what we've seen so far.
We get the fold. Ace-9's going to open it up. Big blind's going to 3-bet, I think.
Yeah, it's when these spots really just get really awkward. And if you're Daniel here,
yeah, you just have to call.
It's such a strong hand, but
yeah.
Well, that's a big old 3-bet.
Players left 33.
Yikes.
That's
Here we go.
Yeah, this is unfortunately one of those situations where it's very difficult to get out of the way. Expect to see 3 small bets by Plesket. I mean, if it's a club, yeah, I mean, I don't expect to see jams necessarily, although that's an interesting card. Yeah, this is kind of what I expect mostly to happen. This is the best way to get the most value from Daniel.
That was cool. Once again, river.
Makes it so hard on Daniel now. I would have changed the timing a little bit, potentially. Because this timing is very difficult for you to have. I mean, you have to have like some pretty specific bluffs.
Wow. Good fold. Good fold from Daniel and a fun hand to end this section with. So guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in 5 minutes. More of this PPC Malta Knockout Championship. Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip tens. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's going to be pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop, that was brilliant.
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush. But Anton a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right.
Wow. Even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall, you don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
Both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check. But they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check, because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet it's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow.
It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky. He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation.
JG,
like,
PBF.
He should be broke in this hand. You know,
should be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop raise.
110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Locke's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Kuhn's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Locke, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just stealing with the chop.
And that's a very, it's not a terrible assessment.
I feel like if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my god, kid.
At this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling.
Sure than nothing.
Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid,
I pulled a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. 3, 2.
And it just goes check,
What's the rest of
check.
this pot? Where-
How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, pool bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's sipping for the 5 of spades. Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my god.
That's
You
what he's
called
hoping
it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off. Well,
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
this
Honestly,
is a disaster card for Yui.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think it needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was Crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
All right, guys, welcome back to the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. I'm very happy to say BBZ still with us, but look who's joined the fray, Mr. Henry Kilbane. Good evening, my man. Or good morning, I should say to you. Very early morning.
Yeah, good morning, chaps. Good morning.
You couldn't resist, huh? You had to get involved in some of this action.
Yeah, I mean, 5:30 in the morning. I was like, let's just speed run a shower and join the boys in the commentary booth for some poker.
I love it.
5:30 is early, my man.
There we go.
He's dedicated, this boy. He's dedicated.
Getting after it.
Has to be done. It looks like you guys been doing the speed running yourselves down to the final 33. I was expecting this to go on for another 5-6 hours.
Yeah, I think it will probably slow a little, I guess, as we get towards the final table. But certainly so far, the pace has been pretty rapid.
We've made some progress. Small blind's going to limp here. That's my assumption. Big blind's probably going to check.
Has anyone stood out so far, chaps? Anyone that's really stolen the show in terms of fun hands?
There have been some fun hands, but I can't remember recall the players' names at this point.
Yeah, I think there's been some. Yeah, there's been some surprising. I don't know if it's the right word, but there's been some. Been a few things.
It doesn't take much to surprise you, though, James. Right?
It doesn't. You're quite right. So kind, Henry. You're so kind. As you finds it with the gut shot.
Stab and steal. I don't think Excelli is going to be doing much.
You a fan of these real name tournaments, BBZ?
I like things that are different, so I do like the real names. It can get a bit tricky when we're going back and forth too much, but I enjoy it. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, so it adds a different kind of feeling when running a huge bluff to kind of figure out who it is you're actually putting in the blender.
Yeah, exactly.
Adds a bit of humanity to it all.
Indeed. Yeah. Can't just hide behind a screen name.
That's it.
You can hide behind your screen name in the free roll, guys. You've got 4 minutes left to late reg. Come on in. If you're just joining us, that's called the PPC Malta online free roll over on Party. Let's say 4 minutes left. We're giving away 53 tickets in there. There's only 180 players currently sat, so you've got a great chance of getting one of those tickets if you can get over in time.
How often are you taking that rejam spot in John's shoes? Is that like a mandatory rejam or?
Yeah, it's tough because of the KOs in this tournament, like in this format, make it a little bit more challenging. You're going to get called more often. So, proximity to pay jumps will matter more because you're probably going to have to run it. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult not to take it, but it's also harder not to take it. I think when Damien covers everyone, because Damien's range will be wider. So that also would have made me more tempted to pull the trigger. If Damien, for example, had like 4 million and was opening it into Excelli's with 5.7 and into the big blind with 5 with Philip, that might have caused me to back off. But when Damien covers everyone else, the opening range might get a little bit weaker. That might make me more inclined to pull the trigger and jam.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's also that kind of end stage factor. I feel like where you have qualifiers running for some of the bigger tournaments like this, and you have people that do satellite in.
Yep.
You can more often than not see people lean more towards the passive side. 32 left, life-changing money up top for a lot of people, and
we've definitely seen that. We've definitely seen much more
he's
tight kind of passive ranges in a lot of spots.
Yeah, you tend to get that quite a bit, especially when there's like satellites running all week and whatnot.
Yeah,
and that's a important point you made there, Henry. We get sensitized the money sometimes when we do these things, but first prize being 25k plus bounties, potentially 50k up top. It is life-changing money for a lot of people. That gives you a lot of financial freedom. Like I said, we get spoiled as poker players, thinking that's not a lot, but it is.
Oh yeah, give me 50k any day of the week, mate. I'll never shy away from a 50k score.
Okay. How kind of you, Henry. I'll check the back of the sofa and get back to you.
I think you'll find more than 50k down the back of your sofa, Dempsey.
Yeah, it's probably all in like expired money. The Bank of England recalled that a long time ago, but there we go.
This is interesting for Anderson.
Yeah, interesting turn probe as well for Philip against the early position open King of Hearts. One would assume that it's going to favour Fabian's range a little bit more, but I guess Philip flatting out the small is going to have some King Queens, King Jacks as well.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see a betting range. I mean, it's not going to be that hand is reasonable. It could check though, for sure. It could definitely check too.
Guess one of the perks of probing turn is you don't always have to wait until you get there on the river. Just take it down.
Have to deal with it.
You sticking around for an additional hour then?
I am here for one more hour. That's right.
There we go,
Love
guys. You got him for another hour.
What are your preparations looking like for the end of next month? Big online series across the board. You going to be grinding pretty much everything going, or?
I'll grind. I'm going to be grinding like definitely the Sundays, and then outside of like the Sundays are a given, and then outside of the Sundays, it's more like a toss up for like whether I feel like it or not, or what's going on. But it's in the month leading up to it. There's going to be a lot of work that I have to do. This is when the big series approach. There's the most demand for like me to coach. So there's always just like a lot of hours that gets put into my team, and then just to like now a lot of people that are kind of outside of my core team that I coach as well.
That makes a ton of sense. Have you guys got anything hidden that you can announce that upcoming before the series?
No, man, we're just studying, man. We're doing the best we can, trying to learn as much as possible, using all of the new tools that everyone talks about and shouts about on Twitter. Just try to use as much as we can and figure out as much as possible before the series hits.
Yeah, I mean, you guys must be pretty baffled, given that, obviously all the game theory that you study, this new Queen 4 offsuit hand that you're kind of having to try and take a deep dive into and figure out.
Every once in a while, it's a bit difficult, sure. We've seen a few of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Henry, you must be surprised. I know what you're talking about. That's quite good for me to be, up to date with these current affairs.
No, you're old school, James. You're old school. You're all about feelings. You like 3-betting Queen 4 out the big, and then all this kind of. So you're a feel player. You
gotta look into their eyes and see if they're scared.
There we go.
Kind of got. He thought it was like an ace 10 kind of look, but you get it wrong sometimes. Still win.
You sound like a pure online player, James.
There was a day that was true. It was when Henry was still in nappies, I think. There we go.
Yeah, most likely. It was a late bloomer.
John Short.
Yeah,
ace 10 suited on the gun.
Might see a jam. This is a tough spot.
Any merit to min folding, or I guess in a PKO we just want to take the spot, right?
I think it's difficult because you end up. I mean, you can do that, but the incentive to 3-bet you is quite substantial. So this, I think, ends up being the line that is most frequently taken, but it's not very comfortable. So everything that, you know, all of the traditional hands that would call you have you in a lot of having pretty bad shape. So it's a difficult jam to make.
Looks like it's going to work for John.
I do think it's going to. I mean, anybody called, he's happy with it, I think. So.
Yeah, looks pretty good.
Dempsey, how did you get on in the free roll today? I know I arrived pretty late to the show, so.
I'm grinding them in there. I just, you know, I'm glad you asked, and I get to my bad beat story. But I just lost aces versus threes, all in pre. Just, you know, wasn't happy.
Hang on, mate. No bad beat stories on stream.
I've made it through late reg at least today, which is, you know, an improvement on recent performance.
There should be a rule, man. Like, you know how everyday people pay taxes on their hard-earned money. Like, there should be a tax system in place in poker where, you know, if you're telling bad beat stories, there's I don't know.
I mean, I was so happy when you asked me, like, I got to share my bad beat story. That's like, that was it. I was like, yes, I can open up to someone about it.
I can feel the energy.
Thanks for that. You know,
just excitement.
I've just had a bad beat, and there's like 1,000 people listening, and I've resisted the urge to tell the story, but now I've got it out. That's how much that's worth, being able to tell 1,000 people at once your bad beat story. It's just fantastic.
Hopefully, it's worth 1,000 bad beat stories. So we don't have to hear it again.
You think that's how it works, but now I've got the taste for it, and now I want to spread them as far as I can. Well, this one's gonna hurt a little bit for you and King Jack's on the big.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I think pre-flop. This seems pretty standard for both players. King Jack's probably a mix, so and then the flop's pretty standard. I think mostly just gonna be check calling here. Unfortunately, the turn's also a check call, so the pot's getting big, but this is going to be tough.
Yeah, clean turn for Excelite.
Bet of 900, yeah, 700 is a bit smaller than I would have expected, but it's not bad. It's good.
Half pot be the number. Here we go now. Just yet queen on the river.
That makes it more difficult for Excelite to have natural bluffs. Right. So Queen Jacks become checks, the Ace Jacks become straights, the Jack Nines become straights. So Excelite needs to be bluffing with like something really aggressive, like sixes or something. So
the river therefore making it a little easier to get away from that King Jack. But
yeah, exactly.
A couple of options here. 2 5s for Excelite, Anderson with Ace Jack suited. Guys, remember, get redeeming those channel points. Have a look at the channel points button, and you'll see for anything from 2 to 22,000 tickets from points. You can get yourself some tickets. Have a little spin on party. We're paying you to watch. It's as simple as that.
1 cent a minute, boys and girls.
Is that what it is? I can't remember. We worked out the other day. That was it. It's 1 cent a minute, huh?
I think so. Yeah, fairly sure that's the case.
We were kind of working out earlier, man. It's been a while, probably since. Well, I say it's been a while. I think it's been never. But we're paying people to listen to Jordan talk about poker. And it's there's usually a high price attached to that.
I thought the price is dropping apparently.
I was expecting to hear like the biggest needle ever there. I was like, hang on, where are you about to go? So paying people to do, and then you saved it. I was like, okay, cool.
I appreciate the lack of the needle. We're good.
Yeah, like I think Henry's just so desensitized and so prepared for me to rip it out of him. But Henry, I wouldn't even do that to you. The sun's not up where you are yet. When the sun's up, I think you're fair game. But given you've rolled out of bed at this early hour, I'm gonna go nice.
I'm impressed. You look wide awake too. Look up and at him. I don't know if you've had like 2 coffees or what, but 5:30 in the morning, you look Fresh.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. It's actually my second coffee, so you bang on the libraries there as well.
And you managed to, I mean, we had a delay to the start of the stream today, Henry, because just before we went live, I decided to pour coffee down myself, which I assume you've managed to avoid doing. But,
oh, fair enough.
Yeah, it was a good start to the day.
Good stuff.
All right, so we saw the ace-jack suited playing a little passive there. We saw it flat pre-flop, and then we saw it make a big bet, relatively speaking, on the flop. So pocket fives, I think, would have been a call against a smaller bet, but I can respect the fold against a bet that's a little bit larger multi-way.
Yeah, these multi-way spots absolutely foreign to me. When it comes to no limit hold'em. I'm in uncharted territories every time I go 3 ways to a flop.
Mostly those ones, as long as the everyone's checking to the in position player and the in position player is betting small, you're in the ballpark of reasonable. If something else is going on, there's usually some freestyling that's going on. So, but those situations, for the most part, are a lot of checking to the in position player, who checks back a mostly capped range, which drives up the betting percentage much further than most people think. All right, cutoff opens. Big blind's gonna call. This is a bottom of the cutoff's opening range. I think this is still reasonable. I don't think this is crazy. Big blind call here, pretty standard. Okay, big blind's gonna pull the 3-bet trigger.
Here we go.
That's fine too. I think Damien's out. This is suited. That's great. It's not strong enough though. So.
That feels somewhat ropey with the 2 shorties behind, a couple of rejam stacks. Not gonna be able to call off unless obviously John just has like an insane bounty.
Yeah, I think it's just a raise fold with the 9-6 suited. And yeah, it's true that you lack blockers, which makes it less attractive. And from a combo perspective, you could open different hands. But like it's still reasonable, mostly because the other players know that if they jam, that they get called, and that shapes their 3-bet frequency, drives it down a little bit, and can potentially allow Damien to open up a little bit wider.
What are be inducing here, I guess? Yeah, I guess for 2.5x. Well, I was gonna say just min open, but
yeah, it's a bit big for this stack, but it's okay. And yeah, we're hoping to get action. So Damien might oblige. We'll see.
Does indeed. 2-7 say I want to see a flop. And then they get their wish.
Fair fight.
That's true.
Wow, but 4 or 5 pills from the big, and 2 players want to see a 7 here.
7 spades be fun.
Oof. You guys, let me wake up first. Come on.
Player with the most going on is, of course, the one blasting at it.
Why not, hey? We got overs, we got backdoor spades. Let's go.
I like Philip just squeezing right here. This would be fun. Philip just takes a shot at it, puts out $1 million.
What are your thoughts on like the B15 here from Bailiff?
I don't hate it. I don't love it, but it's I'd prefer to see check to Damien, but
It does check to Damien.
all right, Philip, this is you.
Yeah, it feels like it.
That's not big enough though, Philip. You should have bet 2.2, 2.22. Scream that you want it from Bailiff. We can still overbet in these situations multi-way. Some people think that they can't, or that there's like some huge obstacle, but the reality of the situation is the 6 is still the nuts against both players, especially since Damien checks back the turn. So I think that a bigger bet would have been my answer. But depending on what that elicits in a response from Damien, maybe it just costs more. So
Well, a big boon for Damien.
Indeed.
Result of that hand, and John looking for the same, holding 2 aces and a short stack. Will be
Tough
expecting
spot.
some action.
Tough spot for John. Not a lot of ways to come into the pot. I think we just have to jam. It's just too difficult to have a calling range. It wouldn't surprise me if John calls, but I think it's just too difficult, and I would just jam. There we go. Nice.
Yeah, I guess I can see the the attraction ranks. We know Damon's opening the widest, but I think I'm with you. Just shove it and hope to get called.
Yeah. I think it's just a one move stack when someone opens.
The alarm bell's always ringing when you see a sub 15 big blind stack flat.
Yeah. The odds aren't even as good in here as they would normally be because there's no small blind. So I think flatting's just like not as attractive with anything. We get looked up. It's the best case scenario. Feel good with your aces.
Yeah, here we go. Well, that's a pretty good flop.
It's a pretty good flop.
There are a lot of good flops when you've got aces against 10-7, but that might be the best. Ace, Jack, Jack.
Pretty good.
Andre 10s in the big. Silly King Jack on the button. Damien Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, we could see raise, flat, 3-bet. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Fell off.
This is gonna be a great one for Bellup, I think. Might have to run it against Excelli, but might not. So this could go either way. Call, 3-bet, both are fine. Fold's not good, so don't do that.
We've seen some of that today, but we're not seeing it
Okay.
here. There is the 3-bet.
So we are gonna run it as Bellup. This is definitely 4-bet jam. This is definitely not. I mean, I guess with 29 left, it's, you know, you can make some ICM thing excuse, but aside from that, they're running it all day.
That's the beautiful thing about ICM, right? Is you can make all these excuses.
Catch-all excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can justifiably be a nit now in 2022.
It's true. It's a lot better than we thought it was in a number of different situations.
Racing. Old school. Let's see it. King, but Excelli, and that will do it. All the hearts rolling out, but it changes nothing in his hand. See, knocking on that 10 million chick mark. We haven't seen anyone at that mark just yet.
Still just running through players in this tournament.
Right. Ripping down through the field. 27 remain. Yeah, just a night. So Andre finishing for 949 bucks, but had 2k in bounties, picking up 3k for their troubles. Not a bad return for 29th in a 320.
Difficult spot for you, and I think min raise is better when there's no small blind. So, but it's still hard. I might still jam. See how greedy Fabian is. How much bounty hunting we're gonna do. Not too greedy.
Respectable.
Very.
Arguably the most painful time of a tournament to bust. Final 2 to 3 tables.
Indeed.
What could have been.
Yeah, it stings, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what stings more, like final 2-3 tables or like 7th.
Yeah, the other one that stings that people don't talk about is the very first hand of the tournament. when you register, then you bust like right when it starts. That's brutal. Especially if the tournament's a big tournament, WSOP main event or something.
Ooh.
Bust the very first hand of the tournament. Have a nice day. Like that's just.
Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty brutal. Especially because you start walking out the room and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, you're playing today? Yeah, nice." You're like, "Yeah, I'm out already." And people are like,
Exactly.
"No, you're not. You're not out. You stop it." And they're like, "No, no one would even believe you." They're like,
"Yeah, I got in aces against aces all in pre-flop, and he free rolled me." That's what happened.
Yeah, no one believes that. I remember once busting like day one just before dinner break, and then like having made dinner break plans and having to tell everyone at dinner that I'd actually busted.
No.
It's like, oh.
I'd be too embarrassed to show up, mate.
Yeah, it's just like everyone was like thinking, I'm just like, yeah, I'm out. Whose car are we taking? Yeah, our drive guys are just busted.
Wow.
I might drive off a bridge though, so be careful.
Ewan with the barrel. Stealing the pot away. Good job.
Here we go.
Making moves. That's what we like to see. Some aggression.
John, getting rewarded.
John wants to see some aggression too.
Yeah. Aces a moment ago. Now the butchers. Damien's got 6.5 million chips and the same hand as Anderson.
Definitely Anderson open.
Yeah, we could have. Would have made sense. Could see the small blind open as well. Could see a raise here. Could see a limp, but could definitely see a raise. Getting deep in the money, covering stack. That makes sense. Should see John, I think, just flat here. I don't think this is a 3-bet.
Yeah, a little different situations a moment ago with the aces, but goes for the same result. Rips it in.
Yeah, it's a great spot to trap, I think.
Yeah, could it be? Hey, hi.
But we take it down. John takes it down. That's good. No one gets hurt.
Nobody gets hurt. No blood's spilt.
That's right.
No tears are wept. Carry on. As we move quite rapidly towards our final table here in the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. Henry, we start live poker again on Thursday. It's up and running.
We do, mate. We do indeed. Yeah, just reading Happy's comment as well about the main. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm trying to manage my expectations because you just never know what's going to happen in the world anymore. But yeah, hopefully this the return of live poker now for good. I'm really looking forward to it. There's nothing quite like traveling for a live event. I know it can get pretty tiring, but just packing the bag, calling a taxi 2 hours before the flight, almost missing your flight, getting on a plane, all that jazz. It's I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a symbol of getting back to life. Getting back to normal. So yeah, all these different signs, like they all just feel good. Like it's weird that there's something cathartic about the thought of it happening, but there is. It's amazing to see the events kicking back off. And
yeah. Oh yeah. Back there soon. I'll punt a lot of brains out.
Yeah, running into old and new faces.
All right. Oliver with 14.5 million chips as we switch things up. Rejoin this little cast of characters. Happy's right though. Got to be in there in the main event from hand one. Just be in the mix. There be some punters.
I've never played the main. I find that so difficult to believe. Like, you've waited all year to play this event. Like, bear in mind like how many people literally only play the main event each year, especially from America, and they don't play anything else. Like, imagine waiting all year and then just blasting level 2, you're just getting in 400 bigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of those people, like, it's the one tournament of the year, and they don't know what the 400 bigs is supposed to do.
True, true.
And so they call. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, you see some like opposite stuff as well, like where they just they don't really know the hand values and just make terrible mistakes, don't get value out of you. There's all sorts of weird things going on in that tournament.
Indeed. Ace Queen suited, scooping up a pot. I don't know how to pronounce this name, but Full Grab I think got pretty lucky there. If it had folded to Full Grab, I think Queen 10 suited was going in. So we'll save. Another Ace Queen. This is the type of situation that's really difficult for Samuel, because everyone covers you, and the bottom of your range gets quite unprofitable because everyone has an incentive to play. So
another excuse to knit it up. That's what we like. Give us plenty of excuses.
Maybe Yorton calls, maybe, but I think that this is maybe Daniel calls. This is tough too. Like, a lot of these weak hands that look great, like these 5-6 offsuits that are good earlier in the tournament, they're not quite as good anymore. Especially with the player covering you, it's quite difficult to bluff, which 5-6 offsuit relies on economically bluffing rivers. And so these peels, like, I'm not saying it's a fold, it's just difficult. This is the type of situation that is harder. I would call in the beginning of a tournament with no bounties, I would call all day long, but in this particular situation, it's harder. And I probably would have folded. So. Expect to see the bet. Might be big, might be small. Close to half pot. This is going to be very interesting. Get the fold.
Jordan, do you mind taking a few seconds to just explain how the difference between this stage of a tournament and the start of a tournament, where the bounty and stack size is relevant compared to now? So I know there is some like very basic math that can be used to kind of work out the EV of a stack size and whatnot.
So yeah, are you asking specifically about the KO component, or are you asking about the ICM component?
The KO component.
Sure. So yeah, so the KO component, the KOs are worth. There's like it's like a slide. It's unfortunate that it works this way, but there's not like a fixed amount that the KO is worth, and so it slides upwards as we get deeper in the tournament. And so at the beginning, it's worth less if you do the math. If you do like a changing odds method, for example, which is a way of calculating what the bounties happen to be worth. Again, it's very imprecise though, and when you run tests, it doesn't correlate as strongly as you would like. So, but it's the best we have. So we do use the changing odds method. That's what I use to estimate the value of a KO. At the same time, the starting stacks, which kind of determine the value of that KO. It's a little bit cleaner to do that type of math in the beginning of the tournament. Once things get ICM adjusted, that also gets more complicated and harder. Which basically I gave you a non-answer, other than it's difficult. That's what you get.
Yeah, I've just heard people streaming on Twitch before talk about how, at the start of a tournament, like the bounty is worth like a starting stack or whatnot, and then just like figuring it out from there.
Sure. Yeah, that would be an overestimation. If someone was adding a full starting stack to the decision, that's not that. Yeah, that's too much. They're adding too many chips. That's going to lead to like some crazy wide calling ranges. But the main thing is that what happens is that the decision that you make to call or fold ends up being is far less tied to the total number of big blinds someone has, and far more tied to kind of like how much of their stack is left relative to what they started with.
Right.
And so, yeah. So, for example, if someone were to jam 20 big blinds and they had a full starting stack, that's one calling range. But if they jam 20 big blinds and they have 10% of a starting stack, you'd probably call a 7-2 offsuit in the big blind.
That makes sense. I think it makes sense in my just relaying everything you said, but the story checks out.
Story checks out, eh?
I hate KOs. As far as teaching them, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tougher format to teach for sure. There's more going on, and like it's a lot of the solutions when you solve the spots are quite tedious. Like you have to put out the entire payout structure, which is just like hand by spot by spot by spot by spot. It's just difficult.
I remember when KOs were first introduced to the poker world. I mean, especially, I feel like pros were very anti-KO at first,
Right.
and then after about 6 months or so, people realizing how many people just blast, people warmed up to the idea. But yeah, I feel like it's I want to say 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds like more like 4, but
Yeah.
Remember everyone trying to figure out the correct strats, and everyone had an opinion on how to play correctly, and yeah, it's fun times as always in the poker world.
I think it's one of the best innovations though to come to the game.
It's phenomenal.
It's progressive KO format.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's like the first, I'd say the first big step that obviously can't really be replicated live as well. It's so unique to online poker. I mean, it can be replicated live, but it's just very difficult. It's something that I think will be kept as a facet of online poker, but it's brilliant.
Well, I think these mystery bounties now, live mystery bounties, I think that's absolutely fantastic idea.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun.
It's pretty sick how you can bust day one with one bounty and win more than the person that comes third in the tournament.
Right.
Talk about variance.
I haven't even heard of that. Maybe you guys explain it to me.
So some of the bigger casinos in America, and I also want to say some of the European live stops have now introduced a mystery bounty where you obviously get your regular bounty for knocking someone out. Yep. And half the bounty pool is the same as in a normal bounty, but the prizes are hidden. So you get given a bounty chip, and then once you bust the tournament, you go over to a tombola, and you pull out a card from the tombola, and it has bounties ranging from $500 to $250K.
Wow.
And yeah, there's obviously one 250K. There's $200, $500 ones. There's 200Ks.
Wow,
and yeah,
that sounds fun.
Yeah, I think it was I want to say the Win in Vegas introduced it first. They had this 5K mystery bounty, where the min bounty was I don't know $500 or $1,000, but then the biggest bounty was 250K.
Wow.
Pretty sick sweat.
Yeah. It's a really wild sweat, isn't it? You get knocked out and you head on over there. It's come on, baby. Be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
well, it's a lot of fun if you draw the 250K.
Yeah, it's pretty sick if you think about it. You bust a tournament, but it's the most exciting part is, I don't know, arguably still ongoing.
Yeah.
Where you just you have 3 bounties and you get 3 shots at 250K or 3 shots at 100K or whatever it is.
All right, we've got a jam. We're gonna get a call, obviously. Raise 3-bet, 4-bet jam, 25 bigs.
Oh yeah.
Only 1-9 left in the deck.
That's right.
Perfect amount of outs.
Perfect amount, eh? Not
It
quite
was a
enough.
really bad turn for the outs that we were looking for, but I guess we still had two.
23 remain. 4-figure club. Everyone guaranteed 1,200 and change.
It's getting up there, Henry. It's getting up there. The prize money.
Well, what's one of the first tournaments, Jordan, where you couldn't keep your eyes off the ladders, the pay jumps? Like maybe before the success and whatnot. Is there one tournament that you kind of recall running deep in or winning early on in your career where you weren't as focused on your game because you were playing for amounts that you hadn't necessarily played for up until now?
Sure. So I mean, the tournaments that stand out, one of them that stands out the most from when I was first getting started is actually the Daily Dollar, which was on full tilt and had thousands of people in it. And it was the first tournament that I for me, big tournament. It wasn't, it didn't pay much, but I started my poker days with free rolls and and very limited amounts of money, a $7 transfer from a friend. So for me, it was a big deal. And so that was. I can't remember how many people that tournament. I think I had 8,000 people. I think I took second. But the whole time, my net worth was probably $150. I was broke. So I was staring. I mean, it might only been a small amount of money, but I was staring at every single ladder, every single pay jump. And when I made the final table, it was a huge deal to me. It was amazing. So that's one that stands out. And actually, recently in 2019, the other one that stands out was just the I think I took 10th in the WQ main, which was brutal, and then
oh wow,
yeah, so that was tough. And then on party I took second in the big game in 2019, I think, and then I won it in 2020. So those were both big games. Those were big final tables for me, where I was definitely staring at it. Having fun.
Me sweating.
I was rambling, so I missed that 9-8 offsuit 10-7 hand. I was pretty interested before, and then I think that it ended up being pretty interesting pop, but I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, 9-8 open, big blind defend, 7-6 deuce two-tone, check, see that call, turn 9, B66 call, river check.
Okay.
All right, Pedersen, ripping in 11, ace 10.
Yeah, sevens I think is going to be the lookup, Mr. Oliver.
What a nice spot as well for Pedersen to be ripping into the one stack in the big blind that they can still get a knockout.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be in this case, but
Vincent might do something crazy, but I think Vincent's going to fold, and I think Oliver's going to be the one that pulls the trigger. Yeah, that's not impossible. It's a tough spot for Oliver. Obviously, this is the type of situation where Vincent might flat at the top end of the range, but I think sevens should probably still jam. Yeah, that's what I like that answer. It's intimidating though.
Yeah, huge situation though for Pedersen, as well as Oliver getting that 1.7 dead in the middle.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's a great spot for Oliver and for Pedersen. I mean, it's a great spot for both now. Not a great spot for Vincent.
Terrible spot for Vincent. It's going to be a bad spot for one of these two as well in a moment. Well, there we go. It's bad
for Vincent.
Yeah, right.
Vincent's miserable. Vincent's not happy. That's when Vincent says, "Why didn't I just jam? Why didn't I just do something else?"
I like that. We've got someone in the chat saying they won the full tilt $1 before as well. There we go. Maybe, I mean, as well, I said, obviously you only got second, so this is someone who's clearly more accomplished, better resume in the big dollar. But there we go.
Ships it. Yeah, it's an amazing tournament. I mean, those $1 buy-in, 10,000 people when you have no money, it's just It's awesome.
It'd be a fun one to win.
I love how Gilly's really honest as well, and says straight afterwards is doing his money at the money in the cash games. Good times. Yeah, I've definitely been guilty of that in the past.
Get a little win and just splurge.
Yeah,
away in the cash.
I remember like having like $300 in my account, winning like a 880 turbo for like 3K or something back in the day, and then just like snap sitting in the 3-6 game, like 2 table and 3-6. So I come on the boys, like, let's go for a spin.
Oh dear. What do you like, eh?
To be fair, mate, then nothing much has changed for me, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I feel like tournament cash, like the money you get in a tournament, is so like sacred for, you know, at least until the next day. I can't go splurging it. That would just grind all that
24 hours
time.
sacred money.
Yeah, you just can't lose it straight away. You just got it. You grind it hard for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I must say, money won in a tournament compared to like some of my biggest cash game sessions. Bearing in mind, I've played like 10 tournaments in the last year and a half, 2 years, but any amount of money won in a tournament compared to a cash game does just feel infinitely better. I don't know what it is.
It is. It does. You played a competition to get it, Henry. You played, you know. There's something about it.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
King Jack suited's going to open. Big blind's going to peel.
Full
I don't see anybody else.
Getting very short here. It's just over 2 bigs. That passive strategy not quite paying off just yet.
I don't know, maybe there's been a bunch of ladders. Maybe there's been some ladders along the way.
Certainly have been. I mean, down to the last 22.
Excuse me. Sorry, waking up.
Let you off. It's very early for you.
No, I've been on the early grind for the past month anyway, for the most part. Normally wake up around 6, 7.
Expect like the 1 or 2 big blind bet here from Vincent. That's a bit big. I actually don't think it's bad, but I wouldn't have done it, but I don't think it's bad.
Been doing with the Queen 7. In the mark.
Yeah, that's a tough situation against that bet. Probably call though, but for a tough situation.
Pair's a pair. Come on, guys.
I was about to say, Jordan just like, no folding pair, no 2022, not today. Maybe 15 years ago, you just like snap fold top pair against certain players. But
that's right. The game's changed a little bit.
15 years ago, man, we'd be like, how do I induce this and get all 80 blinds in if I got top pair? Henry, come on.
Yeah?
Just get the raising wars going.
I think I was folding pocket nines from early position 10 years ago, so I don't know about that, but...
Yeah, see, you're similar to me, John. I was always under the impression that it was a lot tighter.
Yeah, I mean, I played sit and goes, so I played like the super tight format. I actually made all my money like when I was playing that format by being looser, but in particular from late position. So back in those days, the big blind, the common wisdom was that the big blind had reverse implied odds was the language that was used. The big blind had reverse implied odds, and for that reason, the big blind should fold about 80% of the range when facing a min raise. And so that made stealing very attractive. And that wisdom was actually compounded in the sit and go format specifically, because people knew that there was this idea that you could just wait for the end of the tournament and then just play it with ICM adjusted. So there was this like really strong prevailing wisdom that you should just fold all the time. And so I just raised a lot from the cutoff and the button, and I did quite well. And that was the extent of being a professional poker player. That was like my sophistication back then.
They fold, I raise.
That's right. That was it. That's all it took.
It's actually quite interesting to hear you say you come from a sit and go background. Even a lot of the top MTT pros of today that I speak to that have been around for the better part of a decade, if you will, seem to have forgone that path very early on, just like having a much better, deeper understanding of ICM and all of that jazz.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so Ben CB, he comes from a sit and go background. Parker Tonka, very popular player. He comes from a sit and go background.
Yeah.
Connor B1, very successful high stakes player, came out of BBZ Poker. He's got a sit and go background. There's a lot of there's a lot of overlap between the formats, so it's easy to go back and forth. And then a lot of tournament players actually would dabble in the high stakes sit and goes a lot as well. So there was a lot of really well known players that would come in and play the format too. So.
Yeah, I remember railing. Was it George 7?
George 95.
Yeah, so like I just remember him in every 1K, every 2K, every 5K sit and go.
Yeah, that's George 95.
That's it. Yeah, what an absolute gangster that guy was.
George Lind.
I wonder what he's up to now. Guess he just got into crypto at like 2011 and just retired on an island.
I don't think it would have mattered. I mean, he just smashed. He was making so much money playing the game. He could have retired at a lot of points, I think.
Yeah. He absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, I went to a dinner with him once, and there was, I don't want to, but I'm pretty sure it was Joey, Poker Joey, and Joey was like, yeah, it was definitely Joey. I mean, I know it was Joey, so I'm fine with it. I'm like, do I want to say it's Joey? If it's not Joey, I'm like, it's definitely Joey. And Poker Joey was there, and he was trying to challenge him to a prop bet. And George was like, it's not, I can't. It's going to be me confiscating money from you, man. Like, I'm not going to prop bet you and just steal from like a kid. It's fine. Because George was already older. And he was like, like it was a prop bet for VPPs, I don't know, points basically.
Yeah.
So basically, whoever's going to play the most. And George was just like, had every record, and he was like, no man, like we're not doing this. And Joey was like, come on, because if you know Joey, like you know how much energy, like we've watched his podcast, you know how much energy that guy has. And he was like, I mean, him and George stole the dinner for sure.
All right, here we go. 4 gobs. Rifled in all 2 blinds.
Come on, the boys. Love to see this hold up here.
Gonna have to hold up 3-way.
It's interesting if the Queen 8 does something other than call. But call's good. It's tempting to put pressure on Vincent just because Vincent's range was probably 100% minus the good hands.
Oh, we faded the flop. Come on.
I think we see the checks now.
1 more cards to fade, Henry.
I want to see a heart, like a 7 of hearts. That'd be fun.
That's cruel. Ace of spades.
That sounds fun.
There we go.
Much fun.
8 of hearts, Vincent with live flush to Oliver with the second pair. And the Queen.
That's too good for Oliver. That's too good for Oliver.
Just makes it too easy. Half pot. It's the wager.
I think Vincent with the call.
Matty Ice with the raid. Welcome. Oh, hello, Henry. You got your you got your card. The Ace of Spades. Street late, but here she is. But welcome, one and all. Just joining us. You are watching the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. We are down to the last 3 tables.
RH takes it. Nice hand, Oliver.
Full grub with the triple up from Dust. Yeah,
congrats.
Welcome all. You're here.
I'm calling it now. This is where Full Grub goes for like a little bit of a spin, gets up to like 3.5 mil, and then loses with pocket 10s against like King Queen or something. just a classic, patient, grinding away, chipping up slowly on the spin, and then you just get a classic like 20 big blind flip spot on lose.
Just the dealer slow roll.
Everyone knows what I'm talking about as well. Like morale is building. You're like, wow, I'm still in it. We're back up to above 15 big blinds. Come on, the boys. And then you just lose the flip. And
yeah, but at least Henry, you get that moment. You know, you get that moment of joy. You can always look back and go, well, they gave me a sweat. I got excited at least. Prescott. All right, Oliver. 2 5s in the small with that short stack in the big blind behind. Does flick it in flat. I mean, well, an interesting flop.
Yeah. Gonna see a bet and a call, I think. Should be a small bet. Bigger than I probably would have expected, but it's not bad.
Oliver with way good enough to continue with that pair of fives in the 5 of spades. Sees the 9 of hearts and the 10.
Probably going to see another bet. Oliver might fold, but I think that Oliver's actually supposed to call twice. Against most bet sizes. I think against this one, it's a call. A lot of people fold here, though.
Yeah,
it's pure call, but
he takes it upon himself to fold, and well, that brings to the end another hour play. And unfortunately, for those of you viewing, that brings the end of Jordan's participation in this stream. So, man, thanks so much for coming in and imparting some of that wonderful wisdom.
It was a lot of fun. I appreciate the invitation, so thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right, my man. We'll look forward to having you back sometime soon. Meanwhile, though, myself and Henry will be back in 5 minutes. Guys, please don't go too far. More of the PPC Malta coming up next.
Can he get away? All of you watching at home, ask yourself the question, could you get away? I don't think I could. We do get a call. We are going to see a river here. 4 outs remain for Vadim L to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a queen and only a queen, or we will see Vadim S double through. Oh my god, it's a queen! Unbelievable. 9% going to the river. Bam. Smashes the queen to stay alive in the tournament. Gonna double up to around 90,000. Can you believe that?
Here we go. Great shape for the double up. Get back to 1.9 million chips. Jack 8-5 by. Well, not hanging around to watch. He is going for a smoke. Well, that's a new one on me. Vahe runs out to the balcony area, I assume for a cigarette. And Vahe gets the double when he's not even in the room. That is a new one. He's up to 1.9 million in chips. It looks like already that was our final hand of the first 2 hours. Interesting. Saw him just out of nowhere. With 7-3. Well, is Maxim going to take the bait? That's exactly what's happening. He's laid the trap. Totally snapping, and Maxim needs to find a 4. Well, he will be eliminated here at the WPT Russia. And that's exactly what he's done on the 994 flop. Of course, an ace or queen. Still outs for Anatoly. That's what spiked. Just a 4 again for Maxim will do it. And that's that.
Spike to 4, but it's no good. Maxim hits the rail. Anatoly back to 1.7 million, where he was when we joined this feature table.
Alexander has a flush. The worst possible card for Ilya. Making trip 6s. I don't think he can get a wave here. You make trips on the river. Alexander's going to bet 20k. I can't think of a worse river. Did Ilya just raise? To 43,000. Alexander calls. The flush is good. Ilya going for a very thin raise, and we can see Alexander with the flush gonna take down a huge pot there. 115,000 in the middle.
Don't see Matas folding. Made a very weak bet on the river, having called pre, check call turn. Doesn't really have a whole host of strong hands. I mean, he can have the big hands like a flush, but does he bet 25,000 of them on the river? I'm not so sure. I think if you weak lead the river, you've just got a call here with a hand as strong as a set. You're gonna have perhaps some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, but maybe go that way. No, okay. Matas does give it up. Nice play, Dimitri. Using that 10, running a big bluff. Welcome back, one and all, to this, the PPC Malta Knockout Championship. Myself and Henry still with you, of course. And look what the cat has brought in. Mr. Jack Sinclair of the Live and Breathe. We're reunited in this wonderful little booth of ours.
It is wonderful to see you guys. How long has it been?
It's been a while.
It's been a very long time. Too long.
Too long.
But here we are.
I've never done commentary with both of you. This is quite a special moment for me. Done commentary with each of you individually.
Wow.
Yeah, one of my specialist moments in the commentary booth was commentating on you, mate, winning the lot. So.
Oh God, do we have to mention that already? Do we?
Right,
no need to bring that up.
All right, guys.
Come on.
You got the guitars, banjos, all sorts going on. You live back in the music life. Back on the grind.
Nah, it's just for decoration.
Yeah.
Nah, we try and play some music here and there, but to be honest, having them on the wall is like, it seems to create too much of a barrier. Like you have to like reach up and get them. Like when they need to be like right next to wherever it is you're sitting at all times. Otherwise, you never play it. I have one next to my bed, which I play quite often. But these ones, they're just there to gather dust. But they look cool on stream.
I mean, yeah, I said they look just too good to take down, so it's fine. That's exactly it.
Yeah, exactly.
They sit there, they sit there and they look good. It's okay. Listen, with the rip, here we go. What are we looking at here? Just over 10 bigs. Excelli having opened ace-4 suited.
Whereabouts in the world are you now, Jack?
Nice hold.
Yeah, nice double up off the 7-7-6 flop. Chop was looking likely, but
So this is the 320, right?
this is the 320, and we're getting deep already. Down to the final 21. Have you been partaking in any of these, Jack? Any of the PPC Malta events?
Yes, I've been playing a few of them. I played this one once, but didn't work out so well. I think I have a day 2 actually in the book ready for Thursday, so I guess I'll see you guys then.
Okay. Damien, 2 10s, ripping. 17 bigs.
To the final 20. I would have preferred to see an open here rather than the rip. The hand as strong as 10s.
Not getting any sound right now.
It seems quite big, doesn't it?
Yeah. I feel like by jamming you get 5s, 6s, maybe even 7s to fold sometimes, as well as some like ace-x hands that would potentially come over the top versus a min.
Sorry guys, I lost audio for a second there. I'm back now.
All right.
Oh, there was me thinking you were just blanking me.
Yeah. Sorry if I
Henry,
trailed off randomly there. I was very confused.
I could see him weep. He was upset.
Yeah, I mean, James came in with a good question, and then whatever you said, I just wasn't too interested. Sorry, what did you say, Henry?
I was just asking whereabouts in the world you were, mate.
Oh, I'm in Vienna, Austria at the moment.
Oh, okay. Very nice.
Vienna.
Yeah, you have to. Fairly sure at the border, you have to show your Hendon Mob and Shark Scope, and you have to have over 7 figures in winnings to enter Vienna as a poker player.
No, actually, what I found out is it's actually very hard to rent an apartment here unless you have a job that gives you pay slips. Just saying, look at this Hendon Mob apparently doesn't count for
it doesn't work
much over here. It was actually pretty much a nightmare trying to get a place. Like this place was the first place that allowed me to rent it. The others, I was like, can I please give you the money that you're asking for this apartment? And they were like, no. I was like, I've never experienced that in my life.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm used to it being like, okay, so how much is the rent? This much.
Yeah.
Okay, I will pay that much. Then they're like, good, that is the deal that we were looking for.
Well,
and here it's like, I'm sorry, can you prove that you will pay that much?
Well, yeah, I remember, as stupid as it sounds, I was once in Brighton going for a flat, and they were like, oh yeah, no guarantee. I was like, well, I could just pay the lease up front, all that. And they were like, yeah, we're still going to need a guarantor. I was like, the guarantee is the money's in your bank account already. It's like, what, you want me to guarantee the money I've already paid you? I mean, come on, guys. Let's be smart.
Yeah, I offered them like ridiculous. I was like, yo, look, I'll pay like 6 months in advance. They're like, no, it's not good enough. We really want that steady income. There's no, we don't want it now.
That's remarkable.
Yeah. I remember Fedor telling a similar story about like basically showing the front cover of Bluff magazine. He's like, hey, like this is actually me. I actually have this money, and they're like, yeah, this isn't enough. He's like, look at this picture. This is literally me on the front cover of this magazine. Like, oh man,
it's brilliant.
Yeah, well, luckily this place accepted my money at some point.
Some hands, boys, some hands.
Oof, yeah, I saw the jacks.
Damien.
Okay, I recognize the name Akseli Parlanen. Looks pretty Finnish, or is he Estonian?
I think he's Estonian. I could be wrong.
I think he's Estonian. I
Finnish.
do not recognize another name on this table.
I know Alex Kulev.
Kulev, that looks familiar, yeah.
I think
Anderson M. How do you get a one-letter surname? What country is that?
Anderson, I'm gonna say Danish.
Yeah, sure. Not a bad guess. Anderson, is it pronounced or?
Well, I'm looking at the lobby. Anderson hails from Brazil, so there we go.
That was my second guess.
Mikado Siqueira. So there we go. Shows what we know. And yeah, Akseli's flying the Finnish flag in the lobby as well. So We're wrong on all counts so far, boys. It's a good start to the evening's festivities. And we do eventually see this one run out. Damien v Axel 2 jacks v 2 kings.
Party with the slow roll. Okay.
All right. Kings hold.
Sword River saying more pairs than a shoe shop. Man saying, "Oof, what a name drop." My bad. I won't mention any other names.
So where are you right now, Henry? Still in Thailand, or have you?
Yes, mate. Yeah, still in Thailand for a couple more weeks, and then I think most likely heading to either Vietnam or Bali for a couple of months before flying out for the main.
Nice. So you're just based in Southeast Asia and then Vegas.
Yeah. We were out here basically to escape the winter months of Europe, as you're already aware with like Espen and the boys. But yeah, just like don't really want to head to Europe right now. So it's still nice weather out here. I'm enjoying the morning schedule, just like waking up at like 6, 7, and then just jumping straight into the thick of it. And also Vegas is pretty draining. Like a full series is incredibly tiring.
So you do the rest and recuperation first.
I was just thinking that. Comes in really. Oh, hello. This is a bit of a flop. Yeah, it comes in.
Vegas is really tough, so I spent 3 months on the beach with a coconut in my hand, getting a massage on my feet, and then I flew into Vegas.
That's it.
Flew into Vegas with soft feet. Damien.
There we go.
Right, so
this is gonna get pricey.
Check raise or check? Cool. Probably gonna check raise this deep. Yeah.
Damien. In a tough spot. Oh.
Whoa.
Wow. Oh. Okay.
Oops.
Yeah. We just shove into it.
That is what you call an oops.
Yeah, I love this. Not over yet, though, boys. Not over yet. Things can happen, and they usually do.
Stop it.
Well, additional with a 10, but wasn't to be. Excelli with the full double. Damien down to 6 blinds after that little misstep. Although he was always destined to lose all the chips on that flop.
What was the run out?
I was about to say, yeah, 9 of clubs on the turn, Dempsey.
On that,
I would have found a way to
boys.
fold that for sure. I would have folded that, and then they would have had the random bluff. But
I remember you posting some ridiculous folds, mate. Like I want to say it was like I don't know, a year and a half or 2 years ago, where you basically it's like single raise pot. You open like ace king from +1, and this guy that I don't know, for whatever reason you basically said he never has bluffs here. He just like 3-bets and you just fold ace king and he's got aces. I think it was like live on stream or something as well. I was like, what is going on?
No, I think you may have conflated like 3 or 4 different folds into one.
No. There was like a bit of history against this like one opponent. I'm gonna have to find the Twitter thread.
Yeah, so the tweet, I know the tweet you're referring to, and
okay.
It's one where it's the Jorginho opens and I just fold ace king. Like
that's right.
That's the hand history.
That's
and
right.
But that was because I wasn't fast enough getting back on from break and timed out.
Right.
Which is that's how you make a hero fold like of that pedigree. It's pretty hard. You have to not time your break well. There is a hand where I folded ace queen suited to a 3-bet live on stream, and they had ace king, but that was a pretty different situation.
I was about to say, congrats, mate. You'll pick up a medal next time I'm down at the trophy store.
Hey, you brought it up. I just correcting your memory.
Oh, brilliant. I didn't realize it was a troll. I didn't realize you had just like you were late for break. I thought it was like a legit hand history or something. You had like a sick read on this guy.
Change the table, boys. 125, 250. Oliver with 32 milli in chips. That's not bad. It's a decent looking stack.
That's healthy. Fabian, I know. It's
130 in play, to give you an idea here. Oliver's stack, therefore, very useful. Fabian Gums, who's that then? Jack. What do we know of Fabian?
Well, he's... okay, I'm gonna guess he's German, but he could be Austrian. I think he might be Austrian, actually. Fuck. Can be quite hard to tell the difference sometimes. Anyway, he lives here. Although I've never seen him here. But that's not that surprising because I'm not really involved with the community over here at all.
You're sitting there deciding which instruments to put on the wall whilst they're all...
Yeah, that's it, yeah. You know, I've got this big open space here, like, and I feel like I need a French horn or something.
Well, maybe we
have a French horn, so...
Maybe Henry can sort that out as a reward for that ace-queen fold. Maybe you can, get you a little memento, put it up there on the wall.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, it's the least he could do. Maybe an accordion?
All right, back to the poker.
Yeah, once again, I don't know the rest. What's this pot? What's going on here?
What is going on here? Not a lot.
Blind v blind, limp, check, flop, bet, call with the king, forward, king of spades, check, turn.
Well, I'm not a big fan of checking queen jack on the turn, yeah. But sure. And then he checked river as well, and I really don't like that. If it went check, turn, check, river, then I think Jonathan Sachs has misplayed this hand. Gotta get some value there. What is I watched a bit of the stream earlier, but I wanna get an idea from you guys. Like, does chat want us to be like discussing the hands or just bantering and catching up?
Both, Jack.
Because I can tell you which I prefer.
Both.
That's actually a great question. I mean, I've never had a guest ask. I think it's like a really good balance on the Party Poker channel. When James and I are alone in the booth, it's not exactly the most insightful when it comes to game theory. So they've kind of gotten used to the fact that most of the time we don't have a clue what we're talking about. But when we get someone like yourself in, it's always nice to kind of just pick your brain a little bit more than we'd pick our own. If that makes sense?
Sure. I'm trying not to pick your nose.
Matt said, we need you running hands in Pio immediately after they're played like Jordan was. Love that.
I mean, surely you would do it during.
He was pretty hot on that. He was hot. He was quick.
Real-time analysis.
He was in there. He was running stuff.
Yeah, I've done some streams before where I just open up Odin, where it's just like me and James and look at some spots. It can be quite fun. Especially like when we're covering like a 5k or a 10k and we're completely lost as to why Bonomo's like check raising a hand that you'd never expect him to check raise, or at least we wouldn't expect him to check raise. Fire up Odin and see that it's actually a thing, and you're just like, oh, this is why he's one of the best.
Sure. Well, I'll do my best to give you some solid analysis. But you guys know me. You know this isn't no game theory nonsense. we do street poker.
There we go.
That's what.
I was sitting there listening, intently to Henry describing this. I mean, I understand why Bonomo does that, because he just looks at their eyes and he senses it. You got a timing tell. You just
he has a feeling.
It. Yeah.
That's all that matters. You got a feeling, you go for it.
Exactly. Come on, guys.
So it was 17 left here, right? Okay.
We are. George Mack with 2 queens in the big as Jonathan pops it up with the 10-8 suited. What a beautiful looking hand that is, the 10-8 suited, but yeah, the queens look a little bit better.
So he has 3 options here. Chooses the most likely one. Just going all in. I mean, you can 3-bet non all in off 20 bigs, or 19 as he has, I guess. But it really depends on your image. Versus late position, I think it gets slightly better. Especially like in these sort of like big spot situations, like if you've been sitting there doing nothing, especially with the real names as well, like if you're just some no-name guy and you've sat around doing nothing, like if you make it like 5 big blinds there, you'll probably get called less than if you shove. But if you're called actually something, you know, and they look you up and you're like some you know, high stakes pro, and the person opening is, you know, whoever, Joe Blow, and then you 3-bet to 5. Maybe now you get more action.
Makes sense.
The third option is to flat, which I think is probably a bit underrated. You know, just especially versus late position. Like queens still, you know, they hold up their equity pretty solidly, and you get some more action post. I definitely like flatting kings and aces there a lot.
Yeah, it's funny. Amanda in the chat saying could be rerun George's World Series main buster, because GMAC, of course, finishing 12th in the main event all the way back in 2015, before Jack had even come like 8th in that tournament. You know?
Wow, what a life. We're mentioning that main event run as well, are we? We're only 20 minutes into the stream.
Yeah, I have to. It's in his contract.
What?
I have to mention it. See, Henry, for a long while, I was doing commentary with Jack, and I just used to introduce him as the guy who once come 8th in a tournament, and then that worked for so long, and then I say for so long, for about a year, and then he went and just ruined it by taking down Roz. But there we go.
That was my inspiration.
It's just
that put the fire in me, you know. Now I have nothing.
Well, yeah. I also remember. I think I was in. Yeah, it was. You crossed a certain threshold. Well, you overtook me on the Hender mob that day as well. I remember getting.
Oh wow, this guy.
I knew Henry. I knew my days were numbered. Jack. I mean, you know, I'm not daft. But I was like holding on, and then I just got some naughty text message from about.
Dempsey had a Google alert set.
I got a text alert. Jack let me know pretty quickly that I was. Yeah, good luck.
Oh, I let you know. I don't remember that.
I'll have to go through my text messages here.
What did I say? What, like your? I think I do remember that.
You just
vaguely you being ahead of me on Hender mob for like a brief period.
Mainly because I was just naughty about that, and then you just I mean, I set myself up for the day. You did it in emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
You were ahead for the first year of Jack's career, Dempsey, and then.
Hey, it counts, Henry.
Counted.
Yeah, well, counted. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it took him to the second year playing live tournaments for him to get ahead. So, you know.
Well, you had a good run.
It's been grinding the rendezvous nightly to claw it back. If only they were on the Hendenbot boys, then I'd be down there, you know, getting ahead. Sadly not.
You're in England, right, Dempsey?
I am.
Or on a spaceship. I can't actually tell.
Yeah,
background is.
But my spaceship is currently residing in the UK, so we're okay.
Right. Yeah, you have the whole galaxy to fly to, and you decided to just park up in Bermondsey or wherever it
is. Yeah, well, you know, surroundings are nice, I say.
We definitely have to do that one night, by the way, Demps. Like whenever we're both in the UK for a live event, just like head down to the rendezvous and have an absolute piss up in the £30 rebuy.
Oh yeah, we'll get them going.
I thought you were going to say fly the spaceship. I was going to have to explain to poor Henry that Dempsey doesn't actually have a spaceship.
Whoa.
Let's
not give away the secrets just yet. Yeah, Henry, I think we could surprise the PLO game. We could, you know.
Oof.
Get in there.
Mate, that 1-2 game can become expensive once you've had a few beers, you know.
Certainly can.
That could turn into a real quick 2.5K night out. Been there, done that.
All right, George. Facing the 3-bet guys. Boys, I haven't mentioned it for a little while, but well, actually, Jack, you must have a few of these. You guys can start redeeming your channel points for tickets right here on Party. Click the channel points button, have a little look.
Wait, real money?
Real money, Jack. Real money.
No.
How many channel points have you got? Have you blasted them off?
I gambled them super hard.
Yeah, they get us all like that.
I lost bigly. Who was it? It was Maximus Black wrecked me on one of the challenge streams.
He's not daft.
Yeah, because I assumed it was just play money. I won bigly the last time gambling with them, and so I just, you know, there was no. I just kept gambling my full roll on every bet, and you know, eventually you lose a bet, and now I've only got 2,000.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, but I can claim 50 more. That's nice. Now that would put me up to 2.1.
Well, for 2,000, you can get yourself a $2.20 ticket. So all is not lost.
I guess I'll wait until I have some more.
There we go.
Are we going to do any gambling?
Oh.
I don't think we do gambling anymore, but yeah, I'm the same as you. I had heaps, and then I think Bonomo once had like a 10-1 chip lead, and I put it all on Bonomo, and then he didn't win.
Damn.
Happens.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Right, so what's going on in this hand? Raise, call, check, looks like.
Does look like that. Check
I
once
think
again.
Ace-9 is good enough to bet the turn in the spot.
Certainly good enough to be betting now.
Yeah, the problem is now you get a lot of folds. Like, I think it's much better to bet the turn with this hand than the river. Wow, he actually calls Ace-7, which is... yeah, doesn't seem great.
Heroic stuff.
I mean, it seems okay, but like, you know, this kind of... like, depending on how he plays, which... and, you know, the way people normally play that spot, I would expect him Ace-7 to be pretty far down in his range. And I don't think the 7 is like any more useful than any other side card. So I would just be going by strength there. And you know, if you want to call Ace King, then that seems good. You know, it's pretty unlikely the King interacts with the bluffing range. But the 7 just seems like possibly a bad card.
Yeah.
But I mean, it could be okay. Big blind always has a lot of bluffs in that spot.
They do indeed. Sam popping up 7-5 at the 150-300 level.
Yeah, blinds going up. 16 left.
I think the Ace-3 suited should have opened here. I mean, big flop.
Big flop. Top pair for Jacob. Sam with your open ender. The 8 would spell disaster. Nine of spades, somewhat of a...
okay, donk. No. Donk 1 big blind. Easy. Yeah, quite a tough spot this turn for the 7-5. It's like it seems like a good barrel, but in many ways it's quite ugly. Like you're gonna get you're trying to make a 4 or a 6 fold when you barrel this turn, but like the 4 and the 6 are quite heavily blocked by the 7 and the 5. Plus, if you bet and get shoved on, you have to fold, and you've got 8 outs.
How about this though?
Well, this is... I mean, he's had a pretty fortunate run out for this line to work.
Heroic.
I mean, I love the river shove for sure. But But that seems kind of mandatory when you wind up on the river with no pair and no spade. I also think his turn sizing was a little strange. Like half pot doesn't make any. I mean, it seems okay, but it's set up like this big overbet on the river. I think he probably should have gone a bit bigger on the turn, but maybe it's good actually, because if he's making a 4 or 6 fold only, then they're still going to fold for half pot most likely.
Anderson getting the ace king, ripping it in, getting one through with just what would be 11 blinds, 10 blinds at that point. Paolo's turn with the same hand. Ooh, you with 2 jacks behind, guys.
Yeah, this will be all in.
Fair fight.
It's a fair fight. It feels like an unlikely fair fight for both. We should be a little bit further ahead here.
Yeah. Pretty sick, you know, this deep into a tournament, 14 left, coming up to the final table, and this is what it all comes down to. Winning flips.
Can we bet on this?
Was it 3 spades dead, 4 spades dead, and 1 jack dead? That's a fair fight.
Oh, Henry, don't be so... don't be such a nerd. It's just which one do you feel like? Come on.
Man's a DJ.
I just believe in the jacks. Like, yeah, okay.
Where'd you get that idea from, Jack?
The missing cards is probably really good for ace king, right? No ace or king missing. It's probably massively overweights the spades and jack.
Oh.
But look at this. Jacks. Jacks, man. They're the best hand.
6 high, all hearts. Lovely little spot for the jacks. 4 jack. Paolo out the door.
Ship it.
Paolo in
Give me my
30,
money.
I believe. He wants collecting already, huh?
I love how you started off with just like, Henry, just don't be such a nerd, all right? Just pick a hand.
Harsh. He's a harsh man, isn't he?
That's how I get them into the gambling mood, you know?
Gamble. That is the one thing I miss about live events as well. Is go and grab drinks or whatever, and then you're flipping for the drinks bill.
What about playing like flop gambling or no, like trying chip tossing on the tables, you know, gambling with while you're playing like a 1K and just gambling everything you can possibly gamble on the side.
I feel like just craving some action. I don't know what's giving that impression, but the man wants to be punting.
Yeah, I had a really bad session today, guys. That's just
He's
trying to get out of the hole.
Okay, he's fishing.
Yeah.
I feel like if anyone's going to take you up on that, it'd be Dempsey. Red or black flops.
No.
Yeah, I don't like the flops betting. It's too boring, really. Like.
There's too much attention to be
Just
paid as well.
mechanical, you know?
I think every time I play any kind of props, I'm a massive dog because I sleep them all the time.
I tell you what, Jack. If you want, we can do both pick 1 card from the deck. £5 on the flop, £10 on the turn, £25 on the river if it comes in. But you have to call it.
Oh man. That's a lot of work for a $5.
Hey mate, it could be £25, mate, if it comes on the river.
So, how many left now? 12. King 7 could be a jam here, but I quite like raise folding, depending on.
Bounty sizes as well here. Let's see.
Oh, it's a bounty tournament?
It is a bounty tournament. Unfortunately, Jack, we'll get the bounties on the final, but not until.
Oh, I see. Well, that changes basically everything.
It does change basically everything, doesn't it?
All right. Well, you can disregard everything I've said about every hand then, because I wasn't aware of bounties. I mean, that might make the King 7 a raise call, or more of a shove.
Just a rip, yeah.
I would lean towards shove then in that spot. I mean, Ace 6 is going to be a shove here. every day of the week. But Jack 10 is probably going to get in there first. But like Jack 10's super in the bin. He's going to have to raise fold. Could consider limping Jack 10 suited. Like the cutoff sizing once you raise is going to be all in. More or less always if they 3-bet. You know, unless they want to do something weird. But if you limp, they might decide to like have like a 3.5 big blind ISO or something, which lets you see a flop. So I think limping from the Jack 10's seat is quite good here. Like, yeah, I don't like this flat with ace-6. Unless he thinks this guy's like opening super tight. But like in a bounty with like you cover the 3 people behind, they all have short stacks. Like he should be opening like a reasonable range just to like play with the short stacks. Like it's not like the Jakob is going to be like super tight here. But sure, I mean maybe he's flooding ace-6, ace-7 and he's jamming the better and the wheel ones. Fine. But I'd rather be flooding like... I mean, yeah, maybe it's fine. We can flat some aces here. I would flat like the really strong stuff actually here. More so.
We'll manage to nick it nonetheless.
So, all right, Henry, I'll take you up.
Here we go.
What card do you want?
You've got one, Henry. You got one.
Oh man, so let's go the 3 of hearts.
Yeah, okay, but we start from the next hand because I noticed the 3 of hearts is not in any of these hands.
We certainly do, mate.
Pretty sus.
Well, you always want to pick.
Not going to be hustled.
You want to pick a low card, obviously, mate.
That makes no sense.
How does that make no sense?
Well, low card's never significant, so you're never going to notice it. It's just gonna fly under the radar.
He's thinking sleep equity. I mean, he's obviously choosing a jack of some sort. Like,
I mean, natürlich, yeah.
All right,
I take jack of diamonds.
Okay. All right.
I really hope that what's happened is the last 3-4 minutes since you discussed it, Henry, that Jack's been railing the table in real time, kept track of which cards have hit the river, and then is absolutely shocked you off it. That's what I really hope happens.
Yeah, in that time, how many rivers do you think I could have seen? Like, max 1.
One's
so
enough.
I know I'm gonna get 1. So.
Edge is edge, my friend. Edge is edge.
Yeah, I mean this could be a pretty sweet edge. I'll be cashing in 1 hour or whatever. It's an hour delay, right?
A little less than half an hour ish.
Oh, it's half an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
But we synchronize our breaks with the tournament break.
That's right. Yeah.
So wait, so every hour you're missing 10 minutes of play? No, 5 minutes of play. I'm guessing you cut the break out of the tournament.
Hey, listen, man, don't come in here questioning us cutting out play. Yeah. It's when Dempsey gets his coffee in.
We tend to actually just mix up the tables at that point, Jack. So we we bounce around.
Yeah, that makes sense. To be honest, my brain does not process time very well in terms of like I can never figure out stuff like that if you actually miss 5 minutes or not. Because of that, I have no idea.
No,
and I hate the clocks changing. They changed recently, man. I get so confused. Like not long ago.
I mean, you say you get confused, but surely in this day and age, it's quite hard to get. Every device is smart, is it not? Like there's no.
Not my alarm clock.
You've got an old school alarm.
I have 2. I have one that like lights up slowly, like makes like a sunrise thing.
I like that.
Because I have really dark blinds, so it's like still super dark even in the afternoon. So I have like a sunrise thing, which doesn't automatically update the time, and I have a radio one, which also doesn't automatically update the time. So
do you have like a no phone rule before bed, or like in the bedroom?
I don't use my phone as an alarm. I try to keep it out. Like I try and leave it in the living room.
Nice.
Well, the
nice.
big room, aka this room.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be honest, recently I have been having it in the bedroom, and I don't really know why. I just put it in the bed. I don't use it. I just take it in. I just put it down, and then I don't know why I don't leave it outside. But anyway, yeah, I try. It's not about the bed though. Like I don't generally spend time on my phone in bed, but the problem is in the morning. Like if the first thing you touch is your phone, that's the issue, you know.
Yeah, 100%. You got it solved, mate.
It sounds like they had it solved.
Yeah, but when the clocks change, I'm completely ruined. Like I am so confused. I'm like moving stuff because at one point I tried to. I can't quite remember why, but I was too lazy to change the time on my alarm. So I was trying to figure out, like, okay, if I go to sleep now and it's 4 a.m., but my alarm thinks it's 3 a.m., what time will I need to wake up?
Oh.
And I was like, I don't know, somehow I was off by like 2 hours or something. Just like, oh, yeah. And
the poker elite, boys and girls. The poker elite.
I think I changed my alarm time. I think what I did was I changed the time of the alarm, but not what time the alarm thought it was. So I set it to be an hour earlier because it was an hour behind the real time, and then it ended up waking me up like 2 hours before the time I wanted to wake up.
I mean, there's just a lot going on here.
I mean, I can't understand time. I'm sorry. That's one thing I can't do.
I remember when they went forward, like Espen just hit me with this really random fact, like the morning after. He was like, Henry, did you know that the mortality rate goes up by 27% or something like that in America whenever the clocks go forward?
Yeah, that's pretty sick. It's normally heart problems. It's like quite a big shock to the system when you wake up an hour earlier randomly. If you've been waking up at the same time for a whole year and you're like, you have a heart problem.
Yeah,
it's gonna fuck you up. I mean, you know what it feels like when you wake up for a plane at like 5 a.m. or something. I mean, you feel like you're gonna die, and then that's actually happening to some people.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I don't know. I feel like I'm used to it, or better, more immune to it. But yeah, I can definitely see if someone's got like a routine for the past 20 years, you know, working like the same job, same start time or whatnot.
Yeah, for sure.
This could find its way into the middle.
Yeah, this one looks.
Yeah,
action.
I like the raise option from the small blind here. Although he's got I
love that I'm free rolling this bet as well. We're going to see 5 cards.
Oh no, and the jack's gone.
The jack
Come on, the boys.
Nestled in there.
I'll take a 3 of hearts. C5, please, dealer.
Wow.
Not the 5 Utim wanted to see. Fabian just smashes the King 5 flop and sends Barros to the rail.
Yeah, that's got to be heartbreaking for the Barros.
Yeah,
so did the chip leader get moved off this table?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Has heaps.
Wow.
Which is
pretty sick for these guys.
Yeah, great news for Fabian right now, covering everyone. KO. Fishing for bounties.
This is going to certainly
discipline fold then. Senk with some fantastic timing, folding the queen 10 off, double dominated.
Geo in here with the ace queen suited, looking to hit. Sam, of course, giving the spin with those 2 10s. We have back-to-back knockouts potentially on this table, and this close to the final.
The slow roll is just for us, right?
The slow roll is for us,
Okay.
unfortunately. Huh? 10's hold. More than hold. Improving on the end.
In style.
And that does, I believe, bring us down to the final 10. This is an 8-handed event, so it'll be a 9-handed final. So 1 to go.
Everyone guaranteed just shy of 2k plus bounties. So around 50k up top. Expect to see a Queen 7 defend here.
Is that a question? It probably should. Covering especially. It's always a consideration in these tournaments. You can't make any decision forgetting the bounty factor.
Gilly's saying red or black for 100 on the side when playing 5-10 cash. You absolute sicko. So you like lose 10 flips and you're stuck a buy-in. What is wrong with you? You got too much gamble.
Yeah, imagine if you win 10.
Oh baby, you could be stuck in the session and get yourself out of it with flips. I mean, sounds like a pretty good deal to me. All right, chip leader's back.
Yeah, but back into a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, you say that you hate the spot with ace queen, you know, like you can't 3-bet. Got to just like pray to hit something and not be tripled off into. Ace queen always the trouble hand.
Do flips go on makeup, boys and girls, or how does that work?
Depends if you win or lose.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the tough parts about staking people to play live cash. It's like if they got an inner DJ and it's like, oh hey, lost 3k this session, like a 5-10 game. The reality is that they lost 3k on flips.
I know someone who was playing some games in London over the last few weeks, and they've been put in the game, and basically wanted to leave because they were winning quite a bit and were like, want to go, but the backer was also in the game, and it's like, no, we'll keep going, and the game has like mandatory 1k flips every dealer change or something, and basically this player ended up winning three on the spin. This PLO game was basically sitting there just trying to fold because they want to leave the game, and then end up just winning like 20 plus k in flips over the 3 dealer changes, and then it's like, okay, we can go now. And that's a pretty good spot if you're getting free roll in the game to just be playing some flips.
Yeah,
and catching the right side of the variance.
A Cinderella story.
Beautiful.
So I guess the aces are going to limp here with the chip leader. 9-4 off, not a bad combo to raise.
It's a candidate.
$1,050,000.
3 seems like enough. As in 3 big blinds. 3 big blinds. Can we switch it to big blinds?
We cannot.
I find this very.
We're not children, Jack. We can play live poker. We got to look at the big numbers. We like raising.
Like I am what you would call a live player, and I find it so difficult. It's not just time, guys. I lied. It's anything.
Anything with numbers.
Anything that requires mental calculation.
I mean, some would say time doesn't really take much mental calculation, but you've proven that theory wrong today.
Clocks, let's say, not just time. So the ace is limp 3-bet. I think just want to flat there. Like you have Yeah, I mean, you're really asking them to like go completely bananas on you when you limp 3-bet there. You're hoping that they just jam something wacky, or they just have a really strong hand. But like, if they have a really strong hand, then you have to be quite unlucky to not get more money post flop.
Yeah.
And like in this exact spot, like he's just going to be massively weighted towards hands like 9-4 off, Jack 4 off, 7 deuce off, these kind of hands that you really want to let see a flop. So I'm not a big fan of the limp 3-bet there. Like if you're going to limp 3-bet, you're probably better off raising in the first place, because then like their bluffs will put more money in that way by 3-betting.
£5. £5. Come on, the boys.
Whoa.
Getting paid extra.
I thought you said 3 of clubs.
Yeah. All right, mate.
All right.
Never misses a trick, this guy.
All right.
Never misses a trick, this guy.
I like it. You got to work.
Yeah, actually, the GTO card to choose is 8. Like any 8 of, you just say 8 of clubs, and then no, ace.
Ah, sharky.
Yeah, that's the shark maneuver.
Been
I
out
said
in
tap
these
tap.
waters too long. Oh man.
This hand looks interesting, but I wasn't paying attention. So sorry guys, no analysis there. Looks like a tough one though.
You're saying we play all in or fold every dealer change for Omaha for 100? Yeah, we used to do that a lot at Kings as well. And then whoever wins pays the rake.
Aces. Fabian
That's
in
nice.
small. Oliver with Queen 9 suit on the button. Wow. There's far too
I
much
didn't.
work.
I did not pay.
I mean, I'm loath to use any kind of ban hammer, but this is someone I feel like we need to ban instantly. iPad, what's going on? Come on.
I didn't pay this person.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Far too much love for Jack.
So, Oliver, triple leader just folds Queen 9 suited to a 3-bet there, right? That was that's a solid fold. It's like that's a good, impressive fold. I think I could fold there. Or when there's bounties on the line. But of course, we don't know how much. I mean, maybe Fabian's just been sitting around, not taking out anyone this whole time, and just has a start bounty or whatever. All right, Fabian, come in, double 3-bet. 3-bet again.
Second one's never a bluff, right?
That's it. That's how it works. And how does everyone keep getting the Jack of Diamonds? Fabian just with the fold there. That is that seems outrageously tight. I could be missing something about the payouts, but I would never fold Queen 9 suited there. Maybe I'm too loose.
Maybe. I've heard it said.
I mean, he has the precarious stack, right? Like 30 big blinds in this spot is obviously very... You don't want to make any loose plays. It just doesn't seem very loose to me. Like, folding Queen 8 there seems okay. But, like, I don't know, Queen 9 seems way too good.
In goes the ace-4? Question mark?
Does indeed.
Yep.
Does indeed.
I'm really looking forward to getting the bounties on screen now for this FT.
Yeah, it makes it really
Situation
easy
is-
to follow along these events.
So on the final table, you get the bounties.
Correct.
Yes, mate. Yeah. Was that a massive jug of Ribena?
Yeah, it kind of looks like weirdly purple on the stream, but it's just water.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. It's reflecting this the screen. That's what's going on here.
You got the Aquapana going on.
Nah, it's Römerquell.
I mean, I actually, when on the first swig, I was actually hoping you were just drinking the bottle of Redders straight from the bottle. I thought, wow, the grind's gone really good for you. Like, we've all been there where we just gotta just swig the wine from the bottle. We've had those sessions, but here it's water. I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest.
Oliver knows the golden rule, by the way. He knows the first limp is never a trap.
Oh, what did he do versus the limp? Just raise or shove? Or?
It just jammed, yeah.
Just jam versus whose limp?
A Senk's limp from the small blind.
Oh, from the small. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, first limp is never a trap.
The first limp. It can't be his first small blind limp.
First limp's never a trap.
But it was, wasn't it? It was aces.
Oh, true. No, wait. Was that Jakob? That wasn't Jakob.
I think so. Wasn't it? It was his seat, right? Yeah, it was versus the chip leader. Yeah,
that was when we were 12 left, mate. Maybe you're right.
No, I think it was quite recent. Anyway, chat will let us know.
They will. They always do.
And it goes 60-40.
So he's just open jammed almost 20 big blinds here, they say, right?
Yeah.
Delighted to see King Queen, really.
Don't love that. Seems okay, though.
Seems a lot more than okay right now, but King on the end. That is, well, a little cruel. And I believe, guys.
Wow.
Well, number one, we've hit the hour. We've hit the moment at which we take a break. So Jack, don't get confused. We'll be back in 5 minutes. You haven't got to do any calculations, but I also believe that means our final table is set. So when we come back,
5 minutes from now.
Final table time. 5 minutes from now. All right.
From now. Okay. Which time zone?
Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip tens. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's been pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop, that was, wasn't it?
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush. But Anton a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right.
Seat 3
Wow.
check.
Even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall, you don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
Both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check, but they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet it's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow. It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation.
JG, PBF.
He should be broke in this hand. You know,
should be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop raise.
110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Lock's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Koon's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Lock, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just stealing with the chop.
And that's a very, it's not a terrible assessment.
I feel like if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my god, kid.
At this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling. Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid,
I pulled a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. Ace, 9, 3, 2.
And it just goes check. How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, poor bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's hoping for the 5 of spades. Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my god.
You
called it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off. Well,
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
This
honestly,
is a disaster card for Newey.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think he needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
And we are back here at the PPC Malta Online Knockouts Championship. Myself, Henry, and Jack calling this one. As boys, we've reached the final table when all matters.
Let's go. 50k up top, boys. Get a look at these bounties.
Yeah, it'll be about that one at 25k plus bounties. It's Oliver way out in front with 41 million. Fabian, courtesy of that king on the river, finds himself in second place as we kick things off. It is Prescott, the shortest, with just 4 million in chips. But hey, it can all change. And of course, we're going to get the bounty information now, one assumes. Remember, 25k up top, plus the bounty. So we're staying close to 50. And jumps are, as you see on screen, top 4 getting 5 figs. But let's see, some will get 5 figs without coming forth. Those bounties, here they are.
Yeah, pretty shallow FT as well. A lot of like sub. Oh no, sorry, not that shallow, but yeah, Jonathan, Samuel, Anderson, Prescott, all in that kind of danger zone, if you will. Middling stacks in an ICM cage until Prescott and Anderson kind of make a move. 2600. Oliver with the biggest bounty and the biggest stack.
Yeah, good luck getting that one. Yeah, I'm seeing Fabian, Excelli, you and all out on that side of the table. I guess. I don't know, I'm trying to see who might have got the best of the seat draw here, but I could go. I mean, suppose it's all too close for you to make too much of a difference, isn't it?
Well, I mean, the chip leader got the button, which is...
Well,
I mean, for him, every seat's more or less equivalent, right? I guess he wants the short stacks on his left, like 2 short stacks on his left, and then... I mean, yeah, Oliver's seat is pretty good, I think, in terms of the players around.
Yeah. Everything going
So-
right for the big stack.
Second best seat, I guess, is Kulev.
Hmm.
You definitely want to be on the left of the chip leader as one of the mid stacks. Plus, he has 2 short
And-
stacks on his left, which is nice.
Especially the sub 10 big blind stack of Prescott.
Yeah.
Get that 12 hundy. It's just sitting there. Yeah, guys, get redeeming. Use your channel points. Pick up tickets. You can do it once a day. $2.20, $5.50, $11, or a $22 ticket. Those are your options. Of course, you could just spend all your money highlighting your messages. That's another way to go.
Wait, I can highlight my messages?
Oh yeah, baby. Let's see it, Jack. Let's see it. Look at his little face light up. Actually, the point, Henry, has the Obex account got any points left after
Ben stint? Yeah, it's still got like 20k.
Kulev ripping the queen full suited, ICM and bounty considerations all working in their favor.
Yep, I like that. I like that. Wouldn't mind. Yeah, raise calling versus the big blind is a little interesting. Don't mind it too much. Depends a lot how aggressive the small blind's going to be when you min raise.
Getting a lot of lag. Alright, Jonathan trying to get a sneaky one through.
Someone's put their foot out here. Is Oliver going to go after it with the ace-5 off? Tempting. You tend to let the early ones through a bit, you know. But I don't know. I think it makes some sense to just come out guns blazing, you know, chiplet. Just 3-bet them. Make sure they know that they can't do anything.
Sending the message.
Like even Jonathan opens, you know, like a good hand here, and gets 3-bet. Like unless he has aces or kings or queen, you know, some super primo. If you know he just has like king queen suited, he's still like super uncomfortable to get 3-bet there.
Yeah,
and it's just going to make him not want to open a hand like 8-9 suited later. So I quite like just going after them early, just stopping them from being able to do anything later. Put
fear into them. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Just assert yourself. And like that was a pretty, I mean, that's probably an out of line raise, that 8-9 suited. You should probably just be folding early position off less than 30 big blinds, right?
Yeah, it felt pretty out of line.
So, you know, if you catch them doing that, then you're really new to them.
Ivan, good luck redeeming a little ticket there. The old $5.50. Marcio Barb going for the $11. Obex just highlight messages.
Yeah, why not?
Spend it how you like.
Left, right, and center. Wait, how do I highlight it?
So you click on the little bubble where your channel points are.
Oh no, sorry. Okay.
And then yeah.
Highlight my message. Oh, but now I have to type it again.
Yeah.
Nice. How much did that cost me?
100 points.
100. Ah, that's like all the money I've made watching this stream.
It's foolish spending.
Too rich.
It's reckless behavior.
It's
Too rich.
Oh, that's very good.
I'm surprised you didn't highlight some love for your Shill account there. iPads, you know.
I can highlight someone else's.
No, but I'm saying this your dummy account. We know it's your dummy account, Jack. Come on, no one can be that excited to see you.
Dummy account. I can't understand how clocks work. You think I've got time? Like I can figure out how to use multiple email addresses?
That's actually a pretty fair point.
No, obviously I just hired someone.
No, that seems more like it.
Oh, nice life, Oliver.
Guys are taking quite a long time with the decisions, aren't they? Or is that my imagination?
Just some lag occurring, perhaps. Let's see what Fabian does. Stay out of trouble.
Oh, ace-5 folding there. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, it seems reasonable. I mean, you guys know I would never fold there, but...
You never fold.
Oh, Samuel sub 20. Oliver ace-jack, 1C over. First spin of the day. Or first spin of the FT, potentially. I think this just goes open flat, right? I don't see Oliver.
Yeah, that seems the most likely outcome here. I mean, yeah, 3-betting just seems not great here. Like you just make them fold any dominated hands that you have. It just immediately goes for it. So, fair enough. I mean, it's obviously fine. Like you have enough equity to just get it in, presumably with the bounty factor. I mean, I'm assuming that. And you never know for sure in bounties. It could just be wrong. It depends a lot how many what this bounty is worth in relation to the prize pool. You know, how many players there are in a small field. PKO like this bounty would be worth infinite. In a massive field, then it's different. I guess this field is probably quite big, but not like humongous. So yeah, you're probably okay to just get it in, but like it seems like you like I wouldn't want to fold out Queen Jack off here or Ace 10 off, which seemed like the only kind of hands that really fold when you 3-bet here.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Well, that changes things. Samuel tied second now.
Yeah, another thing to consider, like if you flat there and get squeezed, you can like quite happily put the squeezer on, you know, super strong range, because nobody here is going to like go after you light there. Not, you know, under the gun and +1. It's like someone to 3-bet behind there. You have to have a very strong hand, so you give yourself the chance to fold as well.
All right,
well, Don.
Yeah, go on,
James.
I was going to say exactly what you're about to say. You go for it.
Yeah, Don Camilo77 in the chat saying, yo, got 8th in the $55 PPC Malta for 1.8k. My head is burning at the moment. GL to all of these players. GG's, Don. Appreciate you sharing that with us as well. I do love hearing of deep run stories in the chat whenever James and I are live.
Yeah, it's a good result in the is that the medium of this? Obviously we got high, medium and lows. Yeah, it was in the medium. The low also on the farm table at the moment, $11 version. All three running at the moment on those farms. But yeah, congratulations to Don. There we go. Decent return, especially for an 8th place finish, just showing the value available on these large field events.
Yeah, absolute minefields, but when you do run deep, always a healthy payday. See if Plescott takes this with the A7. Just shy of 7 bigs. Going to be the big blind in what? 3 hands?
This is tough for sure. The problem here is you're jamming into the chip leader who can just like call super wide. But that kind of doesn't matter so much for like ace-7 off. And has a lot of raw equity. So if the big blind is calling any 2, then this hand is not going to get cut from the shoving range, whereas like a pocket 2s to pocket 3s type hand might be. But for 7 big blinds, it seems, and as the clear shortest stack, it seems like you've got to make some moves here.
Yeah. Oliver does make the call. C5 dealer. Plescott in great shape.
It's pretty good shape. Right until that moment.
Well, that's grim.
That is grim. Henry, the understatement. Out in 9th. 2,200 plus. By the way, 2,200 plus another 2,200 in bounties, at least, softening the blow somewhat.
Yeah, river is one of the most painful aspects of poker, especially.
There's a man who hasn't hit enough rivers. It's a lot of joy in my life from the river. You just get there a lot.
This is true. I should have. I forgot that I'm sharing the booth with 2 of the biggest sun runners in poker history. So you guys had your fair share of rivers.
It gives us the dream. It's still alive. If you take that away from us, what have we got to play for?
But you don't remember the rivers you hit so much. I'm trying to think of like any time I hit like a big river in a big spot. It's just not coming to mind. I can remember all the times where I got, I had a dream spot just dashed, hopes and dreams destroyed by a river. So in my mind, I feel like the river is not my friend. But probably I'm just forgetting.
You'll probably forget
the times. I do remember one good river. Heads up versus Tony G. King Jack off versus Jacks. That was a beautiful river there. The king ball.
King on the riv.
King on the river. Just
there we go.
What was his reaction?
I mean, he took it okay.
All right, boys. Ace Queen suited the Ace Queen offsuit. Chip leader versus middle stack. Assuming we don't see a 3-bet, but I mean, or do we just see like a rip, Jack?
From the button, that would be.
From the small, I mean.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. 35 bigs or so. It's tempting for sure. Like you kind of feel like it feels too good to call, but then like 3-betting seems like not amazing. You're basically turning into a bluff. Yeah, he does just shove.
Goes for the rip. Well,
I mean, this could be okay. Like you have 2 blockers to the call off range, do reasonably well against some of it, and like he's going to be opening like extraordinarily wide here. So also ace queen off, just a little tricky to play. Can be tricky to play on some flops
You hate this as Alex doing.
Yeah.
Oliver now goes, "Come on then, let's do it." You're like, "Oh God."
No idea why he left any chips behind when he shoved. Like he shoved more than the big blind stack, so I don't know what his plan was to like time bank after the shove so he could time the RNG or something. I don't know.
You got to time the RNG, mate.
But they didn't even do that, so
Well,
I don't know.
You got part of the way there. Both off in backdoor flush draws. Heart.
Oh man.
All survive.
Time the RNG. Love that.
Ace queen again. Try again.
Quite the heart-wrenching moment as well when you 3-bet shove 35 bigs and the chip leader just like puts it in and you're like, you just have ace queen off and you're like, oh no, I really screwed this up. But then you call off the last chips and they have the same hand. So I'm guessing Sack's gonna open.
They open the 8-7. So why not the 10-9?
Yeah, because he was let off the hook. So I'm saying if he got 3-bet with the a7, now this 10-9 suited is looking a lot less playable. I imagine he would still feel compelled to raise, but then he'll the fear, he'll have the fear. That's the important thing.
See if Kulov rolls a 7. He does.
A little bit of interest on this ace-9-5, both flopping a piece.
Pretty large bet. I'd be very concerned about that bet size if I was Jonathan. Bet like over half pot, right? It seems.
Yeah.
I can't really see that many people like get to this flop with Queen Jack of Hearts or whatever. It's just like, oh, you know what would be a great idea if I just bet over half pot here. Like maybe like Jack 10 of spades, but even then it's most likely going to be a third pot or lower, smaller even. Maximum half pot, but over half pot, that's like, I mean, that just smells a lot like ace queen to me. I would be very concerned. I'm not saying I would fold 10-9 on the flop, but I might fold 10-9 on the flop.
Street poker.
Bet sizing tells are very, very, very big.
They are a thing.
What's one of the main tells that you'd say you feel really confident in reading into, and then one that you think people look too much into? So I feel like bet sizing is like up there, like really up there in terms of.
I thought you meant one specific bet sizing tell.
No. I'm just saying like sizings in general. Like I feel like against recreationals, it's like, oh, good hand, bet big.
Sure
thing.
Yeah, I mean like sizing tells are probably the most reliable tell.
Yeah.
That you get. At least you get them all the time, so you can get quite good at picking up on them. But other tells, I mean, like timing tells and stuff. I mean, timing tells are a lot more. You've got to be a bit more careful with, right? Because who knows why someone tanked? Maybe they spilt something on their keyboard or whatever. So there's just like an inherent amount of randomness in it. Also, maybe you think that people play super fast when they have this kind of hand, but then you play against some guy that just plays fast all the time, but you don't know that. So you've got to be a lot more careful with timing tells. You have to have some sort of baseline to be really confident with them. But sizing tells, like, that's the size, like it doesn't matter if they tank and bet half pot, they still bet half pot, they had to choose the size. So I think that's much more reliable. But at what point is a sizing tell just hand reading, right? Like, you know, if someone plays a certain line, is it a line tell? I mean, the line includes the sizes, right? So it's just hand reading to an extent.
In theory, it should, yeah, for sure. But people that aren't thinking about ranges in that way, then, or the way they're taking specific lines.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, but I just see like sizing tells as like an extension of hand reading. You just call it a sizing tell when it's like when it's a really common or really obvious, like points you in the direction of one specific kind of hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's an ace queen in the sizing tells here, will there?
I mean, maybe if he shoved, that would be a sizing tell. I mean, 2.5. Like
2.5 actually.
Tell.
It is
right there.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have aces, right? He just doesn't have aces in this range, right? That's one thing you can.
He's let me down,
right? Like that's a pretty. In this spot, like he might think, oh yeah, I should play my range here as a bigger raise size because I'm playing a tight range and it's bounty and blah 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 and you know whatever. But if he's sitting there with aces, he's like, okay, this is my first open of the FT. I don't want to scare anyone off. I'm just going to min raise.
Well, it gets looked up by the big Jonathan. He does cover 9, 7 of hearts, 10, 10 deuce, 1 heart.
Big C bet. This could be fine. I think min bet is probably the play here, though. The problem with betting big here is that you force the big blind to fold ace high. Betting large. And when you have ace queen, you want them to check call ace high.
Sam's go with the ace queen. It's doing the rounds, boys. It's doing the rounds. Fabian with king jack suited on the button.
Ace queen, the hardest hand to play in poker, in my opinion, because it never wins.
But you sound like Jeff Gross.
You do sound like Jeff Gross.
Did he say that? I mean, Jeff Gross is a legend. I'm a big fan of Jeff Gross, guys. I don't know if you're trying to expect me to distance myself from
No,
Gross.
he's the one who's
I'm not distancing myself at all.
He's very firm on this. Ace queen is not to be played.
Well,
those
I
that
don't
do
go
get
that
punished.
far.
Well,
I don't go that far. But you know, Gross is the only guy that can make this strategy work. That's why he's so sick.
Alex popping up the ace tray. Fabian peels, and then Sam in the big with ace queen.
Do you want to hear a funny hand?
I'd love to hear a funny hand.
This hand might be interesting, though.
Well, if we watch this.
Well, as we watch this, I'm going to try and remember the hand history correctly. Wow, another massive jam with ace queen. This is just 30 bigs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems fine. I mean, once chip leader folds, this guy is the de facto chip leader, so it's a good spot to be jamming over. For sure. Yeah, so I probably messed this hand up, but the concept is it will remain intact. So, and I definitely get the river action correct. So this is a live tournament. I think this was the 5K in Canada, a Millions main event. I think that's what it was. Jeff Gross opens under the gun. Okay, so everyone's like, obviously everyone folds to the big blind. No, I mean, you know, that's just the most likely course of action. Anyway, big blind defends. And the flop is something like, let's say like a 10-6 deuce. Check, bet, call. Turn is another 10. Now the big blind leads. And Jeff Gross calls. The river is another 10. So there's 3 10s on the board. The only thing I may have forgotten is it may have been 10-10x flop
Okay.
With some other card on the turn. But anyway, it definitely went bet call, donk call, and then the river puts trips on the board. 10s. I think it was 10s. It could have been another card. Whatever. The point is, now the big blind tanks for a bit. She clearly has a tough decision here, and opts to check.
Whoa.
Oh, okay. What's going on here?
What is going on here?
Anderson's just rifled it in.
Just c-bet for...
This is a c-bet? Wow. That's pretty absurd.
That's
What is
strong.
going on?
That's pretty strong.
I mean, he got him to fold an 8, so it's something of a G play. Yeah, I mean,
that's how you win with ace queen, boys.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise he probably loses the hand. That's it. Wow.
Anyway, we get back to this hand. It's 3 10s.
Are they gonna rudely interrupt me again by playing hands? Or
Most likely.
Am I gonna get to finish this? So, Jeff Gross, like the guy. So, just a recap: 10-10-10 board. The guy has donked turn, and the river it's trips on the board. The guy tanks a bit, checks. Jeff Gross thinks for a little bit, and decides to check back. And the dude shows quads. He has some 10, right? And it's like a bit, miffed. Like he's like, damn it, I was trying to induce. Jeff Gross tables the aces.
Wow.
Like the legend that he is.
Wow.
Just absolutely sniffed him out.
What is the hand? Just checks back the aces?
Checks them back. Absolute beast. Hero check. No one ever talks about the hero check. We talk about the hero bluffs, the hero folds, the hero calls. No one ever talks about the hero checks. Jeff Gross, that's his signature move.
The hero. Yeah, the hero check. I like it.
Okay. So what happened pre-flop here? Limp check?
Yeah.
Interesting. Like, I know it's like pretty unpleasant spot to like.
Oh, it's unpleasant for you, mate, as well. It's 25 quid right there.
Oof.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 of hearts. Just.
I mean, there could have been a jack of diamonds on so many flops. I've not been paying any attention.
That's
I have
the
no clue.
There actually hasn't been a single one, mate.
Was that check on the river as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kulev could have done something on 2 streets there. I think he could have raised pre and then probably makes sense for him to bluff the river with no pair. I don't really see how out of position. I don't see how the chip leader checks river with a worse hand than ace 10.
There's some options out here, boys. There's some options.
Deuces is a clear fold. Ace jack's a clear raise.
Now. We're getting around to the fun part.
7's pretty clear flat, I guess. I mean, I guess he could shove. Seems. I mean, the way he's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if he does shove. No? Okay, I much prefer flat, for sure. And then 6s is in a... I mean, it kind of has to shove, but hates it. Yeah, I mean, chip leader's supposed to be flatting extremely wide. Cutoff, he's probably playing tight for a cutoff range, but it's still a cutoff range. Wow, he overcalls. Pretty sick.
That's a good flop. Well, it isn't. It isn't.
I mean, it's close. There's no jack of diamonds.
Yeah. But there's no love on this board. There's no action to be had.
So I got a question in chat, Jack. Saying, who would you fear more in a potential heads-up battle and why? Matty Ice? Poker staple. Okay, so I don't know who Matty Ice is. Who is Matty Ice? Can
Matt Staples, Jamie's brother.
Oh, so they're both Staples. I mean, I've played Matt Staples heads up, possibly even more than once.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, I think just one. No, like online on Party Poker. I think just once. Jamie Staples, I've played with quite a bit, but not heads up. So I don't know. I would rather. Oh wow, the sevens are actually trying to win this pot here.
You're doing stuff.
What happened on the flop? Check.
Check through.
Check through, yeah.
And then this guy's gone for the legendary turn check call with the nuts.
Love
That's
it.
Great.
Against chip leader. It's gonna pay.
Yeah,
off.
I like the play with sevens. I think it's good. I mean, the ace jack is now in a weird spot because, yeah, you kind of feel like you should jam, but then most likely the button's not going to call with just a jack on the river if you shove, because you'd be repping. I mean, you're repping ace jack or flush, and nobody ever has bluff there, so he wouldn't even be calling for the chop because, like, there's no way you would ever check shove a jack. So I like the ace jack call there on the river, even though it looks a bit weak.
Yeah.
Someone else said it's a 6 players, like it's a battle of 6 players for second place. That's not really the case. Like, I mean, his chip lead isn't, or rather wasn't that great. You know, if he doubles up one player, he's at least equal with them. And even now, like, there's now 2 chip leaders basically.
Yeah, I definitely would. I don't think this is as clear cut, even coming in with the chip lead that Oliver had, to be as clear cut as people think it is. I think people overestimate it by quite a bit. Gonna pick up some chips here though. Hipping the king 7-0. I'm most likely going to pick up some more chips as well. Mavi saying GG's on the free roll. GG's, mate. Debs, you've been awfully quiet.
Yeah, the free roll didn't get my way. I'm not gonna lie. I've actually finished busting. I think in a flip or something. I can't remember.
Classic Dempsey. Can never win a flip.
Dempsey, you playing a free roll in the background?
I might have got it in worse than that, actually. I don't remember. Either way, it wasn't to be.
Never lucky.
Good on you for playing it though. I played it when I was did some party streams.
You've got to grind them, Jen. You got to grind them. They're good value. I mean, they're free rolls. You can't get much better value.
I mean, the ROI has to be wow. Someone crunch the numbers. It's got to be pretty high ROI.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Nah, come on. I don't want to see a turn card. Get him free roll.
Oliver's okay with that turn card. So he chasing gutters.
Block bet, interesting. Yeah, I think the block bet bluff is okay in this spot, since in position, like, he's gonna have. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not so sure.
Does it in position, like, when they check, they just have a bunch of showdown, and they're going to continue barreling hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 type of hands?
Yes and no. I mean, the thing is, in position, if he's opening super wide as a chip leader, which he should be, then he's going to have a lot of 0% equity hands on the turn.
True.
And as a general rule, like they should probably barrel a lot of no equity hands on the turn, but in general, people don't. They tend to keep barreling more when they have a draw of some kind. So most likely in position is going to show up here with like, a lot of 10 high type hands, 10-7 suited or whatever. I mean, I don't actually know. I can't remember the board so specifically. I was trying to figure out on the board like which combos these are going to be, and I don't know, it looked like the board actually kind of interacted with them quite a bit. Like, anyway, I think the other option there is to like overbet as out of position, just to rep a 4 super hard, and try and make them fold like jacks type hands, which I think can also be effective. Overbetting makes a lot of sense with your range as well from the big blind there. Like like if you have an ace, it's pretty much worth an overbet in that line, and then you also have loads of bluffs, so overbet makes a lot of sense, I think. But yeah, having a block range as well seems fine. I feel like 5-3 makes more sense than the overbet though.
Check turn. Story checks out. You're just gonna have to bow out on this one.
You might find a call here. Like,
yeah, it does. Yeah. This ace queen has been so prevalent on this final, isn't it? Everyone's got it, but not everyone can win with it. Where is Jeff? We need Jeff in here for this. These ace queens about people losing showdowns. What's going on? Actually seeing things. I thought I saw it again there in Oliver's seat, but it turns out it's not ace queen, is it? It's not quite. Must have seen Kulev's ace and just moved it across. What I can see is the jack of diamonds out there, which I know is bad for some.
Yeah. No need to. I need to keep banging on about it. Jack of diamonds getting dealt to everyone.
Who would choose that card when it's in everyone's hand all the time?
I didn't even need to needle on that one.
No, I got you. I got you, Henry. I got you. It's not, it's a tough one for me. It's, the lesser of two evils when it comes to choosing sides with you two. If there was a way you could both lose, I'd be in for that. But I jest, guys. I jest.
It's all right, mate. We'll let you off. Don's saying have to sleep now. Good night. Good night, mate. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, well done again, Don. Well done again for the 8th place finish in the Malta knockout medium event. We are watching the high event, 320. Smart Life asks, how can you sleep? That's a great question. How can you sleep?
I'd really like to see either Oliver or Sam just really take on the role of table captain, start going after it.
Yeah, Oliver's been trying. It hasn't really been working out amazingly well for him. So it's possible he's a little gun shy. I mean, he could have pushed it a little harder. But, it's good to see he opened. There was a King 7 off he opened, which was good. I definitely see some people fold there. So he's at least going for it a bit.
No, Sam with the flush draw. Let's see if he can get up to much with this. Well, that's quite a good turn card. If you're choosing a spade, the ace of spades may be the best one.
Lead, sure. Seems good. Yeah, I think that given the stacks, Axley should probably not be like range betting this board. So he should probably be missing some aces from his c-bet range. So having a lead on any ace could make sense for the big blind, but especially like a flush ace, especially with the deuce 3 on board. You know, it's like it seems like a pretty clear spot to have a leading range.
Right. Gets away for it on the 3rd street.
Yeah, good folds. Probably quite clear. Probably need at least a spade to call.
Yeah, now 2 very clear short stacks. Axley and Jonathan hovering around the 10 big blind mark.
Of course, it's important to note that we don't actually have any, like we can't actually solve for KOs post flop. Like there's no such thing as a like final table, like an ICM plus KOs solver, or even without the ICM, it's not, doesn't exist.
So you're saying there's a gap in the market, Jack? Is that what you're saying?
Saying there's a gap in poker theory.
We can create
like we just kind of have to guess how it works. You can. All right, let's see this.
Let's see it indeed. Parliament looking for a
Fabian. What a sunrunner.
Or a queen. Wasn't to be. Ace Jack holds. Silly.
Fabian can remember a few rivers he's hit.
In 8. He gets 3,300 plus 2k in bounties. So chalk up 5k, throw it his way, down to the final 7. 4,000 guaranteed. Anderson sub 20 with ace queen, the hand of the evening. The hand of the final, at least.
What time is it in Thailand, Henry?
8:46 a.m.
It's dreamy for him, isn't it, Jack? Dreamy.
I mean, I would be dreaming, yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I struggled to roll out of bed at 5:30 this morning.
Is that when they got you starting at? Ouch. Yeah, I couldn't do that.
I've been on the morning grind, but I didn't get to sleep until like 1 a.m. last night. Just couldn't sleep. So currently running on 2 coffees and 4.5 hours nap time.
I was about to say, it sounds like a nap rather than a sleep nap. It just gets you through.
I feel like I've been seeing more and more of Alex Kuleb over the last year or so. Been crushing it.
Already has a 6-figure score this year. Nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember him having something relatively big.
And, well, that's ace jack suited here in the small.
The cheval on the button.
Popping up with the chip lead.
Easy raise.
Kuleb, well, we saw rip ace queen O from the smalls, and no surprise to see ace jack suited going the same way.
And again, he's left enough chips behind to time the RNG.
Yep.
Which you'd like to see.
I think it's an underappreciated strategy, that, Jack. I don't think a lot of people recognize how important that is. Really
I mean, I guess sometimes you want a slow roll, right? And so,
I mean,
If you're the one jamming, you can't slow roll, so you have to leave some chips behind and then tank call.
True.
Right.
True.
But the problem is you don't rip their heart out in that spot because they know that you could have aces, like they just assume you're tanking for some other reason. And if there's no reason for you to tank, then it kind of makes them suspect you have aces. So it's kind of like it doesn't even work.
It's true. It's true.
So,
I was going to say the only problem with this, and for those of you watching at home, when it comes to time in the RNG, it's not something that's easy to do. So you need to practice it a lot. Sometimes you can mistime it. So if you're not confident doing it, then you should probably just rifle the chips in. But once you're a decade or two into the online grind, you get a really good feel of where it's going to deliver the best cards, and then you can start to play it. But practice at the lower stakes.
Yeah, for sure.
It's practice at the lower stakes.
Yeah, you also have to practice like focusing on the board, to like channel the right cards to come.
Which card on the flop do you look to produce, Jack? Are you
Three
card
hearts.
1, 2, 3 left to right? Are you where do you
Oh
choose
no,
your
I don't
end?
do it on the flop. And maybe
No?
I should start thinking about that actually. Maybe that's where I've been going wrong.
I'm always
I'm
third card on the flop is where I'm looking. That's where I'm.
Third card. I mean, it's hard to predict where hard to remember exactly the spot where it's going to land.
Oh,
I don't know. And also, like, you channel one card, like maybe
that's the problem.
Maybe it's not the card you needed. Maybe
that happens sometimes. You're so focused when you got ace jack against ace king, you're rooting for the jack, and then but you haven't factored in for the fact that the queen and 10 are going to roll off and their ace
There we go.
hit you. But that's part of it. That's part of experience and ring rustiness. You got to.
No, personally, I think the smart move is to see what the flop brings.
Oh, you don't even try till then, huh?
And then after that, you can channel on the turn and river, because then you can really focus. You can like.
Yeah, but it's too late then to
really
influence it. The money's already in. For timing.
No. This is a fast process.
Well, you're a different level. This things are starting to make sense.
Also varies from dealer to dealer as well, and how they spread the flop.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about live poker.
I was talking.
I mean online.
I
just mean online. You can't.
Yeah.
No, you can't influence the cards in live poker. That'd be.
You have to do it
crazy.
before the hand in live poker.
Yeah,
you have to
that
mark it
doesn't
a
work,
certain
yeah.
way. You have to mark a certain way the hand before and that kind of stuff to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you can change the physical card, I mean, that's crazy. Sorry, that's crazy. Online, the RNG you can manipulate because it's just photons and stuff. Like.
Okay. Just click away. Click a couple times before calling. Get it.
Okay, this is an interesting bet. I'm guessing this is a single raise pot check down to the river, right?
Looking at the top pot size, yeah.
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 Seems like an okay bet, possibly a bit thin for me. I think I prefer betting third pot there or so.
Jonathan, with 6.5 blinds behind, King Queen O in the big. Just where the line is going to be drawn.
Dempsey's yawning.
I am. It's getting to me. All this it's tiring, all giving up all this RNG strat.
Whoa, no, the queen 10 off thought that is okay. That's the first punt of the final table.
The first punt is a fold. It's a
yeah. No,
7 big blind stack.
Yeah, it's just
pretty
bad.
wild.
I can't forgive that one. I'm afraid, guys. It's just straight up bad.
It's man of high standards. Wants to see good stuff. So do we all, to be fair. I'm with you. Seemed a bit. Seems, yeah. Must do better. Well, Jonathan is going to try and do better. Rips it in. Anderson, 3.2 to call. Suited
And
king.
it's
chance
so
at a
strange as well because he raised the king 7 off earlier was like much less of a raise than this is.
Yeah, it does seem rather bizarre.
And it seems like so obvious to raise this.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's pretty cruel. The ace king 3 on the turn to a chop. 8 on the river. Sends the pot to Anderson.
That's dirty.
Jonathan, GG, my man, GG. 4k in cash, 2k in bounties. And we're down to 6 with 5,700. Yeah, guaranteed money.
Oh, that's pretty grim, actually. I felt that one.
You feel that one, Henry? You felt it?
Yeah, I did.
Did it break you apart a little bit?
That's painful.
Mm.
Dempsey channeled it.
Did nothing of the sort.
He's tired. He just wants it to be over. You know?
All right, Oliver, popping it up. And hello, Ewan, going for the.
Okay, well this is a little peculiar.
The non-all-in, yeah, off the shortest stack.
I'm interested what his plan is here. Like, is he gonna 3-bet fold? Like, it seems like you would only do this to 3-bet fold, but
wow,
super whack.
No one's folding that flop.
Just going in now, boys.
I mean, it's probably just a shove for ace jack. Like, oh yeah, actually, a small bet call off is fine as well, I guess. But I think jamming here makes sense for ace jack. Like, you want to, like, out of position is probably supposed to check call, like check call a shove with like most 10x and like 8s, 9s kind of hands, like any flush draw. Possibly even wider than that. Oh, that's the jack of diamonds, by the way.
I know. I already knew you saw it, mate. I was just like, how long are you going to leave this low roll for?
No, I genuinely didn't see it.
I know you're not sleeping on it, mate.
His dream card rolls off, and he luckily noticed it in time. Of course, slightly better card for you, and secures a double up, and we are going on yet another break, guys. So please don't go too far. We'll be back for more of this PPC Malta final table.
Can he get away? All of you watching at home, ask yourself the question. Could you get away? I don't think I could. We do get a call. We are going to see a river here. 4 outs remain for Vadim L to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a queen and only a queen, or we will see Vadim S double through. Oh my god, it's a queen! Unbelievable. 9% going to the river. Bam. Smashes the queen to stay alive in the tournament. Gonna double up to around 90,000. Can you believe that?
Here we go. Great shape for the double up. Get back to 1.9 million chips. Jack 8-5 Vahe. Well, not hanging around to watch. He is going for a smoke. Well, that's a new one on me. Vahe runs out to the balcony area, I assume for a cigarette. And Vahe gets the double when he's not even in the room. That is a new one. He's up to 1.9 million chips. It looks like already that was our final hand of the first 2 hours. Interesting. Saw him just out of nowhere with 7-3. Well, is Maxim going to take the bait? That's exactly what's happening. He's laid the trap. Totally snapping, and Maxim needs to find a 4. Well, he will be eliminated here at the WPT Russia.
Значит, швак рейзим все пашу. На цене.
And that's exactly what he's done on the 994 flop. Of course, an ace or queen. Still outs for Anatolia. That's what spiked. Just a 4 again for Maxim will do it. And that's that. Spiked a 4, but it's no good. Maxim hits the rail. Anatolia back to 1.7 million, where he was when we joined this feature table.
Alexander has a flush. The worst possible card for Ilya. Making trip 6s. I don't think he can get a wave here. You make trips on the river. Alexander's going to bet 20k. I can't think of a worse river. Did Ilya just raise? To 43,000. Alexander calls. The flush is good. Ilya going for a very thin raise, and we can see Alexander with the flush gonna take down a huge pot there. 115,000 in the middle.
Don't see Matas folding. Made a very weak bet on the river, having called pre, check call turn. Doesn't really have a whole host of strong hands. I mean, you can have the big hands like a flush, but does he bet 25,000 with them on the river? I'm not so sure. I think if you weak lead the river, you've just got a call here with a hand as strong as a set. You can have perhaps some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, but maybe go that way. No, okay. Matas does give it up. Nice play, Dimitri. Using that 10, running a big bluff. Alright, welcome back guys to this, the PPC Malta Knockout Championship final table. Action has been, well, relatively fast. We've seen some big hands clash and we've been losing players. Not far now from crowning our champion. And look at this, the two likely lads have returned, Henry and Jack, back with me, of course, as well, as we dive back into it, boys.
Let's go. Final table, 6 left. Come on, the boys.
Yeah, someone's going to walk out here with that 25 plus bounties. Well, two people walk out with 25 plus bounties, first and second, of course, both getting that, but the first place will be a lot more, and, well, straight into it.
Wow. GG's, Alex.
Wow, that is a... Yeah, this is a huge jam, I think, right? It's like 30 bigs.
30 bigs, yeah.
Yeah. I think I just much rather flat this spot.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
And obviously, like, I mean, the guy's going to be opening, like, super wide, and you get him to fold King Queen, which is good, and I mean, you get him to fold a lot of 50% hands, but the downside of getting called and lose, you know, it's just a pretty massive disaster.
The downside's right there. Leaving.
Yeah, it's not like you ever get called off by 9s. Well, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think 9s probably has to fold there. So it's, I don't know. It just seems like not a thing I want to do in that spot. But maybe because of bounties, maybe it's fine.
Oh.
Might be getting snapped off by 8s, and I'm just talking about chip EV or something. Oh, I'm just talking about ICM situations. Could be.
And then there were 5.
And then there were 5 indeed.
So we're going to see a 3-bet from King Queen here. Seems like a good spot. But again, so confusing with bounties. Maybe if the guy shoves, you're supposed to call King Queen here. Who knows?
Who
probably
knows?
Not. Probably not. I would say. I think that seems like a great spot to 3-bet. Like, you want to play heads up with this guy and not involve the chip leader.
Yeah, Olibin's. Oh, well, here we go. You and 2 kings. Olibin. It's weird. So involved, pushing it quite a lot. As Jack said, actually, he had a lot of goes. But I mean, start this farm table with about 38 million ships has only just improved on that, but it hasn't been for lack of trying. But Deck finally coming to the aid there with Jack's V10s.
Nothing to regain the chip lead, or the significant chip lead, like a good old-fashioned cooler.
Ooh. That's the
Ace
tight
in
to
bin.
fold. I think that is too tight.
Yeah?
At least by my standards, I would say that's too tight.
Alright. Feels a little tight.
He has 20 bigs, like A7 has good raw equity, and yeah, I think you just got to call it.
I actually think it's okay. Third in chips, opening into second in chips on the button, chip leader in a small blind, 5-handed.
Yeah, but I mean that doesn't mean he's just gonna like open fold 90% of hands or whatever. He's gonna play decent range there, right?
Which is why A7 isn't performing that well against a decent range, right?
I mean,
or am I just spewing?
Defending from the big blind is you play a range that doesn't do well against the opening range, but you get a good price, right? On a final table, you have to obviously, change the ranges and then also worry about busting, right? So, so yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors at play there, right? How in the bin are you post flop? Given the situation with your hand, and you need a higher, more equity to call on a final table than normal. But I think A7 off is just has a lot of equity.
I just I bet this is the quote that's going to go down in poker history, isn't it? That's too tight, at least for my standards. I like that. I'm with you there, Jack. I don't know. I can understand what Henry's saying, and but we just got an ace. We see a flop. It's not like there's loads of shorter stacks or anything.
Yeah, the problem with A7 off in theory is it comes ace high board and you have to check call, fold, against some crazy bluff off. But it's not really happening so much. In general, you over realize equity. Against most people.
Not the case, eh?
Dempsey's taking notes here.
No, it's the case. I don't know. I think it comes back to the whole thing of don't remember the rivers we've hit, but yeah, I guess obviously it's true, I guess, but just in our minds we all remember the time, Jack, where we end up folding to the third bullet on the ace high board, and it scars us.
Yeah, we just got to remember that all those times where you check call, and then they check back the most obvious bluffing candidate they could ever have, and then you realize that you're playing the hand well.
That's brilliant.
Sometimes we hit the river. Sometimes they check back. All these good things happen. All right, Oliver, top pair. Continuing.
I mean, the very likely scenario is you flop a little piece with ace high, check call, and then it goes check, and you just win with ace high, and then it's
that's the dream.
That's
dreaming.
Stealing. Feels like
that's
stealing.
happening all the time.
$7,400 and bounties locked up. See, I love this. I love seeing the 3 of hearts and then scanning around the table and knowing that we're not gonna see a flop or any action.
What is the current tally?
£30, mate. No, £25.
No,
Sorry,
25.
Sorry, 25
Come on,
pounds. Sorry.
Have another coffee, mate.
He's trying to. I see what he's trying to do here, Jack. He's trying to get you.
No. You see what I did there? Like Jack was pretending, it's like, it's too low stakes. I'm not going to be paying attention. I'm not interested. But he's actually on it like an absolute hawk, mate. He's all over it.
The game's a
So
game.
you confirm I definitely haven't missed one, right?
You haven't, no.
Okay, good.
I mean, I'm so glad I'm not playing because I would have slept every single time. My card could come out every single board and I'd just forget.
Nah, come on, mate.
But the only way I'd get it would be if you two are like laughing or suddenly go quiet and just get a little bit of a live tell on you.
Yeah.
Your live prop tell.
What we used to gamble quite a bit back during the WPT days on the party. What we used to bet on. What were we betting on? We were choosing like final table winners and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I think stuff. But I quickly realised that the stuff I couldn't sleep was because I played. So I think we had like odd or even seat winner.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so the 7 deuce off min raise there goes through. That's pretty.
Hello.
Pretty sick. The straight min as well. I like the balls to just do pure min, not 2.2. Not 2.25. Like just 2. Here you go. I'm just trying to make you fold absolute garbage, but then he folds the king, which again seems too tight for me. But
I like this iPad. What a degen. Will there be more than $20 tickets redeemed with points, or can I bust my channel points wallet with no regrets, stated missing out on a potential $55 ticket? I don't know, but I mean, I'd say just blast off the 22s, man. Just send them.
Yeah, I'm saving.
Oh, you're saving, are you?
I'm saving to 100k, and then I'm gonna give away 5 $22 tickets at the end of the year. Once we've wrapped up commentaries, it'll be like a Christmas present to the Party Poker channel viewers. Dish out tickets. I used to do that as well. Whenever we were live, if I was like in a good mood or winning money, I'd be like, right, who wants $20? And then we play modern things.
Yeah, that's good. I've done some giveaways like on streams, and for no reason other than to amuse myself. Like I gain nothing. Like I have no affiliations, nothing to sell. I don't have anything for you guys to. There's nothing. I just randomly do a giveaway. I did a giveaway for the best hippo joke. I remember. Can't remember what I gave out.
The best hippo joke. Do you remember what the joke was?
Strong follow-up question.
It was good. It was good. Oh yeah, I remember. It was 2 hippos, and one of them said "you're fat," and the other one says "that's very hypocritical of you," which I think is just a fantastic joke.
I've actually just googled best hippo joke, and there's a link that says the 36 plus best hippo jokes. I mean, there's not 40, but we got.
Fucking brilliant.
I mean, that's it works on many levels.
That is such a great joke.
That's a fantastic joke. I don't know who came up with that, but it was a great joke. They really earned that $55.
That is fantastic.
Why do you never see hippos hiding in trees?
I don't know. Why don't you ever see hippos hiding in trees?
Because they're very good at it.
Oh god, that is awful. That is. It's got nothing to do with hippos at all.
No.
But replace hippo with any other inanimate object or animate object.
But they still got you.
That's like a Christmas cracker joke,
Yeah, that's terrible. That's
my
something
favourites.
my dad would say.
Exactly. These are the best.
Oh man. Fantastic stuff.
Wow. Okay. Hey, we've got someone's coming in hot with one. What is the status of a hippo that is mourning because of his recently passed wife?
I've just read this one, so I can't partake.
I don't know. What is the status of a hippo that is mourning because of his recently passed wife? Okay, now we have to wait for the punchline. In the Nile. Wow.
Oh, that's strong. That is a strong one as well. Can we stop with the dad jokes, please? Oh,
wow.
Man. Oh, it's quality content. That is quality content.
What time is it when a hippo sits on your hat?
Come on, mate. Stop it.
I mean, is this going to be so bad? Like it's time to go to the hospital or something stupid? Like
it's time for a new hat.
Oh, for God's sake!
Oh, these are so bad. It's good.
Don't listen to them. My hippo is very upset about this.
You still rocking the hippo at live events, yeah?
Of course. I mean, this is the mother hippo of my live events of Mardi. This is my online hippo.
Let's go.
It stays on my desk.
Run good.
You can see.
What do you call two hippos riding a bicycle?
I mean, these like trying to guess these jokes is like we do this in my family at Christmas. Like someone says the punchline and everyone's like trying to think of the way that these terrible jokes go, and like quite often people come up with better punchlines than the ones that actually come.
I've no doubt you can do that.
Okay. Two hippos on a bicycle.
It's way worse than you can think.
Oh God, really? Okay. Yeah. No, I can't.
Optimistic. All right.
Pain.
Hippo jokes done for the moment. We'll come back to them.
I'm in pain.
Okay, so I suppose it's hippos are Africa's most dangerous animal, though, and that's a fact. See, this is the argument people come up with. Like, how do we define most dangerous? I mean, if it's just sheer volume of humans killed, but it's like, or is
it's like, you know, the box jellyfish is the deadliest animal on the planet.
But yeah,
but then if you think of how many people actually die each year, it's like minimal, right?
Well, it's like, how many people in like the UK each year are killed by like dogs versus tigers? But I'm pretty sure I'd rather meet a dog out on the street rather than a tiger, you know?
Mm. Yeah, exactly.
Jack looks
but we can all agree that we would definitely rather meet a dog or a tiger than a hippo if we were in a lake, if we were in a river.
Mm.
In his territory. You know how the hippos kill people?
No.
They drag them underwater and drown them.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Classy.
Yeah, they're malicious with it. But you know, they're quite docile on land. If you see a hippo on land, it probably won't attack you. But if you get into its part of the stream, like in its part of the river, it will fuck you up.
I spend the majority of my time on land and not in rivers, so I'm going to take my chances with
you're more
crossing paths with a hippo than a tiger that might just have it in for me. Who knows? What do we think, guys? Wow.
Okay, so we've completely stopped paying attention to the poker now. Thanks to this is now the Hippo Puns channel. You can just turn the stream off. Just get some live stream of a hippo.
Oh, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
In a zoo.
Commentate on a hippo. Why in a zoo? No, just out in the river somewhere. Just having a discussion with a tiger about who's the hardest.
Oh my god. Do like commentary.
We've reached that hour, guys. We'll go a bit doolally.
Yeah, the hilarious hour. Oh, the sun is up. 5-handed, 50 G's up top. Let's go.
Sun is up.
Not up here.
Not up here. A little while to go yet. Got about 3
Fortunately.
hours. 3 hours for sun up for me.
Yep, same here, I think. Or maybe 2? Yeah, 2. Depending on how clocks work. I'm pretty sure that it's 2. It normally comes up around 5 a.m. around here, and now 5 a.m. is 6 a.m. So that's 2 hours.
There's a man who's put in a lot of sessions lately.
Fair. I like the math on that one. Story checks out.
Yeah, I recently started playing ACR again, so I've seen the sun a lot more.
Anderson, Ace Queen. They've all had it multiple times.
Ace Queen, just this unavoidable hand.
It's just there today, isn't it?
You just hate to get dealt Ace Queen. And yeah, he just doesn't want to play it. He's just like, I'm all in.
Everyone knows.
Past me, I'm going home. I can't get dealt Ace Queen again.
He's like, I'm watching the stream, trying to see how my opponents are playing, and these guys are just blathering on about hippos. I'm done. I'm just getting out of there.
Yeah, like he probably just made a sweet play, a few hands ago, and we were just like bantering with terrible hippo jokes.
I was actually reading the website for the 36 best hippo jokes.
36? What, they couldn't find 40?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. It's like, it's a bizarre number to have. I almost feel like there's a hippo-related joke in the number.
Wow.
And they were pretty bad as well.
Something to do with 6
squared. I found a new site, hippo jokes. I'll be with you again in a minute.
Hippojokes.org. Not for profit. They're just trying to get it out there. Okay, let's see what goes on. Oh, he's got the bloody Jack of Diamonds again. I don't believe it.
Bad for someone.
So Jack 6 off could be a good raise candidate here. Agrees. Seems quite small for like almost 50 effective. I think you want to make it like a full. I would go 4 big blinds here, I think. But sure.
Check, bet, call. See a turn. 3 of hearts, probably.
I wouldn't mind check raise here, King Jack. Like, your hand obviously is good enough to check call, but it's pretty hard to see a showdown with King High and win. Like,
yeah.
Normally you're going to be beat. Nice. Yeah, I really like this. Like, the King and the Jack both very good at blocking good queens. King of Hearts blocks flush draw and also like gives you bluffing potential later. And you don't really want to just like let them realize equity with a hand like they like. I mean, maybe not Jack 6, but because you have the Jack, but some 10-6 or whatever random undercards. Like you're perfectly happy to make them fold that. So yeah, I like the check raise there a lot. Blind's really going up.
Yeah, it's getting dicey now.
So Fabian's just going to be all in here, I assume.
Yeah, and Anderson covering for the bounty. Second biggest bounty in the tournament as well.
Ooh, yeah, fun spot. Big spot. 7.5 blocked up. Next jumping 11k. Plus, of course, as Henry says, big bounties at stake at this stage of the tournament. We flip for all the gold.
God, I love that slow roll. 6.
Oh, there it is. 6 on
Wow.
river. Jack called it. It's almost like he knew Fabian was going to sun run that one. That's what he said.
I mean,
about sun
I was
running.
confused. I was very confused with the flop.
It's actually,
But then it all made sense on the turn.
this creates a bit of fun now, though, right? With Anderson all in this hand. It's like the race for the bounty.
Yeah, so the way this works, I think Fabian has to choose limp or like jam or make it like 5 big blinds or something. I think limp is nice because if it goes like limp, over limp, raise, Anderson calls all in, you know, then you can just rejam and you've created a load of dead money. The bad side of it is that now you're just going to a family pot, king queen suited. So with a hand this, like, it's hard to say. I think limp is fine here. It's obviously way better if Anderson has like 2 big blinds, so that then when he goes all in, you can re-ISO. Because this is somewhat of a disaster for king queen to let the 6-5 get in there.
9-6, 9-10, because everyone's there. Well, as bad as it is for Fabian, it's worse for Anderson. He's going to have to pick up the backpack, put on the hoodie.
Yeah.
Bar the miracle.
I assume they're already on.
They're already on. You put them on that early. All right.
Yeah, when I'm playing online at home, I find that I get my backpack. I keep my backpack next to me when I make a final table, just
ready for effect. You can put it on just for the extra equity.
That's it.
You ain't gonna lose a few chips here at least. At least one street. Wow.
Yeah. The street's just got bigger.
I quite like this raise. I think if you call, you're kind of inviting Fabian to overcall with, or even Samuel to call with like king, queen of spades type hands. Like, if he just flatted there, I think Fabian probably should call king, queen suited. Like, it's such a small price compared to like the value of winning the bounty and the, you know, and the pot. So I think Fabian would have overcalled if he had called the 9, which is really bad for the 9.
Well, there we go. Anderson out the door. 7.5, 2,200 in bounties.
And Oliver just jammed the 6-5, or did he?
Oh, he clicked it
bet
again.
Small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like that. I mean, at that point, you're only getting called by a 6, and that most of them beat you. So that seems
optimistic.
Seems quite 2 hippos on a bike.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's hippoed it. 2 hippos on a bike.
Well, the rich get richer. Oliver with about 40% of the chips in play.
And they all fold in aces.
Yeah, see if Oliver just
that one made more sense though. You know, that fold made more sense to me. The ace 3 off. He's a little deeper. He's against the chip leader. Now everyone's more even. ICM's more severe. Like, I think that fold makes more sense. The a7 earlier was too tight, I would say. This one I can get behind.
Dempsey.
Just because I've stopped reading them out doesn't mean I've stopped perusing hippo.
Oh well, that's you. Oh god, I was reading that. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna give this guy any airtime. James Dempsey poker. Wow.
Cryptic. Yeah. Cryptic.
Wow. Oh, action turn.
Jin to Sam and Jinish Fabian.
Fabian with the check call on the flop, which seems good. Not many people do that. Thing is, I kind of also like check raising there as well with Jack 10 for the same reasons as before. I mean, flat is a bit better here because you can bluff it on the river. Like with the king high, you're just like desperately hoping to get to showdown, but with Jack high, at least you bluff on the river and then win the pot a lot. 9-3 deuce also, it's like you have 2 overcards instead of 1, which are both more valuable. So check call definitely more appealing here to me than the king jack was on the queen high board, but I still think I just shift everything, I shift this class of hands more to a check raise, just assuming that imposition is going to stab hands like queen 7, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to stab flop with, like, except, I mean, you get value from jack 10, which is nice, but other than that, it's like kind of just folding out worse hands, and it has a good showdown, or decent showdown, and you just like sometimes get check raised off it, which seems really bad.
Oh, Fabian just letting go of the ace on the button.
Yeah,
18.
that seems good for sure. Can't really min raise wide here. You just get jammed on a lot. Can't shove this hand. This is too weak. So I think fold is the best option there.
Yeah, I mean it's got. Oh, hello. That's a
Jack 3 off could just be a fold from the small blind. Oliver hasn't really been going too ham in general, so I can sort of understand wanting to play looser, but I think it's just bad enough that you can fold. I like the check fold as well. I think that's underrated play from the small blind. I think a lot of players will just range bet that board, which I think is a pretty big mistake.
All right, Fabian.
But yeah, the other thing with in the small blind now is that the antes only equal half a big blind, whereas like in normal play they might equal full big blind. So Jack 3 becomes like not really worth it.
Trouble for Ewan. Flopping middle pair, 9 high clubs. Oh, you've upgraded from the water, eh?
Yeah, I mean, once the hippo jokes came out, I was reaching for the whiskey bottle pretty quickly.
I've got a good one about a hippo in a bar if you want to hear it.
Oh, come on, man. Jeez. Put me on tilt here.
Go on then. Let's be having it.
Not getting it now.
Okay.
Not getting it. Fabian, going for it.
So it's check call, donk, raise, call. Yeah, I think this is well played by both so far. Yeah, it seems to like it's a very tough spot on the river for Fabian. I think he could just bet half his stack and then fold when to the shove. I mean, obviously it feels pretty gross and you feel like, okay, I wouldn't, if I had the nuts, I would just shove. So if I do this, aren't I just inviting them to jam every time? But the fact is, like, they didn't bet call the turn without a flush. And they're not going to turn a flush into a bluff, most likely. Plus, they don't know you would, they might think, oh, well, wouldn't he just always jam an ace? And then they're going to think, well, maybe he's just, the ace of clubs. And then he's thinking, well, maybe he's inducing here. Maybe he thinks he can only get called if he bets the second. They're going to find an excuse not to bluff when they have the 9 of clubs, which is pretty much, which is a lot of their range. So I think it's like one of those things you got to be careful with these kind of moves, that you don't do it to some sicko that finds the check shove with the 9 of clubs. But And also, it could be the case that they just check fold the 9 of clubs after you raise turn, bet river. You know, so it seems possible.
Wow, this is sick. I get to free roll £25. Let's go. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
It looks that way.
Free roll £25. Why 25?
He's optimistic about the river card. I think it's.
I thought the river. Oh yeah, the river is 25, right? Okay, well.
And it goes.
Ah, I see, because you know there's going to be a full board. Gotcha. Now I understand. Yeah.
Oh, oof.
That was close. That was close.
No drama for those involved, but
Ooh-wee.
little drama for the boys on the rail.
Okay, so there's a nice comment. I love how Jack brings up his charitable giveaways for best hippo joke and then acts like he's rattled by hippo jokes. Yeah, so when I did the giveaway, it was on Twitter, and I got 3 responses, and 2 of them were the same joke. So I've not heard that many. Yeah, my giveaways have big ROI if you enter them, because no one is paying attention when I'm on stream. Actually, one time I offered $100 for anyone that could guess my hand on my Instagram, and that got a load of replies.
Did anyone guess it?
Yeah, I think people were just guessing random hands at a certain point, and someone just found it because my hand was super random.
Hence the giveaway.
Yeah, of course. Point was, it was like super out of line, so that was why I did it in the first place. But like, it was also out of line and completely random. So this has gone limp raise call, I believe.
That's correct.
I wonder if it's just a fold after the raise. Like the ICM is getting much worse for Samuel, given the 2 shorter stacks.
Fun turn card. Yeah, Samuel just lets it go.
Quite a tight fold there. But yeah, very hard to call there for sure.
Well, 3 playable ones. Queen Jack, 2 8s, Ace 3 suited.
You know, if Sam just takes this upstairs, tries to get in for 20.
Yeah, this one I think I would 3-bet, get it in. Just like they're short now.
Wow,
so that's a hell of a flop. Well, for one of them.
It is a hell of a flop for one of them. You're right, Fabian. Oh, not taking the opportunity to go blasting potential with the Queen of Clubs in hand.
It's interested to see what he does now. I'd be pretty tempted to check raise here. But no. Discipline. Discipline's important. But yeah, 8's there, 20 big blinds with the guys. I think I would just 3-bet call off and like, you know, just hope to be getting it in a flip. Fabian has a big bounty. Yeah, 8's is good enough. You definitely want to stop the chip leader from being in the pot. I think it makes sense. 3 deuce off, going for the raise here. Which seems good. I think he should be playing every hand now in this spot. Fabian probably has to shove. If he thinks Oliver's playing any 2, then it's probably a shove.
Yeah.
Well, if it's only 2 opening range, then yeah, it's definitely a shove. But he might think he doesn't have enough fold equity. This is a pretty awkward spot with deuces. Yeah, I think fold is correct.
Guys, keep redeeming those tickets. Use your channel points. Looking from a $2.20 to a $22 ticket available. Please have a go. The more tickets you redeem, the less hippo jokes I'll tell. Simple as that.
That's a fair trade right there, boys and girls.
I'm expecting Jack Sinclair to redeem a ticket any second now, to be honest.
How much? Wait, what can I get? I can get a $2.20.
How many points have you got? How many points have you got?
2.6k.
Well,
I've made quite a lot just watching this.
Or you could redeem. You could highlight 26 messages. That might be a better use of your time.
Oh, well now.
I don't want to tell you how to spend your points, but
I mean,
highlight messages is pretty good.
So this is limp check. Fabian again with the check. Probably check call again. Makes sense.
Happy saying, can I redeem or stake Henry or James with my channel points?
What you can do, Pap, is you can...
Best to spend them on something like with some value.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I was going to say you can play for himself, win somewhere in the region of $250,000, and then he can then invest that in my research project of trying to find the finest hippo joke on the planet. I reckon a couple of years trotting around the globe will get me there.
I mean, I've got to say, the one that Jack led with was pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the only. I mean, it might be the only good hippo joke possible. Otherwise, it has to be something to do with the hippocampus, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of those on there.
Hippodrome. Like, there could be a poker-related one to the hippodrome.
All right, Paco's in here, bringing back the hippo jokes. I like it. I like it. They hate it. 4-5 at 8. Oliver flopping bottom pair with a gutter. Sam with the overs. No backdoor flush draw.
How did the hippo get to Colombia? That could just be a general knowledge question. Do you guys know how the hippo ended up in Colombia?
Pablo Escobar.
Correct.
Pablo Escobar. He brought all sorts.
Yeah, he had a personal zoo, and when they finally caught him and arrested him, they just released them, and now there's like a bunch of hippos living in a river in Colombia.
Yeah, they're actually. Bizarrely, I know way more about this than I should do because I listened to a podcast not long ago, and about they're basically there's a program in Colombia to go around and basically prevent these hippos breeding and let them die out naturally rather than trying to cull them, but because they're wreaking havoc on the ecosystem basically.
I bet they are.
Yeah. So yeah, I know a little bit about bizarrely too much about them. But
what don't you know, James Dempsey?
Well, I don't know. I don't know enough hippo jokes, that's for sure. But yeah, Sam, A7 suited, gonna pop it up. 2 7s in the big for Ewan.
What's this, 20 bigs?
So who do we think's winning this?
Yeah, that's pretty grim.
My money's on the A7.
Yeah? Spades alive?
Quite live. No, I think he just hits an ace, to be honest.
Oof.
And then the 7s are drawing dead because there's a 7 missing.
I see what you did there.
Whoa.
Okay.
Hang on a second. How many bigs did he just jam?
20.
20? I don't know, man. I think that's a call. A7 suited. That's seems like a tight fold to me.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let him go. Sam does let it go. Ewan survives. Sam survives in second place, comfortably so.
I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, that seems like a pretty bad fold. A7.
Maybe just a edge fold more than anything. Feels like it has an edge on the field, second in chips. Doesn't want to flip and switch positions with Ewan. I can get behind it. I am a nit though.
Yeah, it's starting to be a bit suspicious of you now, Henry. If I've been hanging out with a nit all these years.
Well, you do know Espen, right?
I
It's
mean,
like the biggest.
I
nit
hesitate
in the-
to admit it. Nah, but
There's a lot of nit blasting going on here, guys.
I
Tight is
taught him
right.
something. I taught him some things.
Come on, guys. Tight is right. It's okay to be nitty.
No, I mean, like, if I'm just working on the assumption that, like, you have to, like, you're playing looser than Chippy V based on the fact that the guy's got a bounty, and like there's pretty clear call in Chippy V, so I would not fold in this situation. I mean, there's some consideration, like obviously losing there is pretty bad, but like winning is great, you know, like.
Winning is fantastic, though, isn't it?
Well, actually, yeah, I would take that back. Actually, winning doesn't change the situation very much for you. In fact, like the ICM is going to be really severe three-handed as like second in chips with a short stack. But that might end up happening anyway, you know. And if you keep folding to the short stack jams, then you're just kind of making sure that the chip leader is the guy that busts them. So then you're going to end up three-handed, even shorter, but then with the short stack and an even bigger chip leader. Like if you bust that guy there, you have enough chips to like to threaten the chip leader, right?
Well, massively so. I mean, you're not far off the chip leader yourself at that point, and then
Yeah,
you've
it's
got
pretty
like
close.
80 plus blinds, so it's not like they can go ballistic on you, is it?
Yeah, right.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know. I would be fist pump calling there, I think.
1v2 here. Sam's held to the river.
I was about to get really greedy and be like, you know, the sick thing is that you flop the jack
Oh,
of
yeah.
diamonds, but the three of hearts is coming on the river.
Oh, Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah,
is
but
out. That's good.
obviously I saw that.
Someone.
Obviously I saw that ages ago. That was
Obviously.
just slow rolling.
Obviously.
Thanks for the reminders, guys. Appreciate that.
It's alright, mate. I wouldn't want to, you know, win your money undeservedly.
Sam, ace 4 suited, 400, 800 for new blinds.
Wow, if I gift one sub, I become number one. I don't know what number one means.
I don't think you can gift subs.
Gift a sub now to be number one. Gift a This user cannot be subscribed to. Oh well,
Yeah.
that explains why why no one's number one. Well, I'm sorry, guys.
He tried.
Sorry, guys.
His intentions were pure.
Maybe I can gift someone a sub to my Twitch channel. I never stream, and there's nothing on there. So, like, there's no like paywall videos you can watch or whatever. But
Oliver just in a lovely little spot there. Just rip it in. 11 bigs in the big, 20 in the small. We've got a small pair. Only good results occur.
Whoa, I have 55 followers on Twitch.
That's right, mate. We have 10k, mate.
Yeah, but you guys do streams and stuff. That's pretty try hard if you ask me. I just occasionally highlight a message in some other Twitch stream.
Just punts off his channel points for fun.
Yeah, that's it.
You
so
know,
yeah, chat. If you're not following me, it's time to get on the follow train.
One of the first vlogs we ever did, James, featured Jack, and we'd only just started filming content, and Jack was like, "Yeah, well, no one's going to see this anyway." Right? Like on the vlog, it's absolutely needling Obex.
Was that in London when we were like?
Yeah.
But I feel like that's a win-win thing, because either no one sees it and no one knows about it, or lots of people see it and then it's like, oh, that's quite funny. He was just like pushing them whilst they were starting out. Either way, you can't lose.
Yeah, basically Espen was trying to give some sort of heartfelt interview, and I was just like behind the camera, like trying to make him laugh. And if you know Espen, he is really easy to make laugh.
He is really easy. He's a great person to hang out with because you feel like an absolute
You feel like the
comedic
funniest dude
genius
in the world, yeah.
It's just the meme culture. Yeah, he loves it.
Ewan gonna pop this up with the ace 9.
Get ready for the bad news.
Here she comes. Oh,
what is? No one loves the deuces anymore.
Are you heading to Dublin for the Norwegian Championships or Irish Open?
No, I will not be going.
He says emphatically.
Nah, I mean, I probably. I'm a bit upset. Like all the satellites are just for a ticket. There's no package with the hotel, and the thing is, like, it's so expensive there. The hotel is ridiculous expensive, and there's not really anything else. But okay, that's fine. Like I do love the stop, and it's fun, and you know, it's probably worth it overall. But it's just not a good moment for me to be going. I'm moving quite soon, and got a lot of stuff to sort out here, so I had to say no, sadly.
Is this?
Wow.
Oh, perfect. I'm gonna get a spin there.
I mean, I'm tight, but come on, dude.
2.5k bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 bigs. Yeah, the queen jack off, it's tough because like you can get squeezed out of it, and that is a really big blow to the stack. It's I mean, if you're gonna fold a7 suited to a rejam, then you know, closing the action. I mean, okay, it's half the number of big blinds,
yeah,
and a slightly bigger bounty, but not closing the action is a huge factor in this spot. Like getting reshoved on is a catastrophe.
Happy
but yeah, it could still be a call. I really don't know.
I feel like it is. Happy asking if I'm already tired. No, mate, I'm actually like about 5 minutes away from being wide awake.
Yeah, exactly. Is he already tired? No, he's almost awake.
He's rounding into form.
He'd been tired.
I mean, it's 10 a.m. for Henry. It's like it's prime hours, you know. The world is awakening.
Yeah, today's been a good day already. Had the hippo jokes. Life's good.
Oliver popping up 10-8 suited. And gonna get another one through, keeping himself out in front.
I can hear birds. Is that you, Dempsey?
Not me.
Is that you, Henry?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know why I guessed Dempsey first when
Yeah.
the sun's not up. That makes absolutely no sense. But
And also, the birds you hear, my background would just be the very aggressive seagulls. They're not quite so delightfully chirpy as...
yeah, they sound a bit chirpy. So where are you, Dempsey? You in Brighton?
I am in Brighton.
Alright.
Land of the hippo-sized seagull.
Wow.
Yeah,
What do you call a hippo that's the size of a seagull? That's a good start.
Surely what do you call a
to
seagull
joke.
that's the size of a hippo?
Whatever. Look, it's late.
It's two very different. I mean,
We could come up with a joke for
Is
each.
seagull the size of a hippo or a hippo the size of a seagull? Two very, very different things to face off, you know? Like a hippo the size of a seagull would be quite cool, I think. It's like a little pet. Like a seagull the size of a hippo is just really intimidating.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't go outside if there were seagull-sized hippos. No, hippo-sized seagulls knocking around outside.
How often do you go outside, Dempsey?
Well,
So
enough
it's
to know there aren't seagulls the size of hippos out there. But...
Okay, check call lead, I think. Is that what this is?
That is what this is.
The lead half pot. Interesting. Very interesting.
Hippo, I like it.
Wow. Oliver puts him in.
So both times, it was Oliver both times, right? That turned a flush, donked, and then jammed.
Yeah.
And almost like against the same hand as well, right? Like ace with no diamond. He did it very fast both times. I think he needs to take longer on the decision there.
Did indeed. Well, Henry, we're reaching a break, and this is where I'm gonna, pass the baton. Wait, which side are you sat? Yeah, that side. There you go. No, that side. Have the baton, man. You're gonna bring this thing in for us, right?
All right, mate. Sure. Fine. You out just slacking? No, I'm joking. Yeah, been a long grind for you, mate. Appreciate the banter and the hippo jokes as always. And yeah, I guess so. We got a busy week coming up towards the end of the week. So I'll see you in a few days.
You will indeed. We'll get ready for like Jack. It's been charming to see you once again.
Nice to see you, Dempsey. Sorry you have to, can't handle it.
Can't handle it.
You gotta go to bed or something.
Run out of hippo-related jokes. I'll go get some more. All right, boys.
I expected more from you, but it's okay. I'll let you off.
All right. See you in a few days, mate.
Can he get away? All of you watching at home, ask yourself the question. Could you get away? I don't think I could. We do get a call. We are going to see a river here. 4 outs remain for Vadim L to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a queen and only a queen, or we will see Vadim S double through. Oh my god, it's a queen! Unbelievable. 9% going to the river. Bam. Smashes the queen to stay alive in the tournament. Gonna double up to around 90,000. Can you believe that?
Here we go. Great shape for the double up. Get back to 1.9 million chips. Jack 8-5 by. Well, not hanging around to watch. He is going for a smoke. Well, that's a new one on me. Vahe runs out to the balcony area, I assume for a cigarette.
And Vahe gets the double when he's not even in the room. That is a new one. He's up to 1.9 million in chips. And it looks like already that was our final hand of the first 2 hours. Interesting. Saw him just out of nowhere. With 7-3. Well, is Maxim going to take the bait? That's exactly what's happening. He's laid the trap. Totally snapping, and Maxim needs to find a 4. Well, he will be eliminated here at the WPT Russia. And that's exactly what he's done on the 994 flop. Of course, an ace or queen. Still outs for Anatolia. That's what spiked. Just a 4 again for Maxim will do it. And that's that. Spiked to 4, but it's no good. Maxim hits the rail. Anatoly back to 1.7 million, where he was when we joined this feature table.
Alexander has a flush. The worst possible card for Ilya. Making trip 6s. I don't think he can get a wave here. You make trips on the river. Alexander's going to bet 20k. I can't think of a worse river. Did Ilya just raise? To 43,000. Alexander calls. The flush is good. Ilya going for a very thin raise, and we can see Alexander with the flush. Gonna take down a huge pot there. 115,000 in the middle.
Don't see Matas folding. Made a very weak bet on the river, having called pre, check call turn. Doesn't really have a whole host of strong hands. I mean, you can have the big hands like a flush, but does he bet 25,000 with them on the river? I'm not so sure. I think if you weak lead the river, you've just got a call here with a hand as strong as a set. You can have perhaps some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, but maybe go that way. No, okay. Matas does give it up. Nice play, Dimitri. Using that 10, running a big bluff.
Welcome back, one and all, down to the final 4 players of this PPC Malta $320 buy-in KO with about 50k up top, and continuing with me until we crown a winner, or at least for the next hour. I don't want to keep you up too late, Jack. It's Jack Sinclair.
Hey, I'm in it. I want to see.
You want to see who wins?
I want to see I want to see Fabian hit more rivers.
Eventually, need some help.
And ship it. That's it.
Maybe in the form of a Jack of Diamonds.
Queen is coming. Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to bed. See you later.
And then there were 3. Fabian Gums out in 4th for 11k plus 4k or so in bounties that he collected, and well, now there's a clear short stack, Jack.
Yep.
Clear short stack, but still, I mean, 20 bigs, heaps.
Yeah, but now he's carefree, you know? Like he can, or rather, like as a result, he's carefree. He can gamble a bit now. He has to try and get in the mix now. He was waiting for Fabian to bust. Now he can open up a bit.
Yeah.
Samuel's still in the cage, but you know he's got 55 bigs. It's I mean he's really quite close to the chip leader, you know. And you know Oliver seems like the guy who's not gonna like try and put a 50 big blind, you know, three street bluff in.
Yeah.
So I think pretty much everyone can play sort of normally now. In this spot.
I mean, it's 50 big blind average, 120 mil or so in play. Everyone guaranteed 17,000 or 16,900 plus their bounties. But yeah, quite the ladder from third to second. About 8.5k. And well,
the Murph always gets there. 8-4 is the Murph, by the way.
Yeah, how is Murph doing?
Yeah, it's good. Just
grinding.
I mean, second.
Is he with you in Vienna grinding or?
Yeah. You may have seen him walk past me in the background.
I thought so. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but yeah, I thought it might be him.
Yeah, his bedroom is behind that wooden door. Probably trying to sleep now, but I'm just yakking away. But yeah, no, he's grinding, doing well.
We're out here.
Much better at online than I am.
Expect to see a limp here, yeah.
Yeah, it's close to 25 big blinds. I think more like 20 you can just like shove this, but again, like the small ante makes things a bit different in this situation. Once you get three-handed, if the ante's probably closer to like a third of a big blind or so, it doesn't make so much sense to just be like ramming stuff in, to try and win a smaller pot. It makes a lot more sense like eight-handed where the ante is so big.
I could see Sam continue here.
Yeah, I think he probably should. Like you're going to be ahead sometimes against like Jack 10 or 10-8 type hands. Also, when they have an ace, you can get a sizable value bet in if you hit on the river.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess the one big downside is like he has the flush card to try and like represent a flush if it comes in, but in that spot you'd be trying to bluff them off trips most of the time, which is pretty, that's not something you really want to be like aiming for. You don't want to justify your turn call based on the fact that you can bluff them off trips later. That's not generally a winning strategy, but even so, it like could end up playing a factor. The river comes a heart or spade or whatever it was, and then they bet sort of weakish size. You can ram it in. That's what I'd be thinking about anyway. But no, the main factor on the turn is that you should just be sometimes winning and have decent implieds.
Sam just passing on the Queen 8 on the button.
Yeah, that seems okay.
Could be here for the long run, by the way. 150 bigs in play. Oh, what a tease. A jack and a 3 on the flop.
No, you're really paying attention to this.
Mate, if I passed up on the opportunity to win money from you, it would pain me. I don't know what would pain me more, missing out on one of my cards or having to pay you money. I remember having to pick up the pizza bill in Dublin, just how much that was.
Never seen someone so distraught.
Oh, I know.
I was down $20 or something.
I was pretty close to broke at the time as well. I was like down swinging hard.
That was the final straw.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time he does just opt for the jam. Seems okay. The sort of low offsuit aces are like the first ones to make it into the open shove range, and like deuces and threes. Seems fine.
bunch of rags. Wow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. King 9 off is
Whoa.
a great hand. Solid hand. Quite tough to know how to play in the small blind in this spot. You know, like, I think it's quite obvious that you should be playing mostly limps, but then how do you construct your raising range?
With
Given
the
like,
ICM considerations.
yeah, exactly. And just like 50 big blind, small blind is, you know, relatively tough in general. Like it's not as simple as, let's say, 20 or so. Like King 9 feels like it's kind of good enough to raise in many ways, like, but obviously it's in the bin versus a 3-bet. But then, you know, what about when you have King Jack off? Do you raise and then call a 3-bet? Do you raise and fold to a 3-bet? Do you limp call? I mean, obviously you would limp call. Limp raise doesn't really make any sense, but it just seems like you're not getting enough value from your good hands when you play that way, which is probably true. You should probably mix a lot of these hands, and it's probably quite hard to get those kind of strategies correct. And then, you know, the ICM factor is just very hard to properly adjust to.
We're going to complete from the small. With players whiff. Yeah, you can see in the stream chat, boys and girls, Thursday, later on this week, James and I are going to be live, well, live in the commentary booth with you, not live from the venue itself for the PPC Malta High Roller. We're bringing you day one coverage from that. Pretty excited, not going to lie. Some live poker. It's always, there's a few things that I enjoy about covering live events. One is just, you know, the live tells, the mixture of recreationals and pros, and also, you know, just the pain on people's faces. You don't get to see that when we're covering these online events. Ewan must be aware that his 9 high is probably no good at showdown, but also a pretty terrible board to try and bluff Oliver off of a pair. Especially when any 8 is chopping and any 6 is also likely chopping.
Yeah, got to be honest, I kind of missed that board, that hand, how it went down. But yeah, it's definitely didn't look like a great bluffing opportunity there. So yeah, he might jam this one as well. He does.
In it goes.
This should be a clear, easy call.
In it goes, one would assume.
All right, who'd you like? No. No.
Yeah, he must just...
It's criminal.
Just
honestly.
Thinks he has an edge, which I understand. Like, I understand edge folding. I get it. It's a couple of times now it's passed up.
I always remember the phrase, like, you don't want to edge pass so often that you no longer have an edge.
True.
And like that, not calling there just seems like a pretty big punt. The thing is, you could make the argument like, oh, you know, I'm never ahead because he either has a pair or ace high, and he's gonna have ace queen, and yeah, that's the only hand that dominates you. But you've seen him jam twice now in this spot, and Bayesian deduction would suggest that he's probably doing it too much. Like, he's probably only supposed to jam there like, I'm gonna throw out a random number. Like, I'm gonna throw out a bold guess. I think he's probably supposed to jam less than 10% of the time there, and he's jammed twice in like 3, 4, okay, maximum 5 opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's quite unlikely that he's not overdoing the jams there, but just based on that. as it turns out, he had like quite a reasonable jam both times. Like he didn't have 6-7 suited or queen 10 off or something. But even so, like I think you could even with no information, like it's a clear call. But then you add the fact that he's done it twice, which suggests he's overdoing it. I think it's I think you have to call there.
Oliver with the float with the 10 high backdoor hearts. And takes it away from Ewan on the river.
And again, just think like if you never gamble for someone's bounty, you're just like guaranteeing that Oliver gets all the bounties.
Gamble.
And at this point, the bounties are worth so much more because you're so much more likely to get all of it. Right? Like when there's 100 people left in the tournament, you get half the bounty, right? Immediately. And then like 1 in 100 times, or somewhere, hopefully slightly more often than 1 in 100 times, you ship the other half of it. But right now, if you ship that pot, it's probably like 50% or close to 50% that you ship the other half of it. So it's like worth almost double the sticker price. So it becomes super valuable. And then you start folding, strong hands. You're just like you're almost donating the bounty to the chip leader.
Wow, tough spot for Oliver. Turn at Jack. I say nice tough spot. Nice bluff, yeah. Ewan gets one through. Lot 707 saying GM boys. GM to you too, my man.
GN.
Yeah, depending on whereabouts you are in the world. What's your sleep schedule like at the moment? Are you a bit out of whack, are you?
Not for me.
Bed at 7 a.m.
Not so often. Like my normal sleep time is 4 a.m. Yesterday and today more like 5. Although depending on how long this takes, could be a bit later. I mean, it's 5:15 now.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see how late we go to bed today. But in general, 4 a.m. sleep, 11:30 wake is my sleep schedule.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah, it works for me.
Yeah, it gets dangerous once you start sleeping until like 3-4 p.m. But I guess during like the bigger series and whatnot, it's kind of mandatory to sleep until that time.
Yeah, I mean the other option is you force yourself to get out of bed at the same wake up time and just take a nap on days where you had less sleep. I think the wake up time is more important than the sleep time. So in other words, like if you wake up at whatever time, 11 every day for a year, and then at one point you go to sleep 3 hours later than you normally do, it doesn't make sense to now wake up at the 3 hours later than normal.
Yeah.
Like you should just wake up at the same time and then try and get a nap later in the day, and maybe go to bed earlier that night if you can.
That makes sense.
That seems to be what the science suggests would be a better option.
Yeah.
Because if you oversleep that day, like it's harder to go to sleep that night, and then you just end up shifting your rhythm further. So limp check call, I think. I wonder if he's gonna let him show down this ace high.
Yeah, it's limp, check.
Oh,
bet,
check.
Yeah.
Okay,
check,
well,
bet, call.
Okay, well now I like calling down with the ace high. It's quite a typical line here.
I guess having the 5 is pretty bad, right?
Yes, but having neither suit is good, and just having ace high is pretty good there. It's quite a typical line that you get quite often in blind versus blind things. You check on the flop and they check back because they have nothing, and then you check to them twice and they're like, well, I don't want to show down nothing.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're weak. Let me try and win. So then they bet turn and bet river, and you can just pick this bluff off, you know, with ace high pretty happily. Even with bad side cards, I think I just still call ace high in this spot a lot. Yeah, I got someone with king high in this line when I was playing live recently. Almost like a pretty, really similar spot actually. They like turned a flush draw on a low card as well. And it's just, but it's like, what are they repping? Like what? Because they check back flop and then bet big. So they're trying to say they either like slow played a big hand on the flop, which doesn't seem very likely, or they turned a good hand, but the turn didn't really change, you know, didn't change what's a strong hand on the board. It just brought a load of draws. And then the river again doesn't change anything. So what? They're trying to say that they're a sicko and they're value betting third pair twice for a big size.
It's kind of similar to what Ben was saying last week as well. It's just like when they check turn, he's like, I'm just 4x potting river because they can just never have it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where that can be the case. Can also really be a massive punt depending on the board. But yeah, the general idea is like, you know, if
I like this from Samuel. What do you think in Oliver's shoes here? Yeah, calling with the king jack, right?
Yeah, it seems pretty hard to fold this hand. I don't mind checking back flop with king jack there.
Gets dicey now. Does make the call.
Yeah, for that size, you just have to call turn. Now let's see, does he find the shove? This is like golden opportunity here. You got a king and a jack. Oh, sorry, you got the king of diamonds and a jack. Oh, no. Shadow.
Gives it up. Well, that evens things out at the top.
Yeah. I think if you can't find a bluff there, you probably should fold flop. Or turn. Maybe, well, I don't think he's getting a direct price on the flop. Maybe he is. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay to just call to try and hit, but I don't like to play like that. That's dying on your knees, you know?
Yeah. Is the only play there, in your opinion, all-in sizing?
It seems like the smartest size. I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that he would bet worse than... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if he has like a weak 8, he might not want to go all in, but he probably also doesn't want to check back. But I think I'd be more inclined to just check back a weak 8 than have a non-all-in sizing. So I think my worst value bet would be a straight, and like a straight just goes all in because it's a bounty tournament.
Oh, look at this from... Oh, sorry, Sam's got 2 pair. I thought he only had 1 pair for a second. My bad.
So yeah, I think I would just have an all-in sizing there. But even if I had a non-all-in sizing, I think I would still jam king jack. Just the blockers are pretty good.
You are going to need to find a spin soon. See, 3-handed, that big blind hand coming around pretty quickly, pretty sharpish.
The other thing with the king jack, I say the blockers are good. I mean, I don't expect Samuel to really ever have a flush or a straight in that line, because he probably bets the river with it. But you block the hero calls is the key thing, right? Like if he has king 8 with the king of diamonds, he probably finds hero call. And it would be a hero call, you know, because like I said, I think he's just repping a straight in position. So yeah, I think jam is the play there. And this is like one of those ones. I think the mentality should be, like I think people get into these spots and they're like scared of running into something, and they like don't pull the trigger on the bluff. I think in that exact situation, I think you just have to say, well, like, okay, if they've checked here to check call, then they just have it. Like, then that's just unlucky, because like I'm in this spot, I have the nut combo to bluff, I have absolute bottom of my range, good blockers. It looks like he probably has one pair type hand. You know, everything pushes you towards shove. Like if you're worried about like the quite unlikely scenario that you get called, you know, it's just bad luck if that happens. Just stick it in and hope for the best. I can understand checking back there if you have like, you know, very bad blockers, some hope of winning the hand. But yeah, you can't be passing up on clear bluffs.
Both players flopping top pair. Samuel with the best of it.
So this is a limp raise call, or is this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he checks back 10 deuce. Check quite like.
Yeah, it's nice to have some top pairs in your check back range, right?
For sure.
And we're going to have a new chip leader after this hand, unless Oliver can get Sam off with his 2 pair.
So he checks here. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think I prefer value betting 10-9 there.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I mean, in theory, it makes more sense. It makes some sense to check, because when you have a 9, it makes it harder for imposition to have made a 9 on the river. Which is like the hand you want to get called by, is like a 2 pair with the 9. Now, like imposition should probably bet his 2 pair with the 9 as well. But here we go.
Spin time. Any spins about, boys and girls? Yeah, and with the best of it.
Oh, okay.
Well, now we've really got a game on our hands. So Sam, the chip leader for the first time. And Ewan with some life.
But yeah, anyway, I'm a bit unsure of the theory on the 10-9 hand when the one-liner comes in on the river. It may or may not be a bet or a check based on ranges and blockers, but in general, I think it makes a lot more sense to bet yourself than hope for a bluff, because you're hoping that imposition is going to bluff like some weaker pair than a 9, like ace. I can't remember what the straight card was, but ace 6 type hand that has a pair on the turn, and now just like wants to bluff because it's probably not very good. But you know, you've just seen this guy not bluff a river when he probably should have, and in general, people don't bluff as much as they should, especially in that spot where they have a pair. So I think you want to just bet and try and get called by, you know, something like 10 deuce or a 9, which you can easily have. even though you block it. And the thing is, if you check, you're not going to check raise, right? So you set the price that the two pairs give you for value. If the two pairs are going to bet anyway, then you might as well choose the size yourself and get paid off by them.
Pablo saying huge bounties indeed. Yeah, Oliver now covered as well for the first time in this final table.
I think I would check raise this one as well, the Jack 5. I'd probably raise pre and probably check raise flop. Which, okay, it's, you know, I mean, both seems very aggro, but this is like a really crucial moment, right? Where you have 60 and he has 40, where like you really should just like try and put some pressure on to try and like expand that chip lead and put him in the bin. Because if you can get into a spot where you have 70 and he has 30, then you've really got him dead to rights. You can't do anything at that point. So like, yeah, you might get, like right now it's kind of somewhat even. And yeah, if you play some out of line pots, maybe you get back to 50-50. But that's, you know, that's not exactly a disaster. Then you just start playing normal again. But for a few hands when you're 60-40, you really want to push it to try and get to 70-30, I think.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. You see a lot of the elite taking that kind of approach.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to ever be check folding. Like, I don't want to ever be playing a hand where I limp and then check fold. In that situation, I would just, if I'm going to do that, I would rather just raise or c-bet or check raise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And yeah, I just think letting them have pots in that spot is just yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's obviously fine. It's not like a punt or anything, but it's just, that's my philosophy on the spot.
No, I know what you mean. Like, switching through the gears makes a lot of sense, especially when you are, you know, chip leader and covering, especially with Ewan out of the hand. Like, every pot that Ewan's not involved in should just be applying a ton of pressure, right, on Oliver.
Yeah.
Big bet here from Ewan. Does somehow turn equity. Turns an open ender.
So big bet is very strange. Like, it seems possibly quite good. I don't know. I'm finding it hard to get a read on Ewan. I don't really know what's going on in his head. He's played some interesting plays.
Funky hands. Oh,
and then check calls. Oh yeah.
Oh mate,
what is that?
How do we get to this river?
What is that?
Oh, thank you, Ewan. Thank you for being big on the flop. I appreciate it, my friend. What a life. That's twice now. Twice I've done you like that.
Brutal. Yeah, so he bet big on the flop, then check called a one big blind bet on the turn, which...
Oh, wow.
I mean, it seems fine. Wait.
Imagine if Ewan jams here, Samuel ISOs. Never like.
I mean, I think jamming 17 bigs here would be a huge punt. So I don't think Ewan's going to do it. Oh my
word. Oh, what? This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty reasonable, to be honest. I mean, like, Oliver can only really call with, you know, top 5% or so, or even less.
Wow, you were just going to be on the sidelines here, just rooting for the ace ball. Wow, this is for the tournament. Pretty much for the tournament. Sam gets there. It's going to have a 10-1 chip lead. Oh,
wow. Brutal.
Wow. Well, just like that, eh? Who said tournaments are hard? Who said tournaments are hard?
Very hard to win with kings.
Always
Very,
an ace,
very hard
right?
to win with kings. Yeah, always an ace.
So Sam.
Okay,
not only
13,
collect-
14, 15 bigs. Can he find the check? Can he find the check? No, he can't. He never find the check. I mean, raise is probably fine. Probably the GTO play, but
Sam not only collects the 4K bounty, but gets the old 9K ladder as well, 8K ladder. Plus gets the heads over the 8-1 chip lead. Brutal stuff.
it's quite a decent chip lead.
First one's never a trap, right?
That was what I was gonna say. Like that's why I quite like checking kings there. You don't like it's the first hand that heads up. It's quite a good chance that he's not gonna be like limping and being like, yeah, I'm gonna spew off versus a raise here. I imagine people like, okay, heads up, regroup. That was very exciting. Now let's ease into this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But to be fair, like also there might be like a certain pressure on the chip leader to like win it fast, because he doesn't want to like, he's got this big massive chip lead now. He's like, oh great, like, but every small pot you lose, you're like, oh no, they're getting he had no chips, now he's got some chips now. Oh no, it drags on. It's definitely a lot more pressure on the like emotional pressure on the massive stack. In these situations can lead to you wanting to like get it in quickly, to just try and like end the heads up in like a few hands.
Yeah, there's definitely that mindset leak in a lot of people as well, where they do just try and speed run it rather than continuing at the steady pace that they've been playing at up until then.
Yeah,
I've been guilty of that myself in the past.
Yeah, for sure. There's a good phrase I heard, I think from a different, not from poker. It's like, when you're ahead, get further ahead. In other words, don't try and win it this hand. Just get further ahead. Play every hand as best as you can. Don't try and like force anything.
Yeah. I think one of my biggest leaks in like soft live PLO cash games is when like someone's just winning the absolute lot and I'm just like there for 5-6 hours and just like can't seem to win a hand, and then just like starting to like play looser or opening up, and then end up getting myself in trouble rather than just approaching it with the old it's a marathon, not a sprint type of mindset.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's always the same story, right? Play every hand as best as you could play it.
Yeah.
And, everything else you can more or less ignore. But obviously easier said than done, right? Like, if you double up the short stack twice heads up, and now you're playing like, now you have a 60-40 advantage, you're likely to be a little bit shaken by that, right? As opposed to when you just start the heads up 60-40, you feel, okay, start the heads up, let's say you start the heads up 50-50, and then you just know it's going to be a big battle and you're going to have to fight, and it's probably going to take a while.
Yeah.
You could have the same mentality when you start 100 bigs versus 10 and they double up twice, or even 3 times.
Oh, this could be it, by the way. Limp pot 953, bottom 2 for you and Sam with top pair. Another $5 added to the kitty as well. Come on, the boys. We're up 55 quid on the stream.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck is this?
Let's go. This could be
What was it for the... No, 45, 50.
Yeah, I'm up 50 and then 3 plus this 3, 5 pounds.
Yeah. Sorry, no, you're right.
Wow, and it goes. Sam, going to need a 10 or a 9. to win it right here, right now. And looking to fade. In with a chance would reduce it to a 2-1 chip lead. Well, a little bit more than a 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, so now this is the point where you have to, steady yourself as Samuel. It's like, okay, that was bad, but now we're in this situation and we have to begin again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Very easy now to be like, okay, no, I have to win some pots, get him back down. It's just like, okay, he can have a double up. I'm just gonna grind him back down, and then we'll see if I win the next all in. That's the mentality.
Scotsman saying Ewan's winning now. Both players flopping a pair. Well, never easy.
Yeah, I mean, Ewan hasn't had too many opportunities to play interesting hands, but from the few hands he has played, I think I like how he's playing.
Back down
He's
to
had
50,
some...
by the way, mate.
Oh yeah, nice. Good spot there, Henry. Thank you.
Yeah, he had a couple of wide-ish jams, if you will, or what felt like wide for 20 bigs. See if he goes for some value here, by the way.
So just check call on the turn. I think bottom two on that board, I would check raise turn. It's not very dry, that board. It's kind of it's deceptively dynamic on the turn. Flush draw and Jack 10 just gives a lot of straight draw potential. So I think check raise makes more sense. I'm assuming he did bet on the turn, didn't he? 10-8?
No. Oh yeah, sorry, he did.
Yeah. If it went check on the turn, then I think the river check with 4 deuce is good. Possibly. But yeah, Ewan, I don't know. I've just seen him use some bigger c-bet sizes, which is not something you see from everyone. And I think, a sign of someone who's done some study. And there was one other hand I can't quite remember. But I remember thinking he was doing something good. So yeah, nice and specific there. Specific read. Crazy name as well, McNicholas.
Great name. Great name. That's a strong name. The name's McNicholas.
Yeah, I've seen so many Muck with then a first name after it. Being called Muck Jack. It doesn't make some.
Muck Henry.
Yeah.
Wow, strong name. Very strong name. The blinds will be going up shortly.
I love heads up poker. Do you love heads up poker, Henry?
I wish I did, mate. Honestly, I haven't been in enough spots to even pretend like I've enjoyed playing it. So can't say it's. I played a lot of heads up PLO, but yeah, not heads up no limit or final table situations. Heads up PLO is really fun. You can have insane edges. You can literally have 20 big blind win rates against people. It's pretty insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend who's doing that for a long time. Sometimes he lets me play. So he used to you know, I'd hang around at his house or whatever, and he'd be playing a fish heads up, and he was like, "Yeah, I just want to go out for a cigarette. You play him for a while." Like, I don't know how to play. At the time, I didn't know how to play PLO.
Yeah,
it didn't matter. You know, I knew what a good hand looked like. And that was pretty much all I needed.
Intuitively.
But yeah, no, I love heads up poker in general, especially in tournaments.
Yeah, heads up is just a great game because there's nowhere to hide. That's why I love heads up PLO, because you can't hide from your leaks, and it's always nice as well, coming up against like a slightly tougher opponent to then have to try and figure things out. Oh wow, GG's.
Yeah, it'd be hard to avoid getting busted here. Yeah, no, exactly. I love it when you're in a tournament and you realize that your opponent heads up is a strong player, and you just have to go for it. Like there's no oh, I'm just gonna wait for it. You know, sometimes you play against a weaker opponent and you're like, should I try and bluff here? I mean, another spot's gonna come up, you know, whatever. No, like you play against someone who's really good, and then you go for it, and then it's fireworks. I love that. I mean, it's not so great when it's for like loads of money and you lose, but even so. Cool. So this is check call on the flop?
Yeah, check call flop. Do you know, the funny thing is that Ewan might be saved here after choosing a pot size bet on the turn. Yeah, 9 of diamonds on the river.
Yeah.
Keeping him alive, I think.
I don't know, man. Like heads up, it's like there's a tendency to just be like, well, it's heads up and I beat top pair, I have to go for all the chips. But no, he finds the check back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, yeah, the 9 of diamonds is particularly bad, completing Jack 10 as well. And 7-8 even, but pretty unlikely that he had 7-8 unless it's clubs.
Yeah, fortunate run out, you could argue. Well, fortunate and unfortunate at the same time.
Yeah.
The Scotsman saying I would have check raised the turn. Yeah, that could definitely have been an option for all the chips going, but versus a pot size C bet on the turn, it's still a bit of wiggle room to get away from it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Like, so because of that river, if Ewan's not jamming aces for value, then are you just having to check fold 10-5 on the river? Or are you just assuming that he has ace jack with an ace of diamonds enough for you to call? Because you don't beat any value at this point. So it's probably would be a smart idea to check fold that river. It's the 10-5.
Pretty vom spot. Nice little double barrel there from Sam. Back to a 5.5 to 1 chip lead. Ewan sub 20. This could go in. Likely going to end up as a chop. I guess for the limp. Oh, Ewan could end up winning this if Sam 3x's, but I think Sam's just going to jam, right? One would assume.
Yeah, I imagine he does. Well, yeah, easy to say that as he does it. This probably goes through, yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much jamming you actually do here, because you know, 20 bigs heads up is like a lot of big blinds when the ante is a quarter of a big blind. It's, yeah, I don't know. There probably is some jams, and that probably is one of the hands that finds it in there. So I think it's fine, because the thing is, you always want to jam deuces, right? Like, so you want to like balance that out a bit. But you know, if you have, but 20 bigs is just a lot, you know, when the ante is so small.
Could see Ewan continue here. Could also see him check raise. Gonna be able to continue barreling on a lot of turns. Not that one. Chipping away. Samuel Kabelitz 1 foot through the front door. Ewan just waving the white flag, not interested in turning his hand into a bluff.
This went check call on the flop, check turn.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Queen 8 should bluff on the river.
Feels like it. Definitely feels like it.
Maybe not though. I mean, you're not making that much better fold. Only, I mean, you're targeting a 7 pretty much. Maybe king high. Somehow. I was pretty off on my guess that there was not that much jamming at 20 bigs. It actually looks like there's tons of jamming at 20 bigs, so just having a quick look at my charts.
Quick browse.
Quick browse. I was pretty far off. Wow. Jamming, just like shoving ace queen off 7s. Seems kind of like a donkey play to me, but I wonder what anti-size were used in these. Anyway, whatever. The thing is, heads up, it's not all about what the solver says.
Yeah. Sam's been really strong so far today. Goes for the turn lead. Ewan finds the 5 on the river. Gonna win at showdown. He may also turn his hand into a bluff. No, just gonna take the showdown.
No, you'd never turn your hand into a bluff here. Like, you just beat so much in that line. I mean, and also you just beat a lot. There's just like tons of flush draws.
Yeah,
available. And also you have so many bluffs, right? Calling like a small lead on the turn, you can just have like a lot of high card hands that you just no need to bluff with the 5.
With king high, backdoor hearts. See how honest he wants to keep him.
Going nowhere. I think queen deuce kind of a natural check back on this flop, I would say. You don't get to just range bet pretty much any board heads up. You both have super wide range, so it's like there's no board where you like clearly have an advantage as in position.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Sure.
Ewan finds the call on the turn for the big barrel. See if Sam goes for some value here with his full house. Just sheepishly tables the queen deuce, and well, Ewan down to 10 bigs, 11 bigs.
Yeah, I think checking back turn also makes sense with queen high there. If you end up betting the flop, like out of position is supposed to like check call with like 9-7 backdoor flush draw and stuff, so you actually like still beat a lot. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like he's playing the spot like it's button versus big blind. When heads up, you should be like the value of queen high is so much. I mean, it's more valuable basically. You have queen high on a 10-4-4 board when your opponent's like defending 8-5 off kind of hands, and you have 8-6 off, or possibly also 8-5 off. So like you just don't range bet these
Rest is going
boards.
in, right? 10-6. You ain't gonna
Some
call the
10
queen
bigs.
jack.
Yes.
In she goes.
Definite call here.
Good luck, the boys. Can Ewan hold? Does indeed. Back up to 20. Oi, oi, little 3 of hearts. Come on, the boys.
God damn it.
It's been all in twice for his tournament life. Managed to hold in both spots. And, well, pretty fortunate with the aces run out, you could argue as well. Could have ended right there. And there we go. Going for a 5-minute break and then coming back to crown a winner in about 5 minutes. Well, back for a break in 5 minutes and catch you guys shortly. Peace.
Wow, well, this is going to be curtains unless he finds a spade. He flops the nut flush draw. Anton trip tens. Anton won't be able to believe his luck. All in, snap call. Well, Anton's been pretty sick to see he's not got Carl dead.
Nice flop.
But he's in great shape for this 1.25 million chip pot.
Nice flop that was, wasn't it?
Oh, with the 8 outs, needs a spade. 7. Oh, wow. King on the river gives him a flush, but Anton a full house.
That's playing with you, mate. That's playing with you. Good luck, boys. Have a nice evening if you're still here.
For 179,000 would have been that's like a 40 big blind shove. So I actually prefer the call over the shove.
Seat 6
or
check.
the raise. Wow.
Yes, wow is right.
Seat 3
Wow.
check.
Even more of a wow.
Why is Kuhn checked there? Is it just that it was too strong? I mean, you've got Locke in the small blind who's, you know, a bit of a loose cannon.
I'm so confused right now. The fact that
can't overall, you don't need to slow play your hands when Jeff Gross has flatted you and Phil Locke is in the pot, right?
both of their check. I mean, Jason's check surprises me more than JG's check, but they both still surprise me. I can't believe that this has gone check.
So is Jason Kuhn thinking to himself, I need to just check because Locke is liable to just move all in at any point with nothing? Is that possible?
I guess that's his rationale, but at the same time, he's capable of doing that on any street. How this has gotten to the river without a bet it's scary.
Seat 6 bet 30,000.
Wow. It's an absolutely sick river card, and Jeff Gross is going to get just so lucky. He's not going to lose a chip right now. He's not going to lose a chip.
It's amazing how all these situations they always work out for Jeff Gross. Like no matter what the situation.
JG,
like, he should be broke in this hand. You know,
should be broke in this hand.
And somehow he found a way to get away for just a pre-flop raise.
Raise 110 total.
I don't even know if Phil Locke's going to call here, and I just wonder if I mean, it's not just because of the hands out there that Jason Kuhn's made a mistake, right? I mean, he's made a mistake here.
I think so. I can never see that Jason is taking this line as a bluff against someone like Phil Locke, who's just proven to be so reckless.
What a strange hand.
It was the perfect river too to create this situation. I mean, only an ace would have made this happen.
It's probably just a chop. They're probably just dealing with the chop.
And that's a very, you know, it's not a terrible assessment. You
I
know,
feel
I
like
think
if you had an ace, you might have c-bet the flop, ace queen.
I think Jason, that's the other thing. Jason could be raising here. He could be raising here with a weak ace, knowing that Phil does not have a 4 and does not have ace king.
You might just have ace queen. You could have like ace 9. No, maybe. Doubtful. Oh my god, kid.
You know, at this point, I think that Phil is calling for a chop if he's calling. Yeah.
That's a good bluff.
Kid, I
folded a good hand.
I found a way to lose that hand. I don't know how.
Could be the one. Ace, 9, 3, 2.
And it just goes check, check. How's that?
What's going on here? Sam checks back aces here.
Oh, he checked it back, huh? Okay.
Yeah, poor bets. Now does Sam raise?
I would be inclined to raise here. I guess Sam's hoping to boat up on the river and...
He's hoping for the 5 of spades. Oh my god.
Oh, there it is.
How have I just said that?
Oh my god.
You
called it.
For the 5 of spades.
He's called it.
The 5 of spades rips off, well...
5 of spades. That was Sam's plan all along.
This
honestly,
is a disaster card for Newey.
Who's shuffling these decks? I think he needs to take a little bit longer here.
$16,000 the bet. I can't see full forward in this, especially as he's losing. There's time. What more time it took against Michael when he was crazy Mike? He folds.
Wow.
What a getaway there.
That is quite the fold.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from break, which is most likely going to be the last break of today's tournament. Famous last words. It's the PPC Malta 320 bounty, and we are heads up. It looks like Ewan has done some damage, Jack, whilst we were away. Up to 55 million now.
What were you saying about last break?
Yeah, I know, right? Famous last words. Famous last words. And well, it is pretty much tied. It's about as close as it can get between these two.
Yeah, this is where the mindset is really tested. You had him dead, pretty much.
That's very
now
true.
you're even. You really got to keep your composure in these spots.
Oh, modern day cooler, if you will. Heads up, pair v pair. Absolute scenes. See if you can get a little 3 of hearts on the turn. Everyone would be a fan of that.
Action turn.
Yeah, Sam improving to top 2.
Whoa.
Wow. Whoa.
That's interesting. I don't think this makes much sense. Wow, he calls with... Oh my... Wow, so much going on here. So... Wow. I mean, the overbet with 9-5, it just seems like he's just valued... Why checks back?
Wow.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, it's a one-liner, but like, how often does he have a deuce?
What do you think of Ewan's call there on the turn?
Like, I'm trying to think. Like, it seems like he has bottom pair and a gutter, which doesn't seem like enough. But in general, I think that people overdo the overbet with bluffs, so I can sort of see it from that angle. From the other side, I'm not sure it makes so much sense for him to have like such a massive overbet based on the ranges. Like,
well, he still has 6-7, 6 deuce, ace deuce, right? And I guess mixing in some 2 pairs with that sizing makes sense. I guess. I mean, I'm talking out my ass here, but
yeah, I mean, it's certainly a justifiable sizing to have in that spot. I don't think it makes so much sense with 9-5. I mean, for many, like if you're going to do it with 2 pair, you do it with bottom 2 pair, like not top 2 pair. Like top 2, it's just blocking too much stuff that you can get called by. Like really, you have to have a 2 pair that unblocks the top pair to make that work. So yeah, I don't think it makes so much sense with the hand, but then he gets called by ace 3, so it seems okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what ace 3 is supposed to do in theory in that spot. I would guess that it's supposed to be a fold.
Sick little £10 on the turn here, mate. This is getting unreal.
Wow.
I've always run pretty golden in the commentary booth when it's come to prop bets. I think Gazzy B is the only one that's ever really, like, Gazzy won like 850, 900 off me in one session.
Well, that's quite a lot.
That was pretty.
That's a lot of Domino's pizza, Henry. You know, like,
yeah,
you've been raging.
Yeah, it's getting a bit ahead of myself with the prop betting. We basically cross-booked action between Fedor and I want to say McBoyfin in like this like heads-up event. I think they're playing like 200, 400, and we cross-booked like something really small, like 1.5%. Oh, there you go. You get your £10 back, mate.
Oh, nice. That's lovely. So, check now. You overbet. Wow, this guy is a real station versus overbets. And now he's going to have to bluff. Well, he doesn't even bluff. Yeah, okay, so this call of the overbet seems too ambitious. Like, if you're not going to bluff there... Yeah, I don't know. That's very, very peculiar. Very peculiar hand.
Who have you got, Jack? If you had to call it, they're somewhat even at the moment.
I mean, honestly, I can't. I think I slightly prefer how Ewan's playing overall. Like, as he just 3-bets King 6 off there in the big blind. Which, you know, I mean, I like the idea. Going for a wide 3-bet.
Nice removal as well. A little bit of removal. Not that it's as relevant.
Yeah, I mean, it seems. I mean, honestly, it seems maybe a little bit too good. Or maybe it's just good. I think it's just good, honestly. I think it's good.
Oh, modern day cooler. Ace-X v Ace-X.
Limp? What is this limp?
Oh, wow.
This doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense if you know your opponent's going to flop top pair with you as well. You're going to cooler them.
I mean, it still doesn't make sense. You would want to play a bigger pot, right? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, limping ace queen here, I can't see a justification for. Like, is the plan to limp 3-bet call off somehow? I mean, yeah, it's just, I don't know. That's very strange. And also, like, checking ace-8 seems really strange as well. Like, kind of overlooked that. Like, how does this go limp check with ace-queen and ace-8 heads up? Like, both of them far too good to play a limp pot. Like, it should probably go raise 3-bet call with these two hands.
24 mil out there. But somewhat unwelcoming river for Sam. You're going to have a bunch of king X that cool down flop and turn. Knuckles it back. I can get behind the knuckle back.
Nah, I think it's too strong. I think it's too strong. There's been like an overall propensity to not like go for it on the river in big spots. So like that would definitely like to check shove there as a bluff would be, you know, that's going for it. And it seems like Ewan and Samuel have both been quite hesitant to do that. So I think we can just safely value bet and fold to a shove in that spot.
Large sizing doesn't get any action. So Sam regaining the chip lead after losing it for a bit. Had his man on the ropes twice. You managed to find the double. Both spots. Where are you off to next, mate? You got any live stops coming up?
Well, the next big one is Monte Carlo. End of next month.
What's this?
I won the small package, so now I need to win the big package. So I have hotel for the whole trip.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get hotel for like half of the trip. It's super awkward. Like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you cancel it and then book somewhere, or? But now I just committed to like firing every satellite for the big package to like have the whole thing. And even then it's kind of tempting to sack it off and stay in an Airbnb. But anyway, that's good, what you call a good problem to have.
Yeah, definitely.
But between now and then,
with?
I don't know. Whoever's there, I guess. I think Espen said he was going to go. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, so might if I end up doing, you know, an apartment or something, I might stay with him. I guess Wushu's going, so maybe I'd travel with him. But he'll be staying at a hotel for sure. But yeah, in between now and then, there's a couple of small, like really small events quite close to here. And I wouldn't mind going to them just for a flag hunting mission.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have the Austrian flag and I don't have the Slovakian flag.
Oh, really?
So there's an event in Salzburg in a couple of weeks. And then there's an event in Bratislava. And like both of them, the main event is like less than 200 euros or something. It's like absolute bowl situation, but it should be an easy flag. That's what I'm thinking. And also, you know, I would quite like to see more of Austria. I lived here for a year and I've never been outside of Vienna, and now I plan to leave. So so I'm thinking like I should probably go see Salzburg or somewhere else.
Wait. So you haven't got an Austrian flag yet, though?
No, I've never played a tournament here.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's impressive. I guess with COVID and whatnot, that makes sense.
Okay, we got another overbet and another light call. I mean, this is a sick dynamic we have now. It's just like this guy keeps overbetting and this guy keeps calling, and finally he's done it with a bluff. He's probably going to give up here. Yeah. Again, like I don't like this give up. Like, you probably make a lot of flush draws fold on the turn with the overbet, although I don't know if that's true the way Ewan's playing. So, but when the river comes another flush card, like everything is there. Like there's 3 Broadways on the board, it's paired and the flushes come in. Like, okay, you don't have a heart, but like, you can't just have like the nut blockers every time you want to bluff. Like you, in that spot, you probably get an ace to fold. So just go for it, you know? Like how many flushes does Ewan really have in that spot? So he's 3-bet the Jack 3 off here, I think.
I believe
Certainly
so.
looks like. Quick check. Quick check is interesting. Quite like checking back here. Like getting check raised would be a nightmare. And it's like not that, it's not super unlikely. I mean, I guess it is pretty unlikely, but the fact is when it happens, it's a catastrophe. And you really have to like overweight stuff like that. You know, it's like it's a big part, really crucial part. Like if you bet fold your equity there, like it could be a massive mistake. And you know, how often is someone check folding there? You know, they 3-bet and then check on a paired board. It's like kind of seems like they're at least check calling most of the time. And if they're check folding, are they not still check folding the turn? Like, you know, they're gonna have Jack 3 off with no pair, no draw, and then be like, okay, he checked back flop. Now I'm gonna. Now it's time. Yeah, now I'm gonna go for it. You know, like. So I don't know. I think I like the check back there, but bet seems fine.
What we're playing? We're playing 35 effective. As it stands.
35.
They've swapped this chip lead on several occasions now. Back and forth, back and forth. Obviously, Samuel very fortunate with that ace-8 versus kings 3-handed for heaps to go into heads up with, well, a 6-7-1 chip lead. But Ewan has certainly done a pretty stellar job at turning this ship around. 3 of hearts, by the way.
For God's sake. I like this check raise. It's like it's right on the borderline of being too good to fold, too bad to call, right? So it makes a lot of sense to check raise. Plus, has good bluffing potential there. I like that one. Ace 3 fold seems a bit tight. I mean, especially for a guy that's calling king high versus a turnover bet. Which may have been fine. I'm not really sure about that one. It was a bit close, but this ace 3 kind of seems like a clear call. But I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to the sizing, so maybe he bet big and got check raised big, in which case it might be fine.
Yeah, it's very, very situational, mate. See if Ewan just bows out of this one with the 5 high.
This was limp check, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thinking 5 dues off and not going to be a defend. Queen 4 again could check back. Can't stand a check raise, and you don't want to bet everything.
This could be the last hand. Would not surprise me.
Pretty... couple of massive hands for heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, what are we, 40 effective? Not even.
Yeah, a little under. Yeah, I mean, normally this is just good enough to 3-bet.
I wonder if Ewan goes for the jugular here. He does. Sam being put to the test for all of his chips. And
wow,
the trophy. All in and a call. You only need to fade diamonds, hearts, and a 10. And
Pure. Why is that not a diamond on the river?
Can you imagine? There you have it. Johan McNicholas is the PPC Malta Knockout Championship champion, and obviously taking home first prize over 25k in cash plus all of the bounties. Get a look at those payouts. As obviously with the bounty element involved, it's not always as straightforward as 7th getting more than 8th, so on. So looked like quite a healthy heads-up match there, Jack, in the sense that Ewan only ended up pipping him by 8k.
Yeah, Samuel definitely had way more of bounties on the FT. Ewan was basically a short stack until heads up. So I guess it would have been 50 if Samuel had won, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Oliver James Sprassen out in 3rd for 25.5. As mentioned, that pretty brutal fashion. Kings against Ace-8 of Samuel. And yeah, Johan taking it down for just shy of 42,000. Not a bad end to the month of March. Jack, mate, it's been a pleasure not only catching up with you, but cracking some, well, questionable jokes on stream, but also your
optimistic.
Insights.
Would you say 2 hippos on a bicycle? Level jokes.
But it's always refreshing just getting like a different insight to how, you know, the guests and the elite pros that we get coming in, how you guys view these spots. And I thoroughly enjoyed your insights, especially the heads up towards the end there. Yeah, I really appreciate you staying up this late, or this early, I should say.
Yeah, the sun's coming up now, so I can see outside now. So yeah, but it's been fun. Definitely good to catch up with you again.
Yeah, definitely, mate. And for those of you at home, James and I are going to be back on Thursday for some live poker. So, Jack, I don't know what your plans are, but if you want to jump in for a couple of hours, drop us a message, mate. We'd love to have you.
I'll keep it in mind. I'm back on the stream on Friday, I believe. I'm booked in. So
perfect.
I'll see you then, at least.
Yeah, looking forward to some prolonged tanking, some Hollywooding, some drama, all that good stuff that comes with live poker. And yeah, GG's to everyone in the chat, obviously moderators, the production team behind the scenes that bring this to all of our screens. Shout out to everyone that obviously puts the work in, and Jack Sinclair once again. Also, massive thank you to James Dempsey and BBZ Poker as well for holding down the fort earlier on. And until Thursday, boys and girls, Malta High Roller Day 1 coming from you live on this Twitch channel. See you guys there. Peace.
Good night.